Pakistan as a country where insurance contributes to the lives of common people and plays a key role in the development and progress of the country. We have set specific and measurable targets to achieve by 2028. Journey to an insured Pakistan begins. Pakistan is a home to 240 million aspiring souls, a country with all the requisites to be a major economic player.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Most respected Mr. Mumtaz Ali Shah, Federal Insurance Ombudsman, ex-Federal Minister for Finance, Revenue and Economic Affairs, ex-Governor of Governor State Bank of Pakistan, and the current Chairman PSX, Dr. Shamshad Akhtar Sahiba. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, policy makers, Assalamu alaikum and a very, very good morning to all of you.
On behalf of Mr. Akif Saeed, Chairman, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, Mr. Mujtaba Ahmed Lodi, Commissioner Insurance, and the entire SSCP team, we extend you a very warm welcome to the Insureimpact Conference, Pakistan. And it is an honor for us to host you at this prestigious event.
My name is Jibran Paracha. I'm the Additional Joint Director at the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, serving the Insurance Division.
And my name is Sophia, and I am Management Executive at the Insurance Division. And we shall be your host for today's event.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting our conference with recitation from the Holy Quran. Can you please play the recitation? Thank you.
فصل لربك وانحر إن شانئك هو الأبتر.
Jazakallah.
Now I would request all of you to please rise for the national anthem of Pakistan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very excited to have you here with us today. And the Insureimpact Conference Pakistan 2025 builds upon the conference, the International Insureimpact Conference 2023, which we did in December 2023, of which many of you were a part of. The conference culminated in the issuance of the 5A strategic plan, Journey to an Insured Pakistan by the ICCP, which contained various strategic as well as operational outcomes for the development and growth of the insurance sector targeting 2028.
Under the 5-year strategic plan, SCCP charted a path for engagement with Federation as well as the provincial authorities. And under the same plan, we have been engaging with all 4 provinces and the relevant ministries and authorities in Balochistan, KP, Sindh and Punjab.
Not only did we engage with the Federation as well as the provincial stakeholders and the industry, we also wrote many publications. We also wrote on the subject of motor third-party liability. We wrote on the status of the digitalization affairs of the insurance industry. We wrote on microinsurance and inclusive insurance. We wrote on reinsurance. We wrote on the industry statistics report. We wrote on various topics. We issued concept papers. We issued white papers to build up that consensus that is required, that insights that are required for developing the industry further.
The theme of today's conference is fostering collaboration, engagement and innovation, which truly reminds us that the growth of insurance sector is possible through collective efforts. We at SCCP truly believe that insurance as a subject is not something which can be progressed through a single champion. And that's why all these stakeholders should come together in an innovative way to achieve the growth of the insurance sector.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will also like to offer our deepest gratitude to our sponsors for the event, which are the Central Depository Company of Pakistan, the Society of Actuaries, the United Nations Development Program Pakistan, UNDP Pakistan, and ladies and gentlemen, Karandaz. We are thankful to their support, and without their support, this event wouldn't have been possible.
And now to our esteemed speakers, moderators, panelists, a very big thank you, because your commitment has made this event a reality, and we are looking forward to your insights to learn more and to grow the insurance sector.
To officially open today's proceeding, may I foremostly request Mr. Mujtaba Ahmed Lodi, Commissioner for Insurance, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, to sir please come onto the stage.
I would also request Mr. Akif Saeed, Chairman, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, to please join us on the stage.
I'll also request the Honorable Federal Insurance Ombudsman, Mr. Mumtaz Ali Shah Sahab, to join us on the stage. And lastly, we'll be expecting the Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan shortly, and he will also be we will be also having him on the stage with us.
Now I would request Mr. Mujtaba Ahmed Lodi, Commissioner Insurance, to please say the opening remarks for the event.
Sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Esteemed speakers, participants, guests, Assalamu alaikum. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to Insureimpact Conference 2025. Your support underscores the government dedication to strengthening the insurance industry in Pakistan. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our esteemed sponsors for their steadfast support in making this event possible. A special acknowledgement to Central Depository Company, CDC, whose unwavering efforts have facilitated the growth of our financial markets, the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, whose collaboration has been instrumental in promoting sustainable development and financial inclusion, Karandaz, whose continuous support has played a pivotal role in shaping Pakistan's financial sector and SCCP's key initiatives, and Society of Actuaries, SOA, for their valuable support for this conference. This conference builds on the momentum of International Insureimpact Conference 2023 and continues to the stakeholder consultation pillar of our 5-year strategic plan, Journey to Insured Pakistan. Since its launch, SCCP has actively engaged with various stakeholders to address industry challenges, and today we extend that dialogue to key areas of insurance development in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference discussions focus on disaster and agriculture insurance, motor insurance, digitalization, health, social security insurance, and broader digital insurance ecosystem. The session on disaster and agriculture insurance will explore strategies to protect vulnerable communities from climate-related risks. The motor insurance digitalization discussion will examine the implementation of motor third-party liability insurance and motor insurance repositories to improve efficiency. The health social security insurance session will explore ways to expand coverage, improve affordability, and foster innovative partnerships. Lastly, the digitalization discussions will focus on building Pakistan's future insurance infrastructure, enhancing transparency and accessibility. I encourage all participants to actively engage in these discussions, as the insights shared today will shape the industry's future. Despite the challenges, SCCP is actively working to strengthen the insurance sector on key 4 fronts: the CAFL expansion, actuarial function strengthening, improve in service standards, and digitalization. SCCP is committed to strengthening the CAFL sector by identifying growth bottlenecks and creating a regulatory environment that enables its expansion. Enhancing the actuarial function is another key priority, ensuring actuarial risk assessment, pricing, and financial stability across both life and non-life sectors. We are also working on establishing minimum service standards to improve consumer confidence and enhance the overall quality of insurance services. At the core of our efforts is a digital transformation, where we are pushing for innovative solutions, seamless process, and greater accessibility. SCCP collaboration with UNDP, working on a blueprint for an ideal digital insurance infrastructure, and we continue to work with stakeholders to implement key digital initiatives. We are committed to facilitating innovation, expanding industry outreach, and strengthening regulatory framework. However, the success of these efforts depends on collaboration. Public-private cooperation is the key to unlocking the true potential of Pakistan insurance sector. I emphasize the importance of government support in ensuring the effective implementation of our strategic initiatives, and expect that we and the industry get the necessary support. Before I conclude, I want to emphasize that while regulatory measures and digital advancements are crucial, the success of Pakistan's insurance industry ultimately depends on our collective will to drive meaningful change. This requires innovation, collaboration, and a shared vision for more resilient and insured Pakistan. Finally, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the dedication of team at SCCP Insurance Division for their hard work and commitment in organizing the conference. Their tireless efforts in bringing together the key stakeholders and facilitating these critical discussions are truly commendable. Through such initiatives, we are shaping the future of Pakistan insurance industry. I am confident that today's discussions and insights will provide valuable guidance for policy formation and industry growth. Let us use this opportunity to build strong collaborations, exchange knowledge, and work towards more robust, innovative, and inclusive insurance sector. Thank you once again, and I look forward to the engaging conversations ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insightful remarks. Now we will move forward to our sponsors of the event. Financial inclusion and insurance play a pivotal role in developing sustainable development and resilience. And United Nations Development Programme has been at the forefront of it. And that's the very reason that UNDP Pakistan is a key sponsor for today's event. And for that, we would now hear a video message from the resident representative of UNDP Pakistan, Dr. Samuel Risk. So please, let's hear from him.
All across Pakistan, Securities and Exchange Commission's Insureimpact conference. Let me first congratulate Chairman Akif Saeed and his team for organizing this timely event, relevant not only to Pakistan's present, but also to its future. UNDP is proud to partner with SECP in advancing the journey towards ensuring a fully insured and protected Pakistan. As Pakistan manages and mitigates risks related to socioeconomic factors made even more existential by the heavy impact of climate change and natural disasters, it's time to move beyond business as usual approaches. Insurance and risk financing are crucial areas that can help strengthen financial resilience, empower vulnerable communities, and protect livelihoods. And even though Pakistan's overall insurance landscape has progressed, the uptake remains alarmingly low, less than 1% of its GDP, making it one of the lowest in the region. This high-risk, low insurance problem requires bold and innovative action. UNDP and other partners in Pakistan have been discussing pathways to financial resilience, which are now, more than ever, shaped by a rapidly evolving world, where digital transformation, for example, is a component of a social protection system that can bring more people in rather than push them out. So I'm very happy that through our insurance and risk finance portfolio, we are collaborating with SECP to strengthen long-term financial resilience through access to insurance in Pakistan. Our joint study on the digitalization of Pakistan's insurance sector is a key step in this direction and will chart a pathway for a more efficient and inclusive insurance system in the country. The only direction is upward, knowing that digital channels only contribute 0.5% of the total premium payments made. This conference, supported by UNDP and several partners, is the result of a joint effort towards an insured and protected Pakistan. It's a great opportunity to explore new solutions and work together to accelerate the digital transformation in the insurance sectors and beyond to build a resilient and sustainable future for all Pakistanis. Thank you, and I look forward to the outcomes of this important conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, next we have a video message from the Society of Actuaries. Ladies and gentlemen, actuarial science is at the core of risk management and insurance innovation. The Society of Actuaries has been at the forefront of advancing actuarial expertise globally. We now present a special message from Ms. Amanda Hug, who is the President and Chair, Societies of Actuaries. Can you please play the video? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It is an absolute pleasure to share this message with you as part of today's Insureimpact conference. Thank you for inviting me to speak about the exciting direction that the Society of Actuaries is taking and the incredible growth of the actuarial profession here in Pakistan. My name is Amanda Hug. I am President and Chair of the SOA. I had the privilege of visiting Riyadh for the past couple of years for the SOA Symposium, where I met many talented Pakistani actuaries. And it is an honor to connect with you all again today. I'm excited to talk about the future of our profession, particularly in Pakistan, and to highlight the significant progress being made in the region. Pakistan is on the brink of remarkable opportunities in actuarial science, and I'm here to share why the SOA is so optimistic about what lies ahead. So to start, let's look at the growing footprint of actuaries in Pakistan. Did you know that Pakistan leads the Middle East, Asia, and South Africa region in both first-time candidates and SOA members? First-time candidates increased 56% in 2024, which we believe is partially due to our Global Access Pilot Program. That offers eligible individuals discounted prices on exam registration. Additionally, this region is quickly becoming a key player in the offshore market, which is a testament to the demand and the talent emerging here. To sustain this momentum, we must continue inspiring individuals to join the actuarial profession. One of the ways that SOA is doing this is through our affiliate membership program. It's a free program, and it's designed for anyone interested in learning more about becoming an actuary. That includes aspiring actuaries, parents, professors, and others. The program provides mentorship opportunities, access to a digital content library, exclusive online events, and a variety of other resources to help members feel supported as they're starting out on their journey. The growth in Pakistan's affiliate membership is phenomenal. In September of 2024, Pakistan included 798 members in the program, and now affiliate membership in the region has doubled, with 1,596 members to date. And this shows the level of interest and commitment among Pakistan's youth to pursue this rewarding profession. So if you know anyone with the potential to become an actuary, I encourage you, tell them about this program. Pakistan itself is well positioned for tremendous growth in the actuarial field. As the fifth most populous country, with 56% of its 245 million people under the age of 24, there's an immense potential to build a robust pipeline of future actuaries. Organizations like the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan and the Pakistan Society of Actuaries are doing exceptional work to grow the insurance industry and create opportunities for these future professionals. At the SOA, we're also committed to supporting the development of actuaries worldwide. This includes enhancements to our FSA pathway, which was introduced in the past couple of years. Updates include a 4-week exam grading period, improved source materials, more detailed exam feedback, which are all designed to provide greater flexibility and a greater experience for our candidates. And so those updates will officially take effect this fall, and we are excited to see the impact they'll have on aspiring FSAs in Pakistan and beyond. As part of our ongoing commitment to fostering the next generation of actuaries, the SOA recently hosted its first ever open house event in Karachi on January 23rd. This milestone event welcomed full-time students from universities, colleges, and high schools, along with many esteemed faculty members. It was a great opportunity to engage with future actuaries, provide valuable insights into the profession, and strengthen our connection with the academic community in Pakistan. The enthusiasm and talent we witnessed reaffirmed our confidence in the immense potential of actuarial science in the region. The SOA is so proud to support the growing community in Pakistan. The future is incredibly bright here, and we are committed to providing the tools and the opportunities needed to help the actuarial profession thrive. Pakistan's actuarial growth is a testament to its talent and dedication, and I personally can't wait to see how many credentialed actuaries this region produces in the coming years. Thank you all for your time today. I hope you leave this conference inspired and energized about the future of actuarial science in Pakistan. Together, we can continue to build a strong and vibrant actuarial community that will shape the future for generations to come. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Well, a special thanks to the United Nations Development Program Pakistan resident representative, Mr. Samuel Risk, and Ms. Amanda Haq, President Chair, Society of Actuaries, for their messages.
Now we have the privilege to hear from Mr. Akif Saeed, Chairman, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. Under his leadership, SACP has been taking bold steps towards strengthening and growing the insurance sector. So now I would request Sir Akif to come on the stage and please say a few words.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Federal Insurance Ombudsman Syed Mumtaz Ali Shah Sahab, Deputy Governor Salimullah, ex-Caretaker Finance Minister and presently the Chairperson, Pakistan Stock Exchange, panelists, speakers, industry experts, and some of them veterans. I'll not take the names of the veterans. My speech includes welcome or mention of the finance minister, but unfortunately at a very early stage or the early beginning of when we conceived the conference on this date, he was the first one to confirm his participation, and he was very much keenly looking towards being here in person. But some events took place and he has to travel internationally. But nevertheless, his spirits is very much there. He will be later joining us live to share his thoughts with us. I think, of course, it's a privilege and honor to stand here and to the second Insureimpact conference and welcome you all on behalf of SECP. It's a shared journey. I think the president of the Society of Actuaries mentioned, she emphasized the word together. And yesterday at the welcome dinner, the word collaboration was emphasized a lot. I think this has to be the underlying theme, and this is very much the theme of the conference itself, fostering collaboration, engagement, and innovation. This reflects this urgent need for stakeholders to join hands in accelerating insurance penetration, protecting livelihoods, and securing the economy. At the SECP, we are committed to work alongside our partners in the public and private sector to unlock the full potential of insurance market in Pakistan. I think the numbers shared just now in terms of the actuaries are very encouraging, but at the same time, we need to transform the industry. If I'm allowed to be blunt, from a commission-driven to underwriting industry. It's not just the penetration which we normally talk about. Penetration, yes, can be increased even through reinsurance and everything, but it's the capacity of the industry itself which we as a partner have to work with the industry to see a growth in that particular aspect. Since December 23, when the 5-year strategic plan was launched, significant strides towards realizing our shared visions have come up. Over the past year, we have actively engaged with stakeholders across provinces, conducting high-level discussions with the key departments, including excise and taxation, transport, mass transit, labor and human resource, and agriculture. These interactions have reinforced our conviction that sustainable growth of Pakistan's insurance sector is only achievable through strong interagency collaboration. With stakeholders on board, our short to medium-term priorities focus on modernizing legal framework, launching a comprehensive agriculture insurance program, expanding micro and inclusive insurance markets, and advancing disaster risk and public property insurance. These initiatives align with our long-term vision of fostering an inclusive, innovative, and robust insurance sector. Simultaneously, SECP is making substantial progress in several critical areas, including formulating a blueprint for an optimal digital insurance infrastructure, evaluating the existing health insurance landscape to facilitate improvements in the market, exploring the role of insurance in strengthening social security, optimizing reinsurance framework, and driving a comprehensive digital transformation of both internal and external processes under the LEAP project. Since 23, we have licensed a digital-only life insurance. We have received an application for digital-only non-life insurance. This actually fits in with the overall focus of digitalization of SECP, which is not just limited to insurance, which includes only on Friday, which I'm sure you have read it in yesterday's papers, first ever digital broker has been licensed. We have a digital AMC as well. So digitalization, in our view, with the youth and with the technology in place, and I think if you look at from the policy standpoint, recently we have Pakistan Digital Nation Act has been passed. So all the building blocks are there, or they're coming together for developing a robust digital ecosystem for all the financial sector, but more so for the insurance sector. I think we fully recognize that the timely enactment of legislative reforms is crucial for effective implementation of these priorities. To this end, we are pursuing the approval of the proposed amendments in the Pakistan's primary insurance laws, particularly Insurance Ordinance and Motor Vehicle Act of 1939. A lot of consultation has taken place There's a very broad and general consensus among all the participants. I'll strongly request your support once this goes to the Parliament. We need to have a collective effort to have these amendments enacted. These are fundamental change and shift will bring in terms of competition, in terms of international best practices when it comes to the risk-based capital. So these amendments needs to be pushed collectively. We are pursuing it, but we need the support of the industry as well. Given the importance of these reforms in fostering the more efficient, transparent, and technology-driven insurance ecosystem, I remain optimistic that with the support of the government, we will witness significant progress in this area in near future. Beyond government support for regulatory reforms, advancing the strategic initiatives such as utilizing funds from the federal insurance fee to establish Insurance Innovation and Awareness Fund aimed at fostering innovation, solution, and enhancing insurance literacy. I think that's the area which we will be focusing this year and beyond. These efforts will also broaden the outreach, enhance financial resilience, and close protection gaps across the sector. While the SECP has been supporting the industry through legislative amendments, stakeholder engagement, and strategic initiatives, it is now time for the insurance industry to take the lead. This is my message. This has been my message to the capital market industry leaders also, and to the mutual fund industry leader also. So I sort of reiterate the same message for the insurance industry. You have to lead, and we have to facilitate. So we look forward to the feedback which you have already given in the shape of 5-year strategic plan. But when it comes to implementation, you have to be the leader, and we have to provide the facilitative environment so that we successfully implement the whole 5-year plan. The industry must adopt a proactive approach to ensure that the insurance becomes a key driver of Pakistan's financial security and economic resilience. Before concluding, I think as a regulator, I need to share with the industry as a good opportunity to highlight that from the supervision point of view, this 2025 will be a focus area for our supervision team to look at the compliance and the industry standards and practices, so that a minimum standard should be established for the policyholders. I think this would be our focus when it comes to supervision. In conclusion, the Insureimpact Conference Pakistan 2025 marks a significant step towards building a resilient and insured Pakistan. Through collaboration, innovation, and meaningful dialogue, we have the opportunity to develop more dynamic and inclusive insurance market and effectively serves our citizen needs. I extend my sincere appreciation to all of you and your unwavering commitment and dedication to the growth of Pakistan's insurance sector. Together, we can establish insurance as a cornerstone of the financial protection, economic progress, and social security for all. I think I'll highlight one point which links with this insurance conference. Our colleague, a young chap by the name of Sachadino, who was here in December 23, is not around anymore. He's not in this world. This reflects, we remember him on this occasion, but at the same time, I'm mentioning it in the context of what insurance means. Things can change very quickly. So we need to have that mindset that the risks can be and should be addressed through insurance. I extend my sincere appreciation to the remarkable efforts of the entire insurance division under the able leadership of Mushtaba Lodi and the divisional head Wasim Khan. Their dedication has been instrumental in making this event a resounding success. I would look forward to insightful discussion ahead, and I'm confident that the ideas and the perspectives shared today will help to shape the thought and more secure future for Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akif Sahab, for the opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Mr. Mumtaz Ali Shah, the Federal Insurance Ombudsman, who is the former Chief Secretary Sindh and has held various key positions at the federal and provincial levels. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mumtaz Ali Shah would be providing us with a message from the President of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, Mr. Asif Ali Zardari. May I request Mr. Mumtaz Ali Shah to, sir, please come onto the stage. Thank you so much.
Auzubillahiminash-shaytanir-rajim. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Chairman SCCP, Mr. Akif Saeed, Mujtaba Lodi Sahab, Commissioner Insurance, former Finance Minister, Madam Shamshad, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum. First of all, let me convey on behalf of President of Pakistan, Mr. Asif Ali Zardari, the appreciations and best wishes for today's very important conference, which he thinks that it will be very impactful and important conference for the Pakistan, and it will actually lead into the economic development and economic revival for which the government is taking much steps. After that, it is indeed a pleasure for me to be here to represent the President of Pakistan and convey some thoughts as well. I think today's conference is very important, which will play a very important role in giving an impetus to the insurance industry. And bringing collaboration is the theme, and the Chairman's efforts for fostering dialogue and collaboration within the insurance sector is commendable. The theme, fostering collaboration, engagement, and innovation, journey to an insured Pakistan, resonates deeply with the current challenges and opportunities we face in Pakistan's insurance landscape. The insurance industry is not just a financial service, it is a catalyst for economic stability, resilience, and growth. It is an essential pillar that safeguards individuals, businesses, and entire communities against unforeseen adversities. Insurance plays a critical role in driving economic growth by mitigating risks, mobilizing savings, and promoting investments. However, in Pakistan, the insurance penetration rate remains very low compared to regional and global standards. This presents both a challenge as well as an opportunity. The challenge lies in addressing barriers such as lack of awareness, limited access, and regulatory hurdles. The opportunity, however, is in leveraging innovation, technology, and strategic partnerships to bridge these gaps. Today's conference is a testament to the power of collaboration. From disaster and agriculture insurance to health coverage and digital transformation in motor insurance, the diverse agenda reflects the multifaceted nature of the insurance ecosystem. By bringing together the stakeholders from public and private sectors, we can foster a more inclusive and resilient insurance industry. I am particularly encouraged by the discussions planned around transforming disaster and agriculture insurance. Pakistan, being highly vulnerable to climate change, needs robust mechanisms to protect our farmers and rural communities. Similarly, the focus on bringing health coverage and social security is crucial in ensuring that no citizen is left behind accessing essential healthcare services. Another key highlight in the emphasis on digital innovation. As we move forward a digital economy, the insurance sector must evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world. Digitization offers immense potential to enhance accessibility, efficiency, and transparency in insurance services. Initiatives like SCCP's digitalization journey and the integration of fintech solutions will play a pivotal role in reshaping the future of insurance in Pakistan. As a Federal Insurance Ombudsman of Pakistan, my office is committed to protecting the rights of policyholders and ensuring that insurance companies adhere to fair practices. Our mission is to build trust between consumers and insurers, which is vital for the sustainable growth of the industry. While State Life Insurance Corporation of Pakistan falls outside our mandate till now, we continue to work closely with the private insurers to resolve disputes and enhance customer satisfaction. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey to an insured Pakistan requires collective action. It demands that we innovate our products, simplify our processes, and educate our communities. It calls for policies that promote financial inclusion and protect the most vulnerable segments of society. Together, we can build an insurance industry that not only drives economic growth, but also uplifts lives and strengthens communities. In conclusion, I would once again like to congratulate Chairman SECP and the organizers on behalf of the President of Pakistan and on my behalf, and all the participants for their commitment to advancing insurance sector in Pakistan. Let us use this platform to forge new partnerships, share innovative ideas, and set a roadmap for a more resilient, inclusive, and digitally empowered insurance industry. Thank you. I wish you all a successful and productive conference. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here and for saying such insightful thoughts. And now moving forward, innovation is at the heart of the progress, and today marks a key milestone in our journey towards a digitally advanced insurance ecosystem, as we are launching 3 digital initiatives today, the first being the Motor Insurance Repository, which has gone live last month in January 2025. And the next is the policy locator, for which MOU was signed yesterday between CDC and the Insurance Association of Pakistan. And the third is the automation of marine insurance under the Pakistan Single Window Initiative, for which an MOU was signed yesterday as well.
May I kindly request Mr. Akif Saeed, Chairman, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, to formally inaugurate the Motor Insurance Repository in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly a huge round of applause for all the personnel who were involved in the development of this repository, be it the CDC team, the IAP team, or the Securities and Exchange Commission Insurance Divisions team. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a soft launch of the Policy Finder service. I guess the video will explain itself what the Policy Locator service is. Can you please play the video, sir?
I think appreciation is due for all the stakeholders who made Policy Locator a reality, which includes our partners from the Insurance Association of Pakistan, CDC, and insurance team at SECP. And now moving forward, we would provide a brief overview in a form of video on the digitalization of marine insurance under the Pakistan Single Window Initiative. And let's dive to the video first and have an understanding that what will be happening.
PSW ने revolutionize कर दिया है the way business is done.
Ease of doing business ही इसका सबसे बड़ा benefit है.
Collaboration, coordination, connectivity. This is the vision behind Pakistan Single Window, an integrated digital platform launched with an aim to enable ease and convenience for people involved in cross-border trade. Harnessing the power of technology, Pakistan Single Window allows lodging of standardized information and documents with a single entry point to fulfill all import, export, and transit-related regulatory requirements.
Managing insurance policies in trade has always been a very complicated procedure. In the existing scenario, traders have to approach the insurance companies manually, and there is a lot of paperwork involved. Moreover, the insurance-related information being paper-based cannot be validated electronically by customs and any other regulatory authorities involved, resulting in a lack of transparency and security. Now, PSW, in collaboration with SECP and the Insurance Association of Pakistan, is digitalizing the entire landscape of trade-related insurance. Under the new system, traders shall be required to just access the PSW portal and lodge a request for the issuance of an insurance policy, which will be shared then with the relevant insurance company electronically. The insurance instruments shall be available on the PSW platform digitally, making the entire process faster, more reliable and secure.
Running from one authority to another, waiting in queues, and complex endless paperwork was an ordeal that importers and exporters had to face. But this is a thing of the past. With the digitization and availability of all cross-border trade procedures on a single platform, we are breaking barriers to promote ease of doing business and opening myriad doors of opportunity, empowerment, and progress. Pakistan Single Window. One window, many doors.
Ladies and gentlemen, we at SECP truly believe that these initiatives of the industry is a step in the right direction for the industry moving forward in the ever-evolving digital landscape.
Now it is our great honor to invite our keynote speaker for the conference, Mr. Salimullah, Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan. Mr. Salim holds a master's degree in public policy from Harvard University and is a fellow member of the Institute of Cost and Management Accountants of Pakistan. His leadership has significantly contributed to the development of Pakistan's financial sector with over 28 years of experience in the financial sector. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today, and if you could please come forward and
the floor is all yours, sir.
Keynote.
Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Very respectable my ex-boss Dr. Shamshad and Akif Saeed Saab, Chairman SECP, Mumtaz Shah Saab, Lodi Saab, my very dear friend Imran Siddiqui Saab and others. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all. It's a real privilege and honor to be here and share my thoughts. I'm really grateful to Akif Sahab and the Insurance Association of Pakistan for inviting me here. And this is really, really a privilege and honor And as you know that there are no two thoughts that insurance plays a very, very critical role in economic development. And when we see across the globe, the developed nations, you would see a very advanced and developed insurance sector available in those countries. It provides that financial security, it provides a peace of mind as well, that once you have that coverage available, there is a peace of mind. It supports businesses and safeguards the livelihood of millions of people. But yet, a very large segment of Pakistan, be it at the individual level or be it at the business level and the industrial level, they are not covered by the insurance policies and schemes. And what we see that it leaves a very large segment of the society vulnerable to various shocks, various unforeseen challenges and events. We have seen numerous events at the individual levels in our experience, as well as at the collective level. The recent experience and the shocks that we observed while we were enduring the pandemic in 2019 and 2020, and then the unprecedented floods that we experienced in 2022. These are very recent examples. And a large number of people, rather millions of people have lost their livelihoods, their income generating assets. And a very large majority of them had no protection available to them whatsoever. When we see our penetration levels, these penetration levels are also very, very low when we compare ourselves either globally or regionally. We are around at the penetration level, insurance penetration level at 0.9% is abysmally low when we compare about 4%, over 4% for India, over 4.5% for China, over 5% for Thailand, and in the developed countries, it is way ahead than that. So that shows that the huge untapped population and untapped market that is available for the provision of coverage. And today's topic, that is collaboration and engagement and innovation, to me, that is something which is a way forward and a solution to improve these very low penetration levels in our sector. Through collaboration, what we believe that we can make huge impact. There is a very dire need to strengthen and foster this collaboration. But we have seen through some collaboration between the insurance industry and the banking industry, we have seen some improvement in our life insurance policies through banca assurance. And similarly, we have seen some improvement with respect to the insurance of motor vehicles. But these collaborations need to be strengthened extensively. And with this era of technology and digitization, the collaboration is even more critical and important. So, as I was discussing that with this era of digitization and technological advancements, we must collaborate with the relevant stakeholders, including banks, including microfinance banks, microfinance institutions, and the fintech providers. And through that collaboration, we can achieve significant improvements in our overall outreach levels. Then comes to the engagement. What we see that one of the key reasons with respect to the low penetration levels is the low understanding and awareness of people at large and the businesses at large, particularly the smaller businesses and small and medium enterprises with respect to the risks they are exposed to and the possible risk mitigation solutions that are available. So we will have to have a strategy, a policy, a program whereby we could engage with the people and create that awareness with respect to the risk coverage, the insurance schemes and policies available to the people, to the people at the individual level as well as to the industry. And we'll have to make sure that the communication and the message should be clear. To me, it's not something which is a privilege that is being provided to the people. It is something which is closer to the fundamental right that the people should be having that awareness about the available options that are being provided by the industry. Similarly, a very large segment what we see is not availing the insurance coverage or the insurance facilities due to their faith reasons. So we must promote the takaful, which is the Islamic insurance mechanism, so that the faith-sensitive segment could also be tapped. And in that faith-sensitive segment, the message and the communication needs to be that these takaful companies are providing fair, transparent, and just services to these, particularly to the marginal segments of the society. And people should be able to feel that they're getting the value for the money that they are paying in the form of their premiums. So what I believe that there is a dire need to promote the takaful platform as well, because right now it is just 11% of the overall insurance, which is the pie is already very small, and out of that pie, just 11% is with the takaful sector. We must promote the takaful sector as well, so that the faith-sensitive segment could also be tapped with respect to this insurance coverages. Lastly, the very, very important sector that is totally untapped, I would believe, it is the agriculture sector. And agriculture sector has just 2% share in the overall insurance industry. And it is contributing over 24% in our economy and predominantly uncovered. And in addition to the usual risks faced by the agriculture sector, our agriculture sector is hugely vulnerable to the climate change risks. And there is a dire need that we must have adequate and suitable insurance coverage for the agriculture sector. And that would again be possible through the collaboration, through the innovation. Without collaboration, without innovation, it is next to impossible to tap the agriculture sector. When I say collaboration, the banks and the microfinance banks, for example, they are having more than 3 million agricultural clients, farmer clients available with them. And you would see that a very tiny segment of this 3 million is covered through the insurance schemes. The insurance scheme available under the government platform is also pretty ineffective, let me say this. We must improve that. We had collaborated with SECP and we had developed a framework for a national crop insurance policy and a scheme that we are emphasizing the relevant stakeholders that scheme needs to be approved so that the farmers at large should be able to have that coverage available with them. One very important segment with respect to the agriculture sector and for which the collaboration between the insurance industry, banks and these stakeholders is needed is the agri-tech service providers. One example, people have very limited understanding and awareness about it, is the huge data available with Sparko. And we must tap that and utilize that huge data. Last week, we were having an agricultural event in Multan. It's our annual event. And where in that event, we invited Sparko to share the data and the services they are providing, and which can be a huge benefit both for the banks, providing the agricultural finance to the farmers, and could be a huge utility for the insurance companies. And there are numerous examples globally which are available where the insurance companies are providing the insurance coverage to the farmers just based on the data provided by these tech providers through the satellite images. Sparko has the data available across the country for each and every piece of land, or itni minutely available hai that it is the piece of land having 3 by 3 feet. In that 3 by 3 piece of land, they will be able to inform you that what is the nature of the soil, what kind of crop being cultivated there, not presently, but for the last 20, 30 years. And what are the potential yields, what are the actual yields, what is the data with respect to the past yields, with respect to that very tiny piece of land. So that provides a huge, I think, database and huge facilitation to banks and to the insurance companies so that we can develop these innovative insurance solutions, the powerful solutions for the agriculture sector. Lastly, let me congratulate again SECP and the Insurance Association of Pakistan for organizing this event. And I believe the deliberations that will be made today will be very useful and will really give us, in practical terms, the recommendations and the way forward to improve the penetration of the insurance sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for the insightful words. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now be moving quickly to the distribution of conference shields for our distinguished speakers. May I request Mr. Salimullah Saab, sir, to please do the honors. I'll foremostly request you to present the shield to Mr. Mujtaba Ahmed Lodi, Commissioner for Insurance, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. May I please have the shield, please? Shield for Mr. Akif Saeed Sab, Chairman, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess there needs to be a round of applause for all the speakers. Thank you. Next, ladies and gentlemen, for the Honorable Federal Insurance Ombudsman, Mr. Mumtaz Ali Shah Sab. A lot of effort has gone into putting this conference in place and the thought processes behind it. I'd like to request Mr. Wasim Khan, the Director, HOD Insurance Division, to please come on stage and receive his conference memorabilia. Next would be Mr. Falak Sher Haider Sumro, who is the Advisor to Insurance, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, and is the guy who's working on the IFRS 17 and RBC front for SECP. We would also like to acknowledge our sponsors, which are the United Nations Development Program. May I request Ms. Sana Ehsan, the National Project Coordinator for UNDP Pakistan, to also come on the stage to collect the conference shield for the sponsors. I also request Mr. Zain Ibrahim, who is the Regional Director Miyasa from the Society of Actuaries. I'll also request Badiuddin Saab, the Chief Executive Officer of Central Depository Company of Pakistan, to also come on the stage and receive his conference memorabilia. Last but not the least, do we have anyone from Karandaz here? Karandaz would be joining us online from Islamabad, but is there an official of Karandaz present? If not, so we'll skip Karandaz for the timing, and I'll request Mr. Akif Saeed Saab to, after the presentation of shield to Badi Saab, to please present the shield to Salimullah Saab. Ladies and gentlemen, shield for Salimullah Saab, Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan. May I request Akif Saeed Saab, Chairman SCCP, to please present Salimullah Saab's shield to him.
Now I will request all our guests to please stay on the stage, and in the meanwhile I will request our sponsors, UNDP, CDC team, Karandaz, SOA, and the entire team of SCCP present in the hall to please come on the stage and take a group photo with our guest today.
Everyone from SCCP, from CDC,
Badi Saab,
Karandaz,
please,
SOA.
if you could come to the stage. Zain Saab.
Complete SCCP team, Wazir Zada Yasir, I can see you there. If you could also come, Arif Beg Saab, Numan Sarwar Kaka. All of you, please, if you could come onto the stage. Sabahat, Isha.
Sir Zishan, please, अगर आप भी हमें स्टेज पे ज्वाइन कर लें.
Ma'am Musarrat.
Ma'am Khalda.
Ma'am
Sir Imran, if you could please come on the stage.
आप मैनेज so much. We will now be breaking for tea, and the tea is being served on the left of the hall, on the right of the hall with the pool side. May I request all of our guests to please kindly leave for the tea break. And we'll be resuming in 15 minutes, inshallah. So I'll also request all of you to please come back and have a seat so that we can go further in the next 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Economic growth and catch up to the pace of fast-growing economies. The vast network of motorways and highways spans from Himalayas to the Arabian Sea's shores. We have built the world's largest deep-sea port at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. The world's largest irrigation network has enabled us to among the top producers of wheat, cotton and sugarcane globally. Pakistan has steadily been growing as an industrial hub. We are among largest exporters of the sports goods, fruit and vegetables and textiles. A 73 million vibrant youth birth offers a huge demographic dividend. The intersection of technology, innovation and finance is ushering in a new era of financial inclusion, convenience and accessibility. We are growing and expanding. Sometimes nature disrupts us, be it floods, earthquakes or pandemics. Every time we rose to the situation bravely. There will always be challenges, but we must keep going to secure our generation's future. Pakistan has a promising future ahead. So has the insurance sector. Insurance is a basic social and financial safety net for individuals, businesses, and communities. The insurance industry in Pakistan has come a long way since its inception. Today, the industry is an important part of the Pakistani economy with a wide range of products and services that cater to the needs of both individuals and businesses. The insurance industry plays an important role in the financial system, provides compensation for financial risk in the economy. The conference is to revolutionize insurance sector by providing inclusivity, innovation and resilience through uniting industry leaders, regulators, innovators and stakeholders. 5 years down the lane, we see a Pakistan which is insured, where the lives are protected, assets are secured, and the businesses have a modern and friendly ecosystem. Our vision is to see Pakistan as a country where insurance contributes to the lives of common people and plays a key role in the development and progress of the country. We have set specific and measurable targets to achieve by 2028. Journey to an insured Pakistan begins. Pakistan is home to 240 million aspiring souls. A country with all the requisites to be a major economic player in the region. The nation is continuously striving to accelerate economic growth and catch up to the pace of fast-growing economies. vast network of motorways and highways spans from Himalayas to the Arabian Sea's shores. We have built the world's largest deep-sea port at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. The world's largest irrigation network has enabled us to among the top producers of wheat, cotton and
जी जफर साहब, are you here?
नहीं आवाज बढ़ाओ। ठीक मुझे आ रही है आवाज बढ़ाएं जरा।
आपकी वॉइस वगैरह सब ओके
नहीं वहां से आवाज कम आ रही है मुझे।
मिस आपकी आवाज
ओके 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 ठीक है, थैंक यू।
आता नहीं है, मैं क्या करूँगा? बस बंद सर जी, बस ये जैसी सेशन है इसी सेशन को स्टार्ट करना है। अपना प्रेम
Himalayas to the Arabian Sea's shores. We have built the world's largest deep-sea port at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. The world's largest irrigation network has enabled us to among the top producers of wheat, cotton and sugarcane globally. Pakistan has steadily been growing as an industrial hub. We are among largest exporters of the sports goods, fruit and vegetables and textiles. A 73 million vibrant youth bulge offers a huge demographic dividend. The intersection of technology, innovation and finance is ushering in a new era of financial inclusion, convenience and accessibility. We are growing and expanding. Sometimes nature disrupts us, be it floods, earthquakes, or pandemics. Every time we rose to the situation bravely. There will always be challenges, but we must keep going to secure our generation's future. Pakistan has a promising future ahead. So has the insurance sector. Insurance is a basic social and financial safety net for individuals, businesses, and communities. The insurance industry in Pakistan has come a long way since its inception. Today, the industry is an important part of the Pakistani economy with a wide range of products and services that cater to the needs of both individuals and businesses. The insurance industry plays an important role in the financial system, provides compensation for financial risk in the economy. The conference is to revolutionize insurance sector by providing inclusivity, innovation, and resilience through uniting industry leaders, regulators, innovators, and stakeholders. 5 years down the lane, we see a Pakistan which is insured, where the lives are protected, assets are secured, and the businesses have a modern and friendly ecosystem. Our vision is to see Pakistan as a country where insurance contributes to the lives of common people and plays a key role in the development and progress of the country. We have set specific and measurable targets to achieve by 2028. Journey to an insured Pakistan begins. Pakistan is home to 240 million aspiring souls. A country with all the requisites to be a major economic player in the region. The nation is continuously striving to accelerate economic growth and catch up to the pace of fast-growing economies. The vast network of motorways and highways spans from Himalayas to the Arabian Sea's shores. We have built the world's largest deep-sea port at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. The world's largest irrigation network has enabled us to among the top producers of wheat, cotton, and sugarcane globally. Pakistan has steadily been growing as an industrial hub. We are among largest exporters of the sports goods, fruit and vegetables, and textiles. A 73 million vibrant youth bulge offers a huge demographic dividend. The intersection of technology, innovation, and finance is ushering in a new era of financial inclusion, convenience, and accessibility. We are growing and expanding. Sometimes nature disrupts us, be it floods, earthquakes, or pandemics. Every time we rose to the situation bravely. There will always be challenges, but we must keep going to secure our generation's future. Pakistan has a promising future ahead. So has the insurance sector. Insurance is a basic social and financial safety net for individuals, businesses, and communities. The insurance industry in Pakistan has come a long way since its inception. Today, the industry is an important part of the Pakistani economy with a wide range of products and services that cater to the needs of both individuals and businesses. The insurance industry plays an important role in the financial system, provides compensation for financial risk in the economy. The conference is to revolutionize insurance sector by providing inclusivity, innovation and resilience through uniting industry leaders, regulators, innovators and stakeholders. 5 years down the lane, we see a Pakistan which is insured, where the lives are protected, assets are secured, and the businesses have a modern and friendly ecosystem. Our vision is to see Pakistan as a country where insurance contributes to the lives of common people and plays a key role in the development and progress of the country. We have set specific and measurable targets to achieve by 2028. Journey to an insured Pakistan begins. Pakistan is home to 240 million aspiring souls. A country with all the requisites to be a major economic player in the region. The nation is continuously striving to accelerate economic growth and catch up to the pace of fast-growing economies. The vast network of motorways and highways spans from Himalayas to the Arabian Sea's shores. We have built the world's largest deep-sea port at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. The world's largest irrigation network has enabled us to among the top producers of wheat, cotton and sugarcane globally. Pakistan has steadily been growing as an industrial hub. We are among largest exporters of the sports goods, fruit and vegetables and textiles. A 73 million vibrant youth bulge offers a huge demographic dividend. The intersection of technology, innovation and finance is ushering in a new era of financial inclusion, convenience and accessibility. We are growing and expanding. Sometimes nature disrupts us, be it floods, earthquakes or pandemics. Every time we rose to the situation bravely. There will always be challenges, but we must keep going to secure our generation's future. Pakistan has a promising future ahead. So has the insurance sector. Insurance is a basic social and financial safety net for individuals, businesses, and communities. The insurance industry in Pakistan has come a long way since its inception. Today, the industry is an important part of the Pakistani economy with a wide range of products and services that cater to the needs of both individuals and businesses. The insurance industry plays an important role in the financial system, provides compensation for financial risk in the economy. The conference is to revolutionize insurance sector by providing inclusivity, innovation and resilience through uniting industry leaders, regulators, innovators and stakeholders. 5 years down the lane, we see a Pakistan which is insured, where the lives are protected, assets are secured, and the businesses have a modern and friendly ecosystem. Our vision is to see Pakistan as a country where insurance contributes to the lives of common people and plays a key role in the development and progress of the country. We have set specific and measurable targets to achieve by 2028. Journey to an insured Pakistan begins. Pakistan is home to 240 million aspiring souls, a country with all the requisites to be a major economic player in the region. The nation is continuously striving to accelerate economic growth and catch up to the pace of fast-growing economies. The vast network of motorways and highways spans from Himalayas to the Arabian Sea's shores. We have built the world's largest deep-sea port at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. The world's largest irrigation network has enabled us to among the top producers of wheat, cotton and sugarcane globally. Pakistan has steadily been growing as an industrial hub. We are among largest exporters of the sports goods, fruit and vegetables and textiles. A 73 million vibrant youth bulge offers a huge demographic dividend. The intersection of technology, innovation and finance is ushering in a new era of financial inclusion, convenience and accessibility. We are growing and expanding. Sometimes nature disrupts us, be it floods, earthquakes or pandemics. Every time we rose to the situation bravely. There will always be challenges, but we must keep going to secure our generation's future. Pakistan has a promising future ahead. So has the insurance sector. Insurance is a basic social and financial safety net for individuals, businesses and communities. The insurance industry in Pakistan has come a long way since its inception. Today, the industry is an important part of the Pakistani economy with a wide range of products and services that cater to the needs of both individuals and businesses. The insurance industry plays an important role in the financial system, provides compensation for financial risk in the economy. The conference is to revolutionize insurance sector by providing inclusivity, innovation and resilience through uniting industry leaders, regulators, innovators and stakeholders. 5 years down the lane, we see a Pakistan which is insured, where the lives are protected,
Ladies and gentlemen,
assets are
please
secured,
be seated
and
as we are resuming the
businesses
session.
have a modern and friendly ecosystem. Our vision is to see Pakistan as a country where insurance contributes to the lives of common people and plays a key role in the development
Ladies and
progress
gentlemen,
of the country.
may I please request
We
you
have
to
set
take your
specific
seats as
and
we are
measurable
starting the
targets
sessions
to
in a
achieve
minute.
by 2028. Journey to an insured Pakistan begins. Pakistan is home to 240 million aspiring souls, a country with all the requisites to be a major economic player in the region. The nation is continuously striving to accelerate economic growth and catch up to the pace of fast-growing economies.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request all of you to please be seated so that we can resume the session. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move to our first session, I want to make an announcement that our chief guest of the event, Honorable Federal Minister for Finance and Revenue, Senator Mr. Mohammad Aurangzeb, will be joining us shortly via video link. As he is traveling, so he won't be able to join us in person, but he will be joining us through a video link. And once he joins us, we will be making a stop during our session.
We are now beginning our first panel discussion, Resilience Through Collaboration, Transforming Disaster and Agriculture Insurance. As we are aware that Pakistan is prone to climate vulnerabilities in terms of floods, droughts, and extreme weather events in the recent past. However, we all need to collaborate to develop comprehensive risk mitigation mechanism, including insurance, through participation of private sector as well as government sector.
To initiate our session, I will invite our session chair, Mr. Moin Fuda. Mr. Moin is the country representative of SCORE Reinsurance. He has an experience over 4 decades in the insurance sector and diplomacy, and he has been awarded New Zealand's prestigious honor and Pakistan's Tara Imtiaz for his distinguished services. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today, and I would request you to kindly join us on this stage.
औज़ु बिल्लाहि मिनश्शैतानिर्रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। लोग अगर बातें कम कर देंगे, बंद कर देंगे और सीटों पर आ जाएंगे तो फिर मैं ही बोल सकता हूँ। चाय का वक्त तो 20 मिनट दिया गया था, 2500 मिनट हो गए हैं। SCCP, thank you very much for inviting me. Chairman Akif Saeed and Commissioner Mr. Lodi, other distinguished guests. In 1984, when I joined Pakistan Reinsurance Company as Executive Director, the first file which was placed on my desk was of crop insurance. While going through the notes, I saw that the debate started in 1967. At that point, Munich Reinsurance had submitted a proposal for crop reinsurance. The rate that they had quoted was 2.5%, not many exclusions, and a very good policy. It was valid for 30 days. I immediately called the meeting of the stakeholders, joint secretaries of the Commerce, Finance, and Ministry of Agriculture. Immediately, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture representative said that, sir, ये 2.5% तो बहुत महंगा है, इसको 1.5 कर दें। मैंने कहा कोई आपके पास बेस है इसकी? He says, नहीं हमारे पास तो बजट नहीं है इतना. I said, budget तो finance देगी. Anyway, I checked with my colleague, former colleague in AIG, and they advised me that to grab it. It's a very, very good rate because other two companies had given 4 and 5%. Ministry of Food and Agriculture said that we will submit a proposal to Commerce, and then Commerce will give it to the Finance, and then you will get the response. 30 days time frame was over. Pakistan faced the floods, and then when I got the decision, it was too late. Munich Re withdrew, and no other reinsurer was willing to quote. Very disappointed because I wanted to create a pool for domestic insurers on the pattern of the compulsory pool, and the PRCL was mandated to launch this through a scheme, and this did not materialize. Thereafter, I've seen some development that State Bank report, preamble of that was authored by Madam Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, 2008, and State Bank came up with the crop loan insurance scheme. And that report, opening para, says that debate and discussions on crop insurance in Pakistan commenced in 1947. So from 1947, Aqib Saab, till 2008, we didn't do anything on crop insurance. The first crop insurance scheme was launched in Germany in 1700. After 200 years, France took the lead. In 1900, they created a scheme. 1938, USA started. 1972, India came in, and thereafter many other players. By and large, every country has subsidized. With India, initially, it was 100%, and now it is 50%. Australia, 50%. Most of the developing countries, very, very high subsidies. In Pakistan, after this State Bank scheme, of which Mr. Salimullah referred to as a very negligible contribution, there are about 16 insurance companies participating. In 2018, World Bank gave a $200 million loan, and Punjab Fasal scheme was launched. In 2010 or 2020, World Bank downgraded that amount to $23 million because they said that disbursement is very slow. And over the last 2 years, you have not been able to use the money. So when the World Bank scheme failed, then Punjab government started its own scheme through a bidding process. And 2 insurance companies competed with each other on the back of reinsurance by AXA and Hanover Re. And those were almost 80% reinsured. So reinsurance premium going out of the country. Last year, Punjab government officials, not knowing ABCD of insurance, insisted that premium should not be more than 2%. Last year in India, because of the high losses on cotton the premium went up by 8%, went up to 8%. Here, they insisted 2%. As a result, high deductibles, and the farmers had to struggle to get their claims. So, in Pakistan, there have been few pilot projects which have been launched by private sector insurance companies and telcos, but again, the amount is very, very negligible because farmers can't afford to pay the premium, and these pilot projects are not running successfully. Only the State Bank scheme with the private insurers who are 16, they provide the insurances. So when Wasim Khan asked me to be a keynote speaker for today, I said I will give it one more go after having done almost 50 years in insurance. This February, I complete my 50 years in brokerage, insurance, reinsurance, and at the age of 20, I started selling life insurance policies. So I said, okay, I will go one step today and pitch you and the stakeholders for a insurance, agri-insurance pool. Turkish model is one of the best at the moment in terms of insurance pool. Mr. Salimullah talked about the collaboration and innovation, and he also talked about Suparco's initiative. So if you go onto the website of Taskim, you will find that even in Turkey, the goats and the sheep are also insured. They put the tag, they give the digital recognition, and if a goat dies as a sickness or catastrophe, the livestock owners, they get their money back. So there is a huge range of products which are on this website, and they say it's Zarat Kilim in Turkey. So, ladies and gentlemen, the stakeholders are advised to work hard on this. SCCP, by the way, has done a great deal of work on this. There are 2 papers which were launched by SCCP on agriculture and on dynamics of pools under the leadership of the then Commissioner Amir Khan. Wasim Khan and his team, Shazia and Sumro Saab and others, have worked very hard in producing those 2 outstanding papers. I must say they are not driven through the AI or for that matter, Google. They took some figures, but there is a lot of meat in it, and those who are interested in crop insurance or pool dynamics, they must go through this. So scene is all set through these 2 papers. What we need to do? Last night, Shoaib Javed Hussain, who I don't see here, I told him that I'm going to take you on today. So if the all insurers, then now it's about time interest into a...
Thank you to the SCCP chairman, to all who attend this very, very important conference. ADB would be part of this journey. We have not only started now, we started many years ago. We will continue to be a very important partner for Pakistan. Thank you very much.
And now we would move to our panel discussion. And firstly, we would like to introduce our moderator for the session, Mr. Kamal Ahmed, Advisor Climate and Disaster Risk Financing, National Disaster and Management Authority.
Dr. Kamal has more than 16 years of experience in risk finance, disaster risk management, and sustainable global development.
Our first panelist for this session is Mr. Zafar Masood. He is the President and the CEO of the Bank of Punjab and is leading the Board of Directors of Oil and Gas Development Authority as its non-executive chairman. Mr. Masood has also been a member of the Board of Directors for the State Bank of Pakistan.
Zafar Saab would be joining us online. I hope the technical team can check if they are there. Our next panelist is Mr. Abid Kamar, who is Director, Agriculture Credit and Financial Inclusion Department, State Bank of Pakistan. Abid Saab has more than 25 years of experience at the central bank, and he has been working as an economist, communication specialist, and development finance specialist.
Our next panelist is Mr. Khalid Hamid, Chief Executive Officer of National Insurance Company Limited. He is Associate of Chartered Insurance Institute UK and has an experience of 35 years in domestic as well as international insurance markets.
Our next panelist is Mr. Asfar Arshad, who is MD and CEO, Jubilee General Insurance Company. Asfar Saab has more than 30 years of experience in insurance sector, and he has been part of SVP's task force for the National Crop Insurance Scheme and Livestock Loan Insurance Scheme as well.
Now we would hand over the session to Mr. Kamal Ahmed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The stage is really nicely set, but I still have one slide, and I'll cruise through it, and I don't know how much time do we have. We are like an hour lagging, but we'll be waiting for cues to see what's happening. With your permission, Muin sir, I'll continue your story. In 1984, a file lands on your table about crop insurance from Munich Re. Fast forward 35 years, 2019, we are working on parametric sovereign cover for Government of Pakistan with Ministry of Finance for a $300 million against floods and earthquakes. Same story. Nothing has changed in the last 35 years, the same arguments, it's too much, although it was not 2.22%, it was more than 6%. But the same story, the same tendencies, and the same attitude. I hope we don't spend 35 more years to change this approach, and this is about time that we actually do something. Quickly, just to give you some figures, some daunting figures, we've already talked about it. The finance minister talked about it. Madam Rumina talked about it. Earlier, the deputy governor talked about it. Akif Saab talked about it. But just to give you an idea how serious and how grave the situation is when we talk about climate and disaster risks, on average, we are losing more than $1 billion. And this is almost what we spend on education. And this is what we've been losing every single year. And we are not talking about extremes. We are talking about average values. So for example, if we talk about the 22 floods where we lose $15 billion, this is more than cumulative expenditure on health, education, and many other research and development initiatives. So where are we going? This is not only about one insurance in policy. This is not only about a sectoral approach. This is more about macroeconomic stability that the finance minister talked about it. And look at the GDP contribution, these losses that we are continuously suffering from. We are losing 3 to 4% on average. And then, of course, if the 2005 level earthquake happens, or God forbid, a 2010 super flood happens, we are losing more than half of our GDP. This is an extreme vulnerable situation that we are in. This is where the fiscal stress that we have inherent. And then I want to show the slide once more, if we could go back to the slide. That's not the only issue that we are losing this much money. There is another bigger issue, and the bigger issue is the financing gap. There was one quick reference by Madam Rumina, I believe, that out of the that was actually from the Director ADB, out of the $15 billion that we lost to 2022 floods, only $100 million was covered. And we went to Geneva Convention, we went to the appeal conferences. The response, of course, was, I mean, no one's going to have that attitude anymore because we are causing donors fatigue. We have to do something about it. And I quickly want to show the slide, if we could go back to the slide. And this is where insurance instruments and insurance as a sector, insurance as a strategic initiatives and a strategic intervention comes into play. The good news is, not all, for example, if we talk about $15 billion or $10 billion, the good news is not all the money is required on day one. So for example, if you look at the table in the middle, a big portion of it goes to reconstruction, which means that's the expenditure required after 6 months to 10 months when the disaster strikes, which means the insurance instruments have to target the 5 to 10% or maybe to 20% of the instruments that we're talking about. And that also gives you the leverage and also gives you the room to innovate, because the traditional insurance instruments are not going to provide that cover of billions of dollars. So we have to come up with parametric insurance, we have to come up with indemnity insurance, and we will talk with esteemed panelists. And to finally show you on the risk layering approach, the government of Pakistan, the finance minister already talked about it, the government of Pakistan cannot do it. It will never be able to do it. So we have to transfer the risk, and this is where the private sector comes in and has to take a bigger portion of the burden, a bigger portion of the stress that we have inherent in the fiscal system. So with this background, we'll quickly go to our esteemed panelists. We had initially planned 2 to 3 rounds of questions, but I believe we will not have that much time. So we will start with the 1 round of questions, and then if time permits and the organizers allow us, we might go to the 2nd round. And again, if time permits, we will have a couple of questions with the audience. So, we talked about, the Deputy Governor talked about the impacts of climate change, and it is really heartening to see the people not coming from Finance Ministry talk about climate change, the people not coming from Climate Change Ministry talk about climate change. And we have seen the climate, the crop loan insurance scheme and the livestock loan insurance scheme. Thanks to Sir Muin, this is something that we recently started, something that should have started maybe decades ago, perhaps half a century ago. Given SBP's experience, what, first of all, are we doing in the future? Earlier, the Finance Minister also mentioned what's good is good enough, but if I dare, what was good enough yesterday is not good enough for tomorrow. So are we planning to continue with the same scheme for the rest of our lives, or we are planning to innovate? What are we going to do about it, and how are we going to make sure there are more incentives for the private lending side when we talk about integrating climate risks into loan instruments?
Thank you, Dr. Kamal. So I think Moin Fuda Saab gave a detailed history of the overall insurance picture in the country. And within that picture, you also found some facts about the agriculture insurance, crop insurance. So he mentioned about 2 crop insurance schemes which were introduced with the help of, by the government, with the help of State Bank of Pakistan. Our former governor, Shamshad Akhtar Sahaba, she was here and she started that. So let me just give you a brief overview of those 2 schemes. So, and then it will become clear that what we need to do. So the 2 crop loan one is the crop loan insurance scheme and the other one is the livestock insurance scheme. These 2 schemes were introduced in 2008, and the coverage that was provided under these 2 schemes was basically for the crops. Only 5 major crops were covered under this crop loan insurance scheme, and these were major crops: wheat, rice, cotton, maize. These were the crops which were covered. And then we had the livestock insurance scheme, and for that only 3 types of animals: cows, buffaloes, and bulls. They were covered. And these schemes were available to the bottom of the farmers who had like land holding of up to 25 acres in all the provinces other than Balochistan. For Balochistan, this was available for those farmers having up to 32 acres. And similarly for the livestock insurance, it was available for up to 10 animals only. So you can imagine that what kind of coverage it had. When we look at that, okay, what has been done and what have we achieved through these two schemes. So we find that since the inception, so far, the premium that has been paid under these two schemes has been a paltry 11 billion rupees. So over 17 years, so 11 billion rupees of premium was paid under this scheme. And how many people were covered? Up to like 7 million farmers were covered in these 17 years, and less than 1 million farmers were covered for their livestock. So you can imagine that how much coverage was given under these two schemes. Now the problem is that why, although it was a good initiative, it was done for the benefit of the agriculture sector as a whole, but it could not be provided to the extent what is needed in the market because of the limited resources of the government. Of course, it could not be provided. Let me just share with you one more fact. The premium that is paid for this insurance scheme, the total amount that is covered is 3 times of the premium. So as I said, 11 billion premium was paid, so you can imagine that what was the overall outlay of the, in case of any disaster, what amount could have been provided to the farmers. So, and you just heard that in the 22 floods, we had a loss of around like $30 billion. I think someone mentioned was about 15 billion, so maybe there's some difference, but still. So the question is, can we continue like this? My answer is no. We cannot continue like this. This era of schemes should be over now. Now, of course, the government starts something when there is no market available, so then government comes forward and introduces something. But then it is up to the market that it should absorb that kind of initiative and create its own product. So the real need is that actually there should be a market-based product which is available to the agriculture sector. The point is, given the kind of risk exposure that the agriculture sector particularly has, it is not maybe possible for even for the insurance industry to introduce a cost-effective insurance policy scheme. So if that is not cost-effective, then of course the farmers will not be able to avail those kind of insurance policies for their products. So how can we do that? I think the solution is in the use of the technology. Technology can help us in achieving this a cost-effective insurance policy, which is possible to provide for the insurance company and which is also useful for the, and which can be afforded by the farmers. Technology can help us. I think our Deputy Governor Salimullah Sahab mentioned about Sparko, and of course there are many other agri-tech companies. With the use of technology, of course, we can achieve this in different ways. One is to make it more affordable for the farmers. How can we do that? If the productivity of the farmers increases, then of course that means more income for the farmers, and then it will become more affordable for them to afford an insurance policy. So one is that. Using the technology can help improve productivity. I'll not go into the details, but even like the services of Sparko, that are pretty useful for the farmers. Second is the use of technology by the insurance companies. The kind of services which are being provided by Sparko, I'm sure those services can be utilized by the insurance companies to have a much better assessment of the risks that are there and what can be done to mitigate those kind of risks. And based on that, insurance policies can be provided. I'm sure you're all the insurance experts here. We as central bankers, we are not the experts on insurance, but I'm sure that can be done. And why this is a win-win situation for not only for the insurance industry, for the farmers, for the financial sector as well. Let me share with you that financing to the agriculture sector as a share of the overall financing which is provided by the banks is very little. It's almost like 5% of the total financing. So we are striving that more financing is provided to the agriculture sector. And that one big hurdle for even for the banks is to offer those kind of financing products to the farmers is because of the risks which are inherent in it. So if those risks are addressed with the help of technology, then that will also help the banks to come up with those kind of financing products which are bundled with the use of technology, and hence they will also be in a better position to provide financing, and overall the benefit will go to the agriculture sector. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Definitely, the role of technology cannot be undermined, it cannot be understated. And the AI summit that's happening right now in France as we speak, that actually tells what's the world going to look like tomorrow. And this is something which we should not miss. And with this, I'll quickly move to our panelist online, Mr. Zafar, because he's been quite patient with us, joining us online. Sir, I hope you could hear us.
I can hear you, but I can't talk to you because the administrator is being very strict about it. Pleasure to be patient, by the way. It's been very enlightening.
Sir, I'll just quickly, building from what Mr. Kaur mentioned about the role of technology, and I know there's a lot happening in Punjab, but is the Bank of Punjab exploring any innovative financial products, particularly the ones that combine credit, insurance, and savings that would offer a more holistic risk management for the farmers?
जी बहुत शुक्रिया एससीपी का बहुत शुक्रिया कमाल साहब आपका Bank of Punjab has been very active in using the insurance products, especially in the agriculture sector. The agriculture sector, as you know, is merely 5% of the total sector is financially inclusive. The rest of the sector is still
Member and Chief Operating Officer at the Baikia Pakistan, which is the largest network of motorbikes serving transport, logistics, and payment services.
May I request Mr. Amin Saab, the stage is all yours, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you to keep a bit time. They've got a clock on us. So Badi Saab, thank you for being on the panel. Essentially, we'd like you to talk about this innovation that you have spearheaded by virtue of creating this motor insurance repository. So if you can just help explain for the audience what a motor insurance repository is, how does it work, how does it benefit the insurance industry, how does it benefit the man at large, and what are the sub-examples of this in the world where we are trying to innovate and capture some of that innovation.
Thank you, Ms. Saab. Motor Insurance Repository actually is a transformative initiative that we believe will significantly enhance the insurance ecosystem in Pakistan. And the system is developed by CDC under the guidance of SCCP with the great participation from the general insurance industry and with the help of IAP as well. And this system is going to be implemented in 3 different phases. The first phase is the motor insurance database in the repository. Second phase is, which is very important, which is the linkage with the Excise and Taxation Department. And the third phase is the sharing of the claim-related data and the linkage with other authorities like motorway licensing authorities and other enforcement bodies so as to ensure that the entire ecosystem can work well. So for the first phase, to go the technical details in the first phase of the database and the repository, the data of all the active policies will be shared by the insurance companies, which include the engine number, chassis number, registration number, G-registration authority, the type of policy, the issuance date, the expiry date, the name of the insurer. Each and every detail will be captured and shared in the repository system. And that will be accessible and available to all the general insurance industry. Because it's a web-based application, it can be accessible through a dedicated user ID and password and can be accessible through the dedicated API as well. That data will also expose and available to the regulator as well so that they can effectively oversight and make an effective policy, procedures and rules accordingly. With the, कि जब ये system पूरा बन जाएगा, after the completion of all the system, it will, the first and foremost benefit is significantly enhance the insurance penetration and the industry participation as well. Right now we know that only the 3% of the registered vehicles are insured. As per the report issued by SCCP recently, about 30 million vehicles are registered, out of which 23 million are the motorcycles, and around 7 million are the motor cars, and out of which only about 900,000 policies are issued, which are hardly 3%. So you can see with the implementation of the system, which is in line with the international best practices, the huge potential for the industry is available, huge potential for the insurance penetration is available, and when the system is going to be 100% implemented, it will be great benefit for the industry as well, because with the help of this, they will, by sharing all the data, it will be helpful in facilitating the insurance industry to take the informed underwriting decision. They can mitigate the risk mitigation efforts as well, and by sharing the claim-related data, they can easily weeding out the poor track records of the policyholders, which include the drivers and the particular vehicle as well. And simultaneously, they can take the list and they can list out the favorable list of driver and the particular vehicle as well. They can use the data by applying certain data analytics on the data, and they can strategize the effective pricing policy. They can segmentation, and then they can make the proper customer profiling so that they can offer a proper insurance product and service to the sector. This will be benefit to the general public as well, because right now, आज आपको पता है कि when someone is going to take the insurance policy against the motor vehicle, they can give almost the same rate. But if we have a proper record of my claim history, all the data is available, I can get the better rate from the industry as well. This system is not new, as आपने कहा कि what the international examples are available. This is not new for this world. This is in almost every part of the world, in the region as well. This system is very well implemented, even within neighboring countries, and we see that in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia and the Dubai, the system are very well in place. They are integrated with all the relevant stakeholders. For example, if we take the example of Saudi Arabia, where the system with the name of the Najm is available, which is a very robust system, which is connected almost with all the government authorities, the relevant government authorities, so that they can increase the insurance penetration as well. They can improve the driving habits as well. Then you can see the driving habits here in our country, and compared to the driving habits in that part of the world is a significantly difference over there. So with the help of the entire database, we can create an ecosystem which will be beneficial for all the, which will beneficial for the industry, which will beneficial for the general public as well, because this system is already available across the world as well. If you can see, take the example of the England, UK, US, Australia, Canada. I have a practical experience, first-hand experience in getting insurance from in Canada some years back. When I applied for the insurance, they checked all my rate records through a centralized system, and the rate offer on the basis of all my past track record ones, because I was new at the time. They take all the data from the licensing authority, they take all the data from the insurer, from the enforcement agencies, how many tickets have been issued and how many claims I have. Even they can take the record from the workshops as well, how many repair and maintenance done through the insurance company, and they calculate the rates by considering all such factors. Because right now here, because the industry experts are here, because if I apply for the motor vehicle insurance, I can get the flat rate, whether I have a good driver or the bad driver. These factors are not considered, because it cannot be happened without having a centralized system, and that centralized system should be integrated with all the relevant authorities, especially with the excise and taxation, law enforcement agencies, with the motorway authorities, tool plazas, and the workshop. So once the system is implemented, it will be a win-win situation for all the stakeholders, including general public, the regulator, and the general insurance industry as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Badi Saab. So, Kamran, taking cue from
Yes.
Badi Saab in terms of the opportunity that the industry has. So I think if we look at the statistics, and SCCP statistics in particular are very, it's a wake-up call really in terms of the level of penetration that we have achieved. So just something from your viewpoint as to what the industry and the insurance companies in the industry need to do to help improve the situation. Clearly, technology is a game changer, but I'd like to get some views from you in terms of what are the things that we collectively and individually need to do to help improve the amount of penetration and the utility that people understand of insurance that will be very helpful if you...
Thank you, Amit. So technology part we'll just address a little later. But I think before we start, it's important to just build the context of what we're talking, how do we compare ourselves with, and what's happening around the region. So in Pakistan today, there are about 37 million registered vehicles on the road. 8 million of them are cars. 29 million are motorcycles and other forms of transport. The insurance penetration is around about 3%. So effectively what we're trying to say is that 35 million plus consumers, fellow citizens who are on the road are without any form of protection. Now, we amongst ourselves, and since I see a lot of people from the financial sector, so we all understand that insurance today is the most pivotal element in any economic uplift that we're talking about. And when we talk of economic uplift, I think all countries around the world are going into some phases of that. So we need to compare ourselves with what's happening around us. So if you look at the UAE, Bangladesh, Saudi Arabia, India, going all the way to Africa, South Africa and Uganda, I think the penetration rate there is 40% all the way up to 83 in Uganda. And there the base numbers are in a couple of 100 million, whereas we are at 37 million, they're like 100 million plus, going all the way to 230 and 300 million. So I think this time it's important to address it now rather than to let the base numbers continue to increase and then the problem getting more complicated. When I talk to a lot of our clients and our friends in the industry, so we talk of one thing whenever we start off with, and we talk about creating awareness. But awareness, so I think the industry needs to be confident and take a little bit of credit for, because we've settled 28 billion claims in just 1 year. So if that is there, so that means some part of the awareness is there. But that does not mean that the insurance industry and the business community at large, media included, financial institutions included, we need to constantly market and keep this education platform going, using social media and other things. So any sort of awareness that we do, no matter how important we market, I think what we can learn from is we need to have some sort of support from the government and some sort of regulatory support. Without that, I think whether I sound realist or a bit pessimist, I think we're not moving anywhere. We can have multiple conferences, we can have multiple discussions. We're not moving anywhere till we have the benefit of some sort of support. Now, there's a lot of learnings, right? I gave you some examples of certain countries where the penetration rate is 40% going up to 83. So what is there? So in most of these countries, there is some sort of regulatory support where at least there is some sort of coverage which is mandatory for a consumer or a customer to have. So I think that why can't that be in Pakistan? We can have, we've been discussing Motor Party Act and third-party liability. I think the time is we need to get started. We need to get started by either motor party, third-party liability, or some sort of coverage. What is that going to do? It's not about building premiums. What that's going to do is it's going to set up a chain of events where 35 million users in the country will get access to what insurance is all about. So you're trying to market. So the best way to market is to actually give a piece of document to the person and tell him that here you are, you're financially secured, and then you have claims, and obviously there is 28 billion that was settled in 2023-24. So there will be claims, and that will set up the marketing part. For the insurance part, I think the industry, and I think we constantly are working on that, is we need to streamline and simplify the claim settlement process. There is a lot of apprehensions right from all set of the business community on what will be the conditions with regards to whenever a claim takes place. The product needs to be developed, maybe simplified, reduce some of the conditions that we have, maybe, for example, underinsurance, deductible, depreciation. I mean, maybe have a couple of other products which allows customer to just put in and be in the know-how of what's happening to him when a claim takes place. So I think the gentleman from Bank of Punjab, he was mentioning something on claims. So yes, I think on that aspect, I'll have to agree with him, because claims is just about the product that we're talking about. So any rightly or wrongly, any delay or you know or denial in that claim actually puts us further back. Together with this, obviously, you know, I don't know how much time we have, but I'll just touch base on technology for a bit now. Is yes. Internet penetration in Pakistan is growing, and so is the use of smartphones and GPS and whatnot. So today, at least onboarding customers should. I mean, companies today I know a few companies are working. Amin is active in that. I mean, we look up to you in this. I have to tell you. So at least onboarding customers, keeping customers updated as to which particular stage of the claim is that customer going through, is so vital. So it's all about having a completely customer-centric environment. So the essence of this technology thing is simplifying business, ease of doing business is fine, but the heart of this problem is the customer. So if you have to create technology, the first objective that you need to have is to have it completely customer-centric. One more point, and if I have time, please. Although it's not been very useful or not been effective, but then these are you know, early days, is the adoption of additional distribution channels, whether that is micro agents, whether that is using microfinance banks. We've been trying to do it. A lot of my colleagues in the industry are trying to do it. The results are very dismal. They're very poor. I mean, just about 1% insurance of the 45 billion that was generated. I think 0.7% to be exact came out from additional distribution channels. But I think this is something we still need to hold on to. And hold on to why? Because there's a lot of area in Pakistan which is untapped, where traditional sales are not effective. So I think we need to make insurance, you know, enlarge and, you know, take it to all those areas where traditional sales business wasn't useful. Thank you, Amin.
So I think Sunil अब कुछ सच की बातें करते हैं आपसे. बात सारी ये है कि शुक्रिया आने का, पहले आप अपनी रैली छोड़ के आए हमारे पास. So grateful for this. So I think you are all things auto, and your company represents a lot of the interest in the auto space. So क्या वजह है? I mean, the speakers before you have talked about technology and adoption, but the reality on the ground is कि बहुत साल हो गए और हम जैसे ममालिक में हम बहुत पीछे रह गए इंश्योरेंस की adoption में. तो क्या समझ का फुकदान है, या हम समझा नहीं पाए हैं, या लोगों को बिलीफ नहीं है? क्या वजह क्या है? अडॉप्शन क्यों नहीं है?
थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर इनवाइटिंग. अच्छा, मेरी आवाज़ सबसे ऊंची है, बाकी किसी की आवाज़ मुझे आ नहीं रही थी. वैसे अंग्रेज़ी का मसला भी था थोड़ा समझने का, लेकिन कोशिश की मैं समझ लूँ. तो आई वुड लाइक टू रिप्रेजेंट, बिकॉज पार्कव्हील जो है वो कस्टमर का एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, और मैं दूसरी साइड से देखूँगा. आई थिंक आई एम द मोस्ट इल ड्रेस्ड पर्सन इन दिस होल हॉल. जब मैं आया तो मैंने कहा शायद मैंने भी सूट पहन के आना था. एंड दिस टेल्स लिटिल बिट डिस्कनेक्ट बिटवीन इंडस्ट्री एंड कस्टमर. मेरी शायद बातें थोड़ी सी लोगों को बुरी लगे. आई थिंक अभी बात हो रही थी कि 97% के करीब लोग नहीं लेते इंश्योरेंस, और जो बाकी 3% भी लेते हैं वो मजबूरी से लेते हैं. जिसने गाड़ी लीज़ कराई है उस बेचारे के सर पर डंडा रख के इंश्योरेंस दी जाती है. अब हमने मार्केट अगर किसी चीज़ को करना है तो पहले हमें उसकी कोई सक्सेस स्टोरी दिखानी पड़ेगी. अगर कोई यूनिवर्सिटी है उसको कोई सक्सेस स्टोरी दिखानी है तो वो अपने को स्टूडेंट दिखाता है. कोई भी प्रोडक्ट है वो अपने सक्सेस स्टोरी दिखाते हैं. अनफॉर्चुनेटली इंश्योरेंस इन पाकिस्तान एक मॉरल हैजर्ड डिलेमा है, जिसकी वजह से दोनों की तरफ एक जो गैप है. कंपनीज जो हैं वो कस्टमर पे ट्रस्ट नहीं करती, कस्टमर जो है कंपनी पे ट्रस्ट नहीं करती. दैट्स द रीज़न इन टुडेज डिजिटल वर्ल्ड हम अभी तक डिजिटल इंश्योरेंस नहीं बेच सकते. आई ट्रैवल अलॉट, बाहर कहीं जाते हैं, आपने गाड़ी लीज रेंट करनी है, आप मोबाइल ऐप से रेंट कर लें, उसी पे आप इंश्योरेंस भी ले लें, वहीं से पिक्चर भी भेज लें. हमारे यहाँ ये नहीं हो सका. मैं आज 12 साल पहले कराची में इसी शहर में एक इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के पास बैठा था, उनका अगले महीने लॉन्च कर रहे हैं. वो 12 साल से नहीं लॉन्च हुई, मैंने तो नहीं देखी. उसके अलावा जब आप इंश्योरेंस लेने जाते हैं, जो सेल्समैन आपको टर्म्स देता है, और जो क्लेम की बारी वो आपसे आपका निकाहनामा, बर्थ सर्टिफिकेट, आपके हमसाये का ID कार्ड सब कुछ मांगता है. तो मार्केट में जब स्टोरीज जाती हैं तो लोग कहते हैं कि यार ना लो. द ओनली क्लेम विच विल बी सेटल्ड, अगर आपके कोई बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है और आप उसमें छोटा सा क्लेम लेने जा रहे हैं, दैट इज़ द क्लेम जो लोगों तक पहुंचता है. अभी मैं किसी से बात कर रहा था कि आई थिंक द बेस्ट रेगुलेटर इन पाकिस्तान इज स्टेट बैंक. आप किसी भी बैंक में जाएं और अगर कोई भी चीज़ रेगुलेशन के ख़िलाफ़ हो, यू कैन डायरेक्टली रिपोर्ट. एज एन इंडस्ट्री आई थिंक सब इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज को मिलके एक कैटेगरी की जो है ना एक वर्थ बनानी पड़ेगी, उसको मार्केट करना पड़ेगा. और अगर मेरे जैसा कोई बंदा मार्केट में गलत इंश्योरेंस बेच रहा है, जो कि हमारे मुल्क में हम देखते थे पहले, वो थर्ड पार्टी इंश्योरेंस एक मिलती थी येलो रंग की, हर गाड़ी में वो पड़ी होती थी. इट मेरली कॉस्टेड फ्यू ₹100 बिकॉज वो एक फेक मेरा ख्याल है लोग बना के बेच रहे थे. तो आपको इंडस्ट्री में अपने अंदर जो है ना एक अपनी वो करना पड़ेगा कि आप आइडेंटिफाई करें कि जी ये एक स्टैंडर्ड है, इस क्लेम की सर्विस का टाइम इतना होना चाहिए. अगर जफ़र साहब को इस जगह पर बैठ के अपने क्लेम के लिए मतलब बात करनी पड़ी है, तो आप अंदाज़ा लगा लें कि एक आम आदमी जो सड़क पे गाड़ी लेके चला रहा है उसको क्लेम कैसे मिलेगा. सो दीज आर द थिंग्स विच विल मिटिगेट दैट गैप, जो एक ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट है बिटवीन कंपनीज एंड इंडिविजुअल, वो बेहतर करेगा. गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर से येस आई एग्री देयर इज़ अ लॉ, बट उस लॉ पे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कोई नहीं है. और हमारे मुल्क में अनफॉर्चुनेटली कई ऐसे लॉ हैं जिन पे कोई इम्प्लीमेंटेशन नहीं. आई वाज टॉकिंग टू CTO इन लाहौर फ्यू डेज बैक, तो उन्हें पिलियन राइडर के ऊपर उन्होंने कहा जी हेलमेट ज़रूरी है. मैंने कहा सर बड़ी अच्छी सोच है आपकी, आपको बड़ी अच्छी सोच आई. उन्होंने कहा जी मेरी सोच नहीं है, 1968 का एक्ट है, 40 साल लगे हमें सोच आवाम तक लाने में. तो सिमिलरली अगर थर्ड पार्टी इंश्योरेंस जो है वो लॉ का हिस्सा है, तो उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कैसे कराना है. थर्डली एक बात होती है पेमेंट, लोगों को लोग कहते हैं कि जी लोगों के शायद पेइंग एबिलिटी नहीं है ये वो. तो आई थिंक अगर हम देखा जाए एक्साइज एंड टैक्सेशन के, अगर हम देखें ना रिफॉर्म जो आए हैं, डिजिटाइजेशन ऑफ टोकन आया है, तो उनके रेवेन्यू भी ऊपर गए हैं. और जब वो डिजिटाइजेशन नहीं थी तो काफ़ी ऐसा पैसा था जो कि एजेंट माफिया और उसकी फॉर्म में लगता था. जस्ट एन एग्जांपल, आई वाज जस्ट ट्रांसफरिंग वन ऑफ माय कार्स लास्ट वीक, उसको जो सरकार को पैसे जा रहे थे वो 3,500 थे और आउट ऑफ पॉकेट एक्सपेंस 12,000 रुपये था. एंड आई वाज लाइक, इस मुल्क के अंदर आप देखेंगे कितना कैपिटल है जो कि अगर चैनलाइज करें तो सही तरीके से जा सकता है. तो इफ़ समहाउ यू गाइस कैन टाई थ्रू द डिजिटाइजेशन ऑफ एक्साइज और उससे आप लिंक कर सकें कि जो थर्ड पार्टी इंश्योरेंस है दैट इज़ मैंडेटरी, जिस तरह आप गाड़ी का एनुअल टोकन देते हैं, ट्रांसफ़र करते हैं. दुनिया में किसी मुल्क में मैंने नहीं सुना कि आप बगैर इंश्योरेंस के गाड़ी ले भी सकते हैं और चला भी सकते हैं. पाकिस्तान में लॉ ज़रूर एग्जिस्ट करता है, फिजिकली नहीं है, बट अगेन उसको जब आप कहीं भी गवर्नमेंट के भी किसी कॉरिडोर पे मेरा ख्याल है जाएंगे बात करने के लिए, तो वो सबसे पहला जवाब आपको ये देंगे कि जी आपकी रिपोर्ट अच्छी नहीं है, आप लोग क्लेम नहीं देते, तो हम उसको पुश करेंगे, दे विल ब्रिंग बैड नेम टू अस. तो आई थिंक इट्स ऑन बोथ साइड्स. यू गाइज नीड टू पुश ऑन द जैसे कहते हैं ना गवर्नमेंट की साइड पे भी, उसकी इन्फोर्समेंट पे भी, बट ऑन सेल्फ जो है ना अपनी जो कहते हैं ना अकाउंटेबिलिटी, वो भी करने की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है मुझे लगता है.
Thank you, Sunil. I think a lot of the points you made are very valid. I think just to keep the pace of conversation going, so Hisham, you represent the IAP in various committees. तो एक IAP का व्यू पॉइंट भी दे दें आपके perspectives. I know it's a big mantle responsibility, but it will be good to hear what has the industry collectively done to address some of the points that Sunil has made and Wadi Saab made and Kamran made.
Thank you, Amin Saab. I think first and the foremost thing is that I think the optimism that we have seen during this tenure of SECP's current chairman, I think this is the first time that in probably last 20 years of my career that I have seen the third party motor insurance really coming to close. So we have been listening all way along that third party motor insurance is going to be implemented. But in last 1 year, I think we have taken big strides. First, as you have already listened from CDC, that we have been able to make this repository. And this is the first step in our journey towards Insured Pakistan, that we are going to have this repository which is going to tell us that how many cars in this country are actually insured. And from there on, then we are going to connect with the the excise and taxation authorities. And then when anyone who's going to have his annual renewal of the tokens, then he's going to be asked about the insurance. So from IAP, we are working together with SECP, we are working together with the industry. And you have already seen that there are about 13 companies who are already signatories to this. So we want all 33 companies to become signatory to this. And I think SECP has remained very active in connecting us to the excise authorities as well. So we are quite close to signing up with the Sindh Excise and Taxation Authority. I hope that it is going to happen in a month or so. And also we are talking to the authorities in Punjab. And it is all in collaboration with SECP. So as Sunil Sir was just mentioning, the role of State Bank of Pakistan. So I think SECP has done quite a lot in last few years. And one important point that I also want to make here is that we have talked about many issues, but one thing that has probably been ignored is that financial literacy is an important element. We have never talked about insurance literacy in this country. So I want to just put this thing forward to SECP as well, that we need to include insurance literacy as part of our syllabuses, because all of us have grown up without knowing anything about insurance until or unless probably we reach to the age of 35 or 40. So it is very important that we try to inculcate the subject of syllabus at primary, secondary, and at the university level as well. So IAP is there to help everyone, and as Senior Vice Chair of IAP, we are there. I am here to collaborate with all the stakeholders, and hopefully the insurance scene in Pakistan is going to grow.
Thank you, Isham. So I think, sorry, बहुत दूर बैठे हैं आप, but essentially, Rafiq, if I may ask you, हमारा जो segment सबसे ज़्यादा जिसमें automotive perspectives है is obviously the motorcycles, and there's a very large number based on some of the statistics that were just talked about. So it'll be good to get your view, particularly this is the lower income segment. आपका क्या तजुर्बा रहा in terms of insurance being an integral part of transportation for these people who use motorbikes as their primary mode of transport? And in terms of the penetration you saw, I think some things are on claim. If you have a view कि इफ़ादियत है या नहीं है, it'll be good to hear from you on that.
Thank you very much. A lot of talk about technology from the insurance industry here. So as the only technology founder, I'm feeling the pressure. Thank you, guys. But let me tell you what we've done, right? A couple of years ago, we introduced micro insurance on our platform. Now, this was basically for death and disability and accidents, and even for cell phone theft, which is a big one in our industry. And for a bite-sized price of literally 2 or 3 rupees per day, our users can insure themselves and sort of have that peace of mind and that protection that generally this strata of society doesn't get access to, right? And in year 1, I believe our insurance partners, State Life, EFU, they're here, helped pay, I believe, 35 odd claims. In year 2, this went up to about 150 odd claims. Our insurance adoption on the platform, the way it works is that when you sign on, you basically get a prompt, would you like to buy insurance for the day? And once you opt in, you've signed up. It was about 3 or 4% in year 1. In year 2, we're clocking in at about 13%. So, the ability for technology to proliferate any sort of, or change behavior, and just by making it affordable and a bite-sized sort of ticket price, it helps adoption. So, there's been a lot of talk about how do we get this to market, how do we get this into the hands of people that are actually going to use it and actually going to benefit. Bikia is just a tool that all of you guys can actually use to get this to the mass market, right? And I think speakers before me have said कि scale का मसला है, बड़ा scale होएगा तो सबके लिए affordability हो जाएगी, right? So, that's how technology really comes in and helps, and we're a living example of it, Thank you
very much. I think while we are on the subject of motorcycles, I think EV is a trend, and I'd like to get the panelists' view in terms of how do you see EVs coming in and transforming the current automotive landscape of the country. EVs also from an insurance perspective are a little new factors with the concept of how much the battery costs and the potential theft of battery where batteries are swappable. What is your view in terms of the adoption of electric bikes? And then we'll ask the other panelists in terms of EV cars in general.
So we actually conducted a pretty decent-sized experiment a year ago. We actually bought 50 EV bikes from all the vendors in the market and gave it out to our driver partners to basically test out. अच्छा उसका मसला ये है कि उसकी बैटरी लाइफ की डिटेरिएशन जो है वो बहुत तेज़ होती है, राइट? और उस पर कोई कैलकुलेशन अभी किसी के पास है नहीं कि उसकी सैल्वेज वैल्यू क्या हो सकती है, राइट? सो फ्रॉम the first 4 months were great. Everybody loved it. There's no vibration, there's no sound, you know, it's a fantastic vehicle. But as basically the battery life starts to deteriorate, the range anxiety sort of starts to go up at the same time. And driver partners don't want to waste, excuse me, a couple of hours in a day trying to recharge their battery. And there's no real swappable solution available, right? You need a large footprint for that as well. So I think the first couple of waves of EV, and especially the two-wheelers, I'm specifically talking about the two-wheelers, has actually not worked in Pakistan so far, right? But maybe as the technology gets better, रेंज एग्जाइटी थोड़ी कम होती जाएगी, ज़्यादा चार्जिंग स्टेशन आने शुरू होंगे, तो उसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जैसे डेवलप होगा, आहिस्ता आहिस्ता उसकी अडॉप्शन बढ़ेगी. लेकिन अभी भी उसका क्वेश्चन मार्क ये है कि यार ये जब 3 साल बाद मैं इसको चेंज करने जाऊँगा, तो ये what am I going to get for it? You know, is it going to be completely written off? Because the battery essentially dies after 3,000 charges, right? Or 2,000 charges or what have you. So that is something that I guess together maybe we can figure out really what are they buying and how much they can sell it for.
Thank you. I think Sunil, अगर हम आपका भी viewpoint ले लें, फिर then we'll ask the insurance specialist to talk about कि insurance company का क्या view है.
Thank you very much. EV का सर ये है कि I agree, but ये है कि with time adoption will come and I think वो 5,000 3,000 cycle बाद उसकी बैटरी आपको replace करनी है and the cost of battery just like solar panels will be going down in the future. एंड फ्रॉम इंश्योरेंस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू मेरी आपकी दफ़ा पहले बात हो रही थी कि जब आप इंश्योर करते हैं किसी गाड़ी को तो पाकिस्तान में हो ऐसा रहा है कि पार्ट्स की प्राइसेस जो हैं वो मैनीफोल्ड बढ़ती जा रही हैं एंड यू आर टेकिंग आपके रिस्क बढ़ जाता है एज ए इंश्योरर. आपने एक चीज़ इंश्योर की थी, आपको पता था उसकी हेडलाइट लेट से ₹1,00,000 की है, वो जब आप क्लेम की बारी आती है वो 4 लाख पे पहुँच गई होती है. EVs में इट्स अदर वे अराउंड. सो द ओनली थिंग विच इज़ कॉस्टली इन EVs इज़ देयर बैटरीज एंड द बैटरी प्राइसेज वुड गो डाउन. And even if you include the battery price, अगर आप daily उसकी running cost में करें, so I think it's the revolution which is across the corner and it will come definitely with time. अगले 2-3 सालों में आएगा. And if you include the cost of battery per kilometer, जो आपका चार्ज की रेट है बैटरी को भी अगर आप चार्ज कर लें उसके अंदर, तो इट इज़ फार लेस देन आइस इंजन एंड आई थिंक इट विल कम. बट उसके साथ अपने प्रॉब्लम है कि मतलब कराची में अगर आप देखें तो एक वैसी कल्चरल प्रॉब्लम है कि लोग बाइक लेके उस पर कवर चढ़ाते हैं ताकि पता ना लगे कि वो नई है कि पुरानी है. सो यहाँ कोई पूरी बैटरी उतार के ले जाए आपकी, विच इज़ मोर देन 70% ऑफ द वैल्यू ऑफ द बाइक. सो वो जो हमारे लोकल इशूज़ हैं वो भी साथ साथ हैं. And having said that, swappable batteries another solution which is coming. In fact, there are companies in Islamabad जो already कर रही हैं. So I think this revolution will come and sooner than what we expect, in two-wheeler at least.
Thank you. So Kamran, if you can give the insurance industry's perspective on this, I mean, where do you see EVs fitting into the evolution of the auto insurance sector? And then I think we'll ask Hisham as well to give his view from the industry perspective.
Okay, Meet. So the issue is we live in an era of climate change. Pakistan is amongst the bottom 5 countries which is vulnerable. So I have no doubt in my mind that we are moving towards that adoption, and that adoption probably will happen sooner than what we expect. One of the things, my personal view here is, one of the things that is lacking today and which will be taken care of is the infrastructure. And what I mean by infrastructure is about the charging booths and ports all across the country. However, the manufacturers today, what they're doing is they're giving the charging port to each customer who's buying the vehicle. From an insurance perspective, I think we have a pool of almost about 700 cars that we're experimenting for the last 2 years. And we're trying to follow what some of the more developed countries are doing. So a very useful report that we've come across from McKinsey and from Swiss Re is, in 2024, Swiss Re increased their premiums by 81%. And this is published by McKinsey as well. In the United Kingdom, in 2024, the average premium per vehicle went from £1,340 to £2,600. This is something that is published on the Lloyd's market via one of the brokers, Horton, has published that. So in my opinion, we're there. The things that we need to do is you need to have a bit of actuarial models. You need to see what some of the more developed countries are tackling this, but it is there. It is there to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Hisham, if you would like to add something as you see any evolution.
I think one issue on the underwriting side that generally comes up is that Usually we charge a 50% depreciation on the batteries. But on EVs, the clients want it in a different way because the 70% of the car's value is generally the battery itself. And it's not that normal battery that finishes off in a year or two. So it lasts for about 5, 6, 7 years, depending upon the car. So I think we at IAP are deliberating this to have some warranties incorporated in the insurance policies, and they will be out in about 2 months' time. That we'll have those warranties, and then we'll circulate it to the members. So this is one of the key issue that we see. And otherwise, if we see at the industry level, the loss ratios of EVs is still not very bad. So because they're hardly used, and because of that range anxiety that he mentioned, so people usually use it as a second car, and they hardly use it. And that's one of the reasons that they are not that bad to insure.
Thank you, Isham. So I think given the paucity of time, rather than spend more time with people talking at this end, the audience, if they'd like to have any questions, we can take a... See, Tahir Saab. Sorry, koi mic hai? Can you get a mic to Tahir Saab? Yeah. Okay.
It's not the first. That's one thing. Secondly, you see, उसके अंदर जो असल problem है, वो है कि it's a provincial subject. And secondly, हमारा जो Road Traffic Act है ना, which is compulsory by the way, which is not implemented, it falls short of whatever you... For instance, अगर कोई आदमी किसी को मार के निकल जाए और वो contest करे कि मैंने इसको गलत नहीं मारा, तो उस आदमी को जो injured third party है has to prove it in the court of law. तो इसके ऊपर भी IAP ने और SACP ने काम किया है, and we have devised a no fault scheme. But the point is, अच्छा उसके अंदर जो values हैं, like बस का एक्सीडेंट हो जाए तो इस वक्त रोड ट्रैफिक एक्ट करता है 5,000 रुपये मिल जाएंगे हर आदमी को, 40 आदमी बैठे हैं, राइट? एक ओवरऑल है और एक पर बंदे की भी लिमिट लगाई हुई है. तो दीज थिंग्स हैव बीन ऑल चेंज्ड इन आर जो हमने दी है ना SACP को, SACP ने थोड़ा काम किया बाय द वे. बट नाउ व्हाट रिमेन्स इज दैट ईच प्रोविंशियल असेंबली हैज़ टू अपडेट देयर रोड ट्रैफिक एक्ट बिकॉज इट्स अ प्रोविंशियल सब्जेक्ट. और उसके लिए आई थिंक वी नीड IMF सपोर्ट, कि जिस तरह उन्होंने कहा है ना कि आप एग्रीकल्चर पे टैक्स लगाएं और उसके लिए तमाम जैसे प्रोविंशियल सब्जेक्ट. सो दे सेड कि ऑल प्रोविंसेस शुड फर्स्ट पास द लॉ, एंड दैट हैज हैपेंड, राइट? सो प्रॉब्ली वी नीड, इफ द फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर इज लिसनिंग, ही शुड आस्क द IMF टू पुट इट इन द कंडीशन कि ये जब तक तमाम असेंबलीज आपकी पास नहीं कर देंगी, ये बेकार है थर्ड पार्टी लाइफ. उसको आप इम्प्लीमेंट भी नहीं कर सकते वैसे भी, क्योंकि प्रोविंशियल असेंबलीज एंड द गवर्नमेंट इज़ नॉट रेडी. कर भी देंगे इन इट्स प्रेजेंट फॉर्म, इट विल नॉट वर्क. It will only work when new laws are passed by each provincial assembly. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Tahir Saab. No, I think before I let some of the panelists continue on this, Tahir Saab, you're absolutely spot on. SECP ke tawassut se we've had many engagements with the provincial powers that be, particularly the excise and taxation, and I know that because I can tell you because I was personally involved. और कुछ उम्मीद की किरणें हैं. तो आपकी बात बिल्कुल बजा है कि आई थिंक द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड द लॉ स्ट्रक्चर हैज़ टू बी चेंज. बट आई थिंक व्हाट हैज़ बीन अ ट्रांसफॉर्मेशनल थिंग्स, particularly with the insurance repository coming on, is that, and I'll let Badi Saab talk about this a little bit, about phase 2. Once the insurance repository is there, then the connectivity comes in, and all of a sudden these things become, as Sunil was saying, a precursor. आप गाड़ी ट्रांसफ़र करा ही नहीं सकते, आप गाड़ी ख़रीद ही नहीं सकते जब तक वो इंश्योरेंस रेपोजिटरी और उन सारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को टेक्नोलॉजी की तवस्सुत से आपने एक प्री रेक्विजिट बना दिया. जैसे अब आपको अगर बैंक अकाउंट खोलना है या आपको मोबाइल की सिम चाहिए, बगैर थंबप्रिंट के काम नहीं होता. आज भी सिंध के अंदर गाड़ी बगैर थंबप्रिंट के ट्रांसफ़र नहीं होती है. सो बदी साहब, इफ़ यूड लाइक टू ऐड द नेक्स्ट स्टेप ऑफ वेयर यू सी दिस फ्रॉम एन इंटीग्रेशन पर्सपेक्टिव.
जी, एग्जैक्टली. ताहिर साहब rightly pointed out there that there is a need to make a proper legislative reform at the provincial level, because the repository will not give the true benefit if it does not interact, does not link and integrate with all the relevant authorities. And to integrate with the relevant authorities, their underlying laws should be there, so that it can be implemented. In the second phase, which is the most important phase of the repository, is the linkage with the excise and taxation department. We are closely working with the SCCP and starting with the same excise and taxation department, as we know that they are working for some legislative reform whereby it will be mandatory and the minimum requirement for the third-party motor insurance at the time of the registration or at the time of the renewal as well. Once is that happen, then you can get the true benefit of the repository, and you can compare it with the international best practices. And again, leading forward, this linkage will also be enhanced to all other law enforcement agencies and the bodies, which include the motorways, toll plazas, licensing authorities, that create a true essence of the repository, because without having integration, without having the linkage with all the authorities, you cannot get the true benefit, as Tahir Saab said, we don't get the true benefit of the repository, because at the time of registration, at the time of renewal, there is a mandatory requirement that you should have a proper insurance policy issued, and by the we can give assurance to the industry that if these are in play, the system is capable that it can provide the real-time verification to all the records. So you can imagine that we have 30 million registered vehicle and only 3% are there, and at the time of the renewal, if the law is there and the system is there, there is a huge business potential as well as the insurance penetration is available. And even though, you know, in order to improve the driving habits, if the law enforcement bodies, they are connected with the repository, if any tickets and challan are issued to a particular driver, that can also be stored in the repository and can be considered by the insurance company at the time of giving the insurance policies. So yes, the proper legislation at the provincial level, because this is the provincial subject and should be ensured, because without having the proper legislation and the integration accordingly, the system will not work and will not get the true benefit of the repository as compared with the international best practices.
Thank you. Does any panelist want to add anything? Because I've been told कि हमें बंद करनी है. I'm sure there were other questions, but we are bilaterally available. So if anybody wants to add something to this, otherwise we'll just call it quits. Anything else? I think we're done, right? Thank you so much, ji. बहुत शुक्रिया. I'm sure there are other questions, but we are bilaterally available during the lunch break or whatever to answer questions and be available. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so very much for timely closing the session. Thank you.
We will not hold you very long from your lunch, but we would request the panelists and speakers to stay on the stage so that we can present the mementos. Moin Fuda Saab, could you please come on the stage?
Can we please do this quickly? Thank you.
Fuda Saab, kindly present the memento to Mr. Kamal Ahmed. Sorry, Mr. Aminuddin.
Sir, Mr. Aminuddin, sir, please. Sir, apologies. Next.
Mr. Badiuddin Akbar. Mr. Kamran Arshad Inam. Mr. Sunil Sarfraz.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, I know we are a few minutes back, but these people need a round of applause from you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Muhammad Hisham. Mr. Rafiq Malik. to receive the token of appreciation in the form of memento. Mr. Wazirzada Yasir Almas, please come on stage to receive your memento.
Mr. Wazirzada Yasir and Ms. Nimra Sultan were managing the session on our behalf.
Ms. Nimra Muhammad Sultan. Mr. Harun Rashid, SECP.
Mr. Harun Rashid is from our IT department and has been pivotal in making all these arrangements, including the live streaming of the conference on the various social media platforms of the SECP. Do we have Harun Nawaz Sahab here with us?
Yep.
Harun Nawaz Sahab is also from our IT department and is facilitating us in the overall management of the conference.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, panelists and speakers. We can proceed for lunch now.
As for the tea break, the lunch is arranged on the left side towards the pool, on my left side and yours right side towards the pool area. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch. And we'll be reconvening, inshallah, sharply at 2 p.m., inshallah.
होगी है।
चेक करें मोबाइल में, चेक करें।
होगी। नहीं आई है।
और किस पे देख रहे हैं अभी?
देख रहा हूँ यूट्यूब पे।
अभी आएगी।
ये तो कई सारी वॉइस मेरी जा रही है इसमें।
ये चीज़ हमारी तरफ से महज एक याद दहानी है
अभी हमारे नौजवान दोस्त होस्ट कह रहे थे कि आज सच्चे हम में नहीं हैं, सच्चे हमेशा होते हैं और सच कि हर हुकूमत जो बुनियादी फर्ज है वो सिटीज़न सेंट्रिक गवर्नेंस को इंश्योर करना है। और मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा आकिब सईद साहब नहीं आ रहे कि SECP ने अपने फैमिली मेंबर को खो देने के बावजूद भी उसको एग्जैक्टली यही रियासत ने और हुकूमत ने हर शहरी के लिए करना है। That is the core point of very existence of a government in any country. तो सेहत कार्ड प्रोग्राम इस सोच के तहत वजूद में, तो कॉलीग ने बताया कि 2008, 10, 11 में मुख्तलिफ इसके ऊपर सोच विचार जारी थी। फैसलाबाद में भी हमने प्रोजेक्ट की, पायलट प्रोजेक्ट किया था, वो तरह कामयाब तो शायद नहीं, बट लर्निंग्स उसने हमें बहुत दी, not be done. And when we launched this program, it was very, और मैं हमेशा जिक्र करता हूँ कि इन द केस जब ये प्रोग्राम अभी बिलो पॉवर्टी प्रोग्राम यूनिवर्सल के लिए था, तो ज़माने में ओवरसीज़ मिनिस्टर जुल्फ़ी बुखारी ने फरमाइश की, एक रिक्वेस्ट की, जो ओवरसीज़ पाकिस्तानी हैं उनके लिए भी कोई हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस का बनाइए उनकी फैमिलीज़ के। एंड आई वाज हैविंग ए कन्वर्सेशन और ए मीटिंग कराची इन माय ओन सिटी विद द स्टेट बैंक लीडरशिप, एंड ड्यूरिंग टी ब्रेक मुझसे पूछा जो लीडर थे स्टेट बैंक, लगा यू हैव एनी आइडिया kind of income inequalities are prevailing in? I said, यार जब हम IBA बिजनेस करते थोड़ा बहुत नंबर्स हमें like to hear it from horse's mouth. मैंने कहा मेरी इकोनॉमी के मैनेजर तो आप हैं, तो अगर आप बताइए क्या इनकम इनइक्वलिटीज़ हैं। एंड ही सेड प्रिसाइजली कि अरशद साहब, पाकिस्तान में 1% लोग हैं जो 1 लाख रुपए माहाना से ज़्यादा कमाते हैं। 92% people earn less than 30,000 rupees a month, and 62.4% people earn less than 10,000 per capita. I mean, imagine, with this kind of income curve, if tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. any of you or myself encounter with any kind of health catastrophe, किसी को कोई सर्जरी, कोई हार्ट अटैक, कोई रोड एक्सीडेंट से वास्ता पड़ जाए खुदा ना खास्ता, तो आप बताइए अगर कोई प्रोटेक्शन ना हो तो कहाँ से आएगी। और मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि बेटा वज़ीर आज़म का हो या खमीसू कसाई का, सबको बराबर प्यारा होता है, और वो ख़ानदान अपनी हर चीज़ उस बच्चे को, बीवी को, शोहर को बचाने के लिए दाव पे लगा देता है। उस बचाने के अमल में घर बिकते हैं, गाड़ियाँ बिकती हैं, जानवर बिकते हैं, जेवर बिकते हैं, और कभी कभी तो वो सब कुछ भी बिक जाता है जो शायद नहीं बिकना चाहिए। बट स्टिल देयर इज़ a 50% चांस कि आपका प्यारा सही सलामत लौट के घर वापस आ सके। टू कैटर दिस काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन इन पाकिस्तान, हुकूमत पाकिस्तान में ये डिबेट जारी थी किस तरीके से हम कैटास्ट्रॉफिक हेल्थ केयर एक्सपेंडिचर को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए हेल्थ कार्ड या हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस की कोई स्कीम जारी करें। 2015 के अंदर बिलाखिर KP गवर्नमेंट में PMIK की तरफ से और फेडरल गवर्नमेंट में मियां मोहम्मद नवाज शरीफ उस ज़माने में वज़ीर आज़म थे, उनकी तरफ से इस प्रोग्राम ने स्टार्ट लिया। इट वाज ए बिलो पॉवर्टी। फाइनली व्हेन journey fast forward, when 2018 arrived and the previous government, PMIK government, came into the power in center, तो they said कि आपको पता है कि 18वीं तरमीम के नीचे हेल्थ इज़ ए डिवॉल्व सब्जेक्ट, हेल्थ मैंडेट एंड फाइनेंसेस बोथ आर विद द प्रोविंसेस। तो इस सेट को आपने याद होगा पहली इलेक्शन स्पीच दी थी PMIK ने, when he even he was not sworn in, He said कि वो न्यूट्रिशन का मेल न्यूट्रिशन के इश्यूज थरपारकर के मामलात वगैरह. So he said कि I wish to insure the थरपारकर. Indian government at that time was not part of the program, and आज भी नहीं है इत्तेफाक से हम we were negotiating with them. So when Tharparkar was done health insured with federal government funding, with a special funding, and then the Prime Minister himself or the leadership then, they realized कि यार Tharparkar में तो सारे ही गरीब हैं, तो यहाँ तो below poverty population की coverage करने से काम नहीं चलेगा. Cannot we insure every single person in Tharparkar? And we said yes, why not? This is how the first universal health district came into existence in Pakistan, Tharparkar. And then AJK, and then KP, and then Punjab, and then federal areas of ICT, GB, and finally 23 November के अंदर Balochistan. Now only my own province, Sindh province, is out of this program at the moment. But we are negotiating. We are discussing for last 4 years, and we hope very soon, in a year or so, this will be also the part of the program, in addition to the Tharparkar. As we speak, almost 19-20 crore Pakistanis are covered in this health insurance, essential health insurance system. It's a big protection. Nobody need to sell for his house or for his cattle or for his jewelry for this very purpose. Accessibility is like anything. 1,000 hospitals, 70% private, 30% public, are available for cashless treatment. There is nobody need to wait for any claims. Just show this ID card, get the access, get the treatment, and go home.
That's
how simple it is.
Amazing,
Thank you, Aisha.
Speaking of other social security initiatives, the Benazir Income Support Program has actually done several initiatives to help support and grow social security in Pakistan. Irfan Saab, could you please share some of these initiatives, and how do you envision that insurance can be used as a tool to further enhance this in our country?
Thank you, Aisha. मैं लिंक करूँगा कायम खानी साहब की बात के साथ. Hello. Benazir Income Support Program is the largest social protection program in the world. It's because of its data. So at the heart of BISP, there is this thing referred to as National Socioeconomic Registry. We usually know it by the name of NSCR, that contains data of 36 million households of Pakistan. So this constitutes over 90% of the total population. And we use this data to effectively and accurately targeting the vulnerable population. Like Khani Sahab said, KP में एक इन्होंने इनिशिएटिव किया सेहत सहूलत के प्रोग्राम के अंदर, जिसमें यूनिवर्सल कवरेज को देखते हुए उन्होंने एक स्पेशली एक प्रोग्राम लॉन्च किया, जिसके इन्होंने कहा कि बिस्प के एनरोल्ड जो एक ख़ास थ्रेश होल्ड से नीचे, पॉवर्टी लाइन से नीचे जो लोग हैं, हम उनको प्रायोरिटी बेसिस पे ट्रीट करेंगे, उनको एक इंसेंटिव देंगे. सो वी गेव देम 100,000 families below the poverty line, and they gave them the health protection, I think 40,000 hospitalization and 400,000 surgeries के लिए. And उसके लिए जो annual premium था, वो that was hardly 1,800 rupees. जो CSO प्रोग्राम ने KP ने उसको endorse किया उसमें. So since we have a huge database, and our database is basically richer than the NADRA's database in the way that NADRA collects data of family members and households, and we go beyond and we collect data of each household on more than 70 variables, socio-economic indicators, जिसमें demographics भी आ जाते हैं, geographics, health statistics आ जाते हैं, livestock, jobs, consumables, उनकी चीज़ें सारी आ जाती हैं. So this data is readily available with the BISP to be shared with the stakeholders. In fact, provincial subject चूँकि बन चुका है, health भी and social protection भी, तो provinces are connecting with us to get benefit of this data, to accurately targeting and designing their initiatives. Recently, we have signed an MOU with SSPA Sindh and PSPA Punjab, so that एक unified beneficiary registry की तरफ हम कदम बढ़ा सकें, instead of कि BISP एक registry अपने पास रखे और बाकी provinces उसको redo करने की कोशिश करें. So unified beneficiary registry के लिए हमने उनके साथ MOUs किए हैं. They will take their data from the BISP data repository. They will regularly update it, and the data repository will be central to everybody. So yes, we are dealing with different flagship projects. Kafalat is one of them. जब हम डाटा कलेक्ट करते हैं तो 70+ वेरिएबल्स पे डाटा कलेक्ट होता है फैमिली का, और उसके बाद हर फैमिली को एक PMT प्रॉक्सी मींस टेस्टिंग टेक्निक के थ्रू स्कोर असाइन होता है. That score is basically divided into 4 quintiles, 1 to 26, 26 to 32, and 32 to 45, and 45 to 100. डॉक्टर साहब ने जो अपने कायमखानी साहब ने जो स्टैट्स बताए हैं वो एक्यूरेटली डिपेक्ट करते हैं हमारे डाटा के साथ, उसको सब्सटेंशिएट हो रही है फिगर्स. हमारा डाटा शो करता है कि ओवर 36 मिलियन हाउस होल्ड्स 80% आर बिलो 45 क्वांटाइल. मतलब वो उनकी जो एवरेज हाउस होल्ड इनकम है वो जैसे आपने जिक्र किया वो उससे फॉल करते हैं. हार्डली 5 to 7% आर बियॉन्ड 65 थ्रेश होल्ड. सो टारगेटिंग के लिए हमारे पास डाटा अवेलेबल है, वेरियस पैरामीटर्स पे अवेलेबल है. इट्स जस्ट to explore the opportunities to collaborate with other stakeholders. And insurance is no exception. Insurance, to start with, हमारे पास जो 9.3 million beneficiaries हैं जिनको हम कफालत के थ्रू इनकम सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं ताकि अपनी लाइवलीहुड और रूटीन बिल्स और वो कंज्यूमेबल्स वो यूज़ कर सकें इन एडिशन टू देयर ओन इनकम. हम रिकमेंड करेंगे कि उन 9 मिलियन लोगों को सेहत सहूलत प्रोग्राम के तहत या इंश्योरेंस के तहत उनको इस सेफ्टी नेट में लाया जाए ताकि ये सोशल सिक्योरिटी जो है इसको हम फाइनेंशियल सिक्योरिटी की तरफ इसको मूव ऑन कर सकें.
Thank you so much, Irfan. We keep hearing about the importance of health insurance, and this is why I want to direct my next question to Mr. Ali. In Pakistan, the health insurance is mostly focused on group health insurance, but there's actually significant potential for individual health. How do you see that this sector can be tapped by the private sector? And can insurers do anything or come up with any sort of strategy that can address this unserved individual and retail health insurance segment?
Thank you so much, Aisha, and thank you to the SSCP for inviting me. So I was just looking at that targeted outcomes just now, and it says private health insurance premium greater than 15%. So this is what SSCP is targeting in terms of their 5-year plan. Already 1 year is passed, so it's now a 4-year plan, I would say. And where we are right now in terms of private health insurance or individual retail health insurance, it's negligible in terms of the contribution to the premium of health insurance in Pakistan. I feel it's a big missed opportunity. Absolutely right in terms of saying that 99% of health insurance is corporate health insurance. I think before we go and talk about the strategies that the insurance companies can implement, I think it's important to understand the reality on ground and some of the challenges that are prevalent there. Now, generally, if you look at the last post-COVID period, the last 4 or 5 years, I think we all would agree that generally the awareness about health has improved. Even people who are in the middle of the socioeconomic pyramid, who earlier did not really think about their health, but they're more conscious about anything that happens to their health. But we've also seen in the last 3 years rising costs of healthcare. That's a significant dent on the cash flows of families. We have a middle income class, which again, I think over the last 2 years has significantly been impacted by very high inflation. But having said that, whenever there is a medical emergency or medical situation, it does put a big drain on the cash flows of families. Now, the reality is that Pakistan and our social fabric, the family comes together. So whenever any one family member has a health condition and there's a need for financial assistance, instead of going to formal mechanisms like health insurance, generally it's the family that pools their funds together to support that individual or family in case of need. So that's the reality on ground that we have, and this applies not only to health insurance, this also applies to group life, to overall life insurance as well. But I think the perennial issue that we've had, and in every conference we talk about it, is the lack of awareness about the benefits of insurance. And I think, no conference is complete without a mention of that particular aspect. And that's where, despite of the last so many years, the last decade especially, where the insurance sector has made significant effort to increase awareness about insurance, I think the needle still hasn't moved by much. So that particular factor is also there. Specific to health insurance, I think the policy terms and conditions, the benefit structure, the exclusions, I think all of that coming together, a potential customer thinks of this as a complicated product. The trust deficit is definitely there. And from an angle, customers feel that will this really pay when the time actually comes for the claim. So that factor is also a reality on ground. Also for a retail product, we need a retail distribution setup. So unlike a group life or a group health policy where it's driven by the employer, to actually penetrate to the retail sector, companies need to make an effort to have a robust distribution setup. Some companies can do it, some companies already can leverage on their other distribution teams to distribute health. But generally, if distribution has to be set up, I think it's cost intensive as well, unless we go for digital means, which I'll talk about. So these are some of the realities on ground which impede the uptake of individual health products. Now, what can we do to overcome that? I think the first part would be that instead of looking at it as a health insurance policy, this needs to be presented in a way to the potential target segment that this insurance product, this structured financial planning solution is going to be your partner in your health and wellness. So the journey of health and wellness is something where the insurer and the message of health insurance needs to be brought forward in this particular manner. So when I say health and wellness, I'm just not talking about an insurance policy with health insurance cover. I'm talking about a holistic ecosystem where we say to a customer that yes, if you take this product, yes, you will get health insurance, but at the same time, you will have telemedicine. You will have access to doctors in case of less acute conditions. You will have access to pharmacies on your platform, which you can use. So basically offering additional services in addition to health insurance is, I think, what's going to complete the picture. We've also seen situations where individuals buy an individual health policy for 1 year and there's no claim, there's no medical emergency, but they still have the cover. So when the time comes for renewal, their point of view is that, look, I wasted my money. I bought a policy, I did not claim significantly, so why should I renew this policy? So unlike a savings product or a life insurance savings product where you do get something at the end of the period, this is a pure protection product. So when you have value-added services added on and a customer has actually used these value-added services, the feeling of value from that product actually enhances. So I feel that's one significant part. The other is simplifying the products. I think lesser exclusions, giving the confidence to the customer that in the time of claim, the claim will actually be paid. The claim journey should be simplified rather than making it cumbersome. I think that's something that should be taken on board. But also, and this is again, we have examples of that in the last 5-6 years, using the partnership model. So as I said, if you want to reach out to retail customers, do you create your own distribution setup? If you have your own distribution setup, that's good, you can leverage on it. But something that EFU Life has experienced, and I would say we've been relatively successful also in that, is to create partnerships. So when I talk about partnerships, I'm talking about digital platforms, I'm talking about insurance aggregators, I'm talking about mobile wallets, I'm talking about telecommunication companies. These are entities which actually have presence across the country, and they could be leveraged to offer affordable, small ticket, simple health products to the entire population of Pakistan. So these are some of those areas, but I think the last one also is very important, that's segmentation. Generally what we have on our shelf is a one-size-fit-all kind of a product, but why can we not have a product for young professionals, a product for young families with young children, a product for families with older parents, a product for females? These 4-5 segments do not have similar needs for health insurance. So I think segmentation is that one other area where the industry needs to focus on and have products which actually appeal to the need of a segment. That's where the uptake, I think, can definitely go up. So yeah, I think these are some of those areas where, yes, we do have challenges. There are realities on the ground, but by offering the solutions in these 4-5 manners, I think the penetration, we can make an impact on the penetration. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ali. Absolutely, there's so much potential in the individual health insurance sector. Dr. Bakht, my next question is for you. Pakistan labor laws have already include provisions for compulsory group life insurance for employees, but in certain sectors. In your perspective, what steps can be taken to strengthen the existing framework, improve compliance, and expand coverage to a wider sector, basically?
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, SSCP, for including this panel. And thank you for audience, because this is unusual that after taking lunch, hall is full. It means we are serious about the risk mitigation. And risk, I always say both are twin. So where there is, we want risk. Where there is, we want risk, there is we are to risk. So as you said, for group life insurance, there are plenty of laws. Not today, but 100 years ago, those have been enacted. As Workman Compensation Act 1923, it is enforced now in all the provinces and federal capital as well. And it is a robust law, but it needs some modification. One thing is that it covers all the employees, all the organizations, only casual workers are not included. Even contract employees are included, even regular employees are included, even employees supplied by the management contracts, those are also covered. Only casual workers are not covered, number one. Number two, minimum employment limit is 10 members. Now we see, and not only organizations or entities who are incorporated, but who are not incorporated, which are not incorporated, also come under this law. And if I check the ACCP states about number of companies registered with ACCP, that number is 250,000. Out of 250,000 companies, almost 90,000 companies are not active, and 160,000 companies are active. But you will be amazed to know that only 8,000-9,000 groups are insured under the group life insurance from the private and public sector organizations. It means there is wider gap in the compliance, and these laws are not being complied properly. And another very amazing thing, when I checked what is the penalty of non-compliance, in Punjab it is only 5,000 rupees, and in Sindh maximum is 50,000 rupees. Number two, there is awareness gap. People think insurance is very costly. Whereas I have checked, if there is in one organization 50 employees, average age 40 years, if we shall give them 1 million basic life, 1 million accidental death, their premium will be 150,000. Means 8 rupees per person per day. Nowadays, even beggar is not except 10 rupees. But even then, we life insurance companies are ready to accept this premium. So, we should create awareness among employees, among employers, that this is not expenses. This is sharing with society. This is contributing in the welfare of the society. If society will be healthy, we will be healthy. If boat will be sailing, we will be sailing. So this should transfer from insurance companies, from the government to the employers, to the employees, and there should be awareness campaign about this, that what is the insurance cost. And another thing is about perception. Perception about life insurance. You know, nowadays, widely written that in today's times, perception is more important than reality. We are paying claims. We are when checking our states of the industry and our own company. We only repudiate retail claims 2 to 3%. We never repudiate a claim of the group life insurance. Sometimes we repudiate the accidental death benefit. But there is perception that life insurance companies are not paying claims. Another point which was touched by the Muhammad Ali and other colleagues also, that our process is too lengthy, too cumbersome. Recently we have paid 2 claims within a day, but we issued the check on the same day and transferred the amount to the employer's account. And if we follow the same process, a person in Lahore was murdered, we received the picture of that person, we checked, he was insured, and upon employer's intimation, we transferred the amount to the employer account. Another thing is, which is important, that there are certain amendments in the existing laws needed. Number one, amount. Amount is not consistent. For example, in KPK it is 300,000. In Punjab it is 400,000. In Sindh maximum 500,000. Whereas we know nowadays minimum labor is for non-technical 37,000 and for technical 47,000. If we multiply by 36 month salaries, it would come to 1.3 million to 1.6 million. So my recommendation would be that we should increase the amount to 1 million at least with ADB. Number 3, in Workmen Compensation Act, only accident is covered. There is no natural death covered. Natural death should also be covered. Certain occupational sicknesses are covered, like tuberculosis, like anthrax, like poisoning with certain material which are handled by the labor, like phosphorus, sulfur, carbon, and other things like mercury. So, and in Sindh, again I will say, in Sindh, this Workmen Compensation Act, that also covers the cancers, certain types of cancers, like cancers due to the pulmonary occupational diseases. Number 2, due to hepatitis B and C, if there is hepatoma or liver cancer, it is also covered. So my request would be that ACCP should facilitate this, and they should speak with provincial governments, and there should be consistent in the amount. It should be the 1 million at least. Death should be due to the any cause. Number 3, occupational sicknesses and critical illnesses like cancer should also be covered. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bakst. I want to touch upon a point that Mr. Ali raised earlier about how we can utilize collaborations to create more awareness. You also touched upon one of the main problems with expanding insurance or getting insurance to the masses is that not everybody is aware of it. So, Shoaib, I wanted to redirect this question to you. In your opinion, what partnerships or collaborations do you think would be most beneficial in not only expanding health coverage, but also enhancing social security?
Thanks for that. Listen, there's a fundamentally orient principle. There's one thing I would like to highlight, is that for sustainable growth, collaboration and partnerships are essential. And there's a very simple metaphor to it. You can build a tower, a linear tower, which will usually collapse under its own weight. Or you go for the geometric shape of a pyramid, where you set the base foundation first, which is partnerships, upon which you build upon growth and greater achievements. And for any economy or economic prosperity, these collaborations have to come together. And if I take some innovative or different collaborations that we've had, and I know it's happening across the insurance industry now, it's cross-industry collaborations. It's not just that we're thinking about insurance with the hospital or one insurance company with another insurance company. One of the latest collaborations that State Life got into is with Fauji Fertilizer. So we're collaborating with a fertilizer company. And to tell you what we are doing there, it's quite innovative, is that with every bag, every fertilizer bag, the farmer, the direct purchasing farmer, is automatically insured for life and accident. So within the price of that fertilizer bag, for 5 rupees or so, is included your accidental and disability insurance, and his receipt is his insurance policy, and it accumulates with every bag. The amount of cover increases, so the farmer feels no pain, no outgo. It is within the same price of the bag, but of course the key about insurance is that if you are insuring 1,000 people, and even if you pay out 10 individuals, then that benefit resounds or reflects with everybody there. So the key things about partnerships, as you first asked, it's cross-industry collaborations. We need to be thinking outside the box. There are huge potential and opportunities. Just take BISP. My colleague there, I think he very correctly pointed out, the BISP has been carrying on a program for a very long time, and they have key data. How do we utilize that data for better services, better value-added services, innovative product that we are able to deliver direct to consumer? I think thinking along those lines is very important. Partnerships within insurance companies. You see, one thing from the IAP forum, and Ali is also on the executive council, and that a message that we push quite often is that currently there is no competition in the insurance industry of Pakistan. No one insurance industry, be it IGI or State Life or EFU or otherwise, we are not competing with each other. The reason we're not competing with each other is because the penetration rate is so low. What are we competing over? There's no point competing over a piece of pie or crumbs of pie. We have to grow the size of the pie. So I think there is great opportunity for collaboration between insurance companies themselves as well. And a great example of this is crop insurance. I think Moin Fuda Saab touched on it. We have NICL, Khalid sat right there. I think on TPL, Alpha Insurance, and I think Sindh Insurance have just put together a conglomerate for crop insurance in Sindh. I think this is something, a conglomerate that should grow. All general insurance companies should become part of it, because crop insurance is something that not one company can provide. It can only be delivered across the country if there is risk pooling and there is genuine sharing of risk appetite. So if you ask me what sort of partnerships is required, every kind. There is potential of growth. We just have to come together.
Thank you so much. Speaking of partnerships, you mentioned how BISP has such a huge database of information that can be used, that can be shared across industries, across insurance companies, not just with the government-owned insurance companies. Irfan, how do you think that BSP's work can work in synergy with insurance companies? How can you guys collaborate to come up with sort of comprehensive protection for the most vulnerable population in our country?
Well, Aisha, I believe insurance can transform social security from financial support to financial resilience. So for that purpose, we need to have two things. One is data, and second is regularly updated data. Right? BISP के पास ये दोनों चीज़ें हैं. हमारा 647 हर तहसील लेवल पे एक ऑफिस सेटअप है जहाँ तमाम फैमिलीज़ जो हमारी बेनिफिशरी हैं या बेनिफिशरी बनना चाहती हैं, they approach to those centers. Those centers are virtually connected with NADRA and other stakeholders for real-time verification. And at the end of the day, we get the refined data in our database. So this data repository shows us that 38% of the total households we have in our database, 38% of the 36 million households, ये ऐसे लोग हैं जिनका livelihood depend करता है farming के ऊपर, छोटी-छोटी ज़रात, छोटे-छोटे piece of land के ऊपर. So ये एक untapped area है insurance में जिसको हम discover कर सकते हैं. So it's a huge number. हम उनको क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस उसमें कर सकते हैं, लाइफ स्टॉक इंश्योरेंस की जैसे अभी सुबह से डिफरेंट पैनलिस्ट ने बात की, वो हम उसको एक्सप्लोर कर सकते हैं. सेकेंडली, ए ह्यूज नंबर ऑफ बेनिफिशरीज, बिस्प के जो रजिस्टर्ड बेनिफिशरीज हैं मोर देन 7 मिलियन, जो लेबर क्लास से तल्लुक़ रखते हैं, तो उनको एक्सीडेंटल कवरेज और लाइफ कवरेज को उनको टैप किया जा सकता है. ये वो सेगमेंट ऑफ सोसाइटी है जो दे आर मेयरली लिविंग एट द बॉटम लाइन, जो ज़रा सा शॉक जो आएगा, ज़रा सी कोई भी चीज़ की आएगी, क्लैमिटी आएगी, तो वो पॉवर्टी लाइन से नीचे स्लिप कर सकते हैं. इनको टैप किया जाना चाहिए. और आई बिलीव कि इंश्योरेंस जो इंडस्ट्री है, इसके साथ हम कोलैबोरेट कर सकते हैं. स्टेट लाइफ के साथ ऑलरेडी हमने API बेस्ड कनेक्टिविटी इस्टेब्लिश करने का प्रोसेस स्टार्ट कर दिया हुआ है कि जहाँ बिस बेनिफिशरी वॉक इन टू एनी हॉस्पिटल एंड उसका CNIC जैसे स्कैन होगा, नंबर पंच होगा, तो पता चलेगा ये बिस्प का बेनिफिशरी है. उसको गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से सब्सिडी या फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट मिल रही है, नहीं मिल रही, सेहत सहूलत प्रोग्राम उसको एंटरटेन वहीं से कर लेगा. तो उसको एक स्पेसिफिकली एनरोल नहीं होना पड़ेगा किसी ख़ास प्रोग्राम में. एंड सेकेंडली, उसमें हम इसको स्टेट लाइफ के साथ साथ दूसरी जो हमारी इंश्योरेंस की इंडस्ट्रीज़ हैं, उनके साथ भी कोलैबोरेशन करने को तैयार हैं. डाटा अवेलेबिलिटी हमारे पास है, हमारी पॉलिसी है कि हम डाटा शेयर करेंगे मुख्तलिफ प्रोविंसेस के साथ. गवर्नमेंट के स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं हमारे, या डेवलपमेंट पार्टनर्स हों या हमारी इंडस्ट्री हो, हम उनके साथ डाटा कोलैबोरेशन के लिए बिल्कुल तैयार हैं.
Thank you so much, Irfan. Along the theme of collaboration, I want to ask Mr. Arshad a similar question. We just spoke about how we can collaborate amongst insurers, and insurers can collaborate with programs like BISP. Similarly, how can private insurance providers collaborate with Sehat Sahulat program to expand the insurance coverage and like improve social security?
Thank you, Aisha. एक सवाल मुझसे हमेशा हर फोरम पे किया जाता है, चाहे मीडिया हो, कैबिनेट हो या इंटरनेशनल फोरम हो. कैन ए कंट्री लाइक पाकिस्तान with a weak health system and vulnerable economy afford the luxury of universal health insurance? ये सवाल मुझसे हर फोरम पे किया जाता है. But just for your knowledge, Pakistan's this year 23-24 fiscal year टोटल पब्लिक सेक्टर हेल्थ बजट जो 4 हमारे सूबाई वज़राए ख़जाना, एक वफाकी और 2 इलाकाई AJK and GB अनाउंस करते हैं, वो 1250 अरब रुपए है. और हेल्थ सेक्टर की जो सिचुएशन है वो आप सबके सामने है, यू नो इट. और इस वक्त जो 20 करोड़ लोग इंश्योर्ड हैं, उन सब का जो टिकट साइज़ है इन फाइनेंशियल टर्म्स इज़ हार्डली 200 बिलियन. अगर इसमें सिंध भी डाल लिया जाए तो 225 बिलियन, which means hardly 15 to 18% of current public sector health budget we can insure, at least at the extent of hospitalization all the Pakistani nation, 25 crore people. Now, having said that, it's not मेरे सामने एक हमारी डॉक्टर शमशाद वज़ीर ख़जाना भी और ओनली लेडी गवर्नर ऑफ पाकिस्तान हिस्ट्री बैठी हुई हैं. शी नोज़ इट्स नॉट अबाउट द रिसोर्सेज, इट्स अबाउट चैनलाइजेशन ऑफ द रिसोर्सेज. आज भी इस साल का हमारा 21,000 अरब का बजट है दिस वेरी ईयर. जो चीज़ हम पब्लिक में सरकार में 100 रुपये की ख़रीदते हैं, वो मैं और आप अपने घरों में 50 रुपये की ख़रीदते हैं, फॉर द सेक ऑफ some procedural rate, some for the sake of efficiency, you name it. So the prime issue was to provide a universal health insurance as a basic coverage layer for every Pakistani, like Scandinavian nations, like Canada, like NHS UK, and to give the opportunity to private insurance sector to top up the insurance coverage. सरकार का काम लोगों की जान बचाना है, उन्हें लग्जरी मुहैया करना नहीं है. We at सेहत कार्ड provide all necessary hospitalization interventions, but at the level of general ward. अगर फौज ये समझती है कि कोई मोहतरम जनरल साहब हैं, या सरकार समझती है हमारे जैसे किसी बाबू को कि ये बड़े ग्रेड के बाबू हैं, या कोई बिजनेसमैन या कोई खुद वो समझता है कि उसे प्राइवेट वार्ड में, VIP वार्ड में जाना है, तो ज़रूर they should have a top-up insurance for a room category, for a financial limit, or for anything else. फॉर ए कॉस्मेटिक सर्जरी, फॉर एनीथिंग। फॉर अगर सिर्फ पाकिस्तान में इस बेसिक यूनिवर्सल हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस के ऊपर हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री, प्राइवेट सेक्टर जो है, क्योंकि मैं खुद इस इंडस्ट्री से हूँ, अगर वो टॉप अप कवर बिल्ड कर ले तो यकीन मानिए पाकिस्तान का जो हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्रीमियम की पाए है वो अगले 5 साल में कम से कम दुगनी हो जाएगी, एटलीस्ट डबल। और ये सेहत सहूलत प्रोग्राम कितना बड़ा फिनोमेना है। जस्ट टू गिव यू एन आइडिया, हैव अ लुक 2023 SECP एनुअल रिपोर्ट, आउट ऑफ 404 बिलियन इज अराउंड 200 बिलियन। तो जब सरकार कुछ करने पे आती है तो उसका जो स्केल है वो बहुत बड़ा हो जाता है। अभी हमारी सूबाई हुकूमत KP ने ऑलरेडी मैंडेटरी हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस इंप्लीमेंट कर दी है, वफाकी हुकूमत और पंजाब ने ड्राफ्ट ला तैयार कर लिया है, बलोचिस्तान इज स्टिल वर्किंग सेम। जिस तरह से आकिफ साहब कह रहे थे कि जी वो हम थर्ड पार्टी मैंडेटरी, मैं 10 साल बाहर भी काम किया, बाहर की दुनिया के अंदर भी, तो यू कैन नॉट बाय ए कार, यू कैन नॉट गो टू ए हॉस्पिटल विदाउट हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस। तो दिस इज़ ए ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी। सरकार पाबंद है कि सिर्फ यूनिवर्सल हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस की बेसिक कवरेज दे, उसमें भी अफोर्डेबल सेगमेंट से कंट्रीब्यूशन चार्ज करे और बाकी सारी टॉप अप कवर प्राइवेट इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर दे। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much. In the interest of time, even though I have a couple of other questions for all our panelists, I will actually open the floor up to the audience. Does anyone have any questions for our panelists? जी, mic मिल सकता है please?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Javed Ahmed. I'm the CEO of Jubilee Life. Hello. Yes, my name is Javed Ahmed. I'm the CEO of Jubilee Life. Arshad साहब से सवाल है. Yes, you're right. There is a huge opportunity SSP presents to the entire insurance industry. But as I understand, the scheme is binary at the moment. So private insurers जो हैं, अगर या even state life, if they want to develop product on top of SSP, तो जो basic benefit है वो भी नहीं मिलता है. So you have to either opt for the private sector insurance or top up insurance, or you have to go for the basic element. तो इसको binary को आप कब open करने का plan है आपका? तो at least basic benefit की entitlement रहे, the person should be able to pay and buy the top up for all insurers.
थैंक यू जावेद भाई। गुजारिश ये कि कल एक और पब्लिक सेक्टर के इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के सरबराह मुझसे डिनर पे पूछ रहे थे कि ये स्टेट लाइफ आपकी इतनी लाडली क्यों है, वाई यू आर फेवरिंग देम बीइंग ए पब्लिक सेक्टर कंपनी। ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग, हम सारी जो लाइफ और हेल्थ की जो आज यहाँ लीडरशिप बैठी हुई है, वो सारी की सारी स्टेट लाइफ की पैदावार है। शीफ्ट वाज द ओनली स्टेट ओन कंपनी फॉर लास्ट 50 ईयर्स। तो बात यह है कि प्राइवेट या पब्लिक सेक्टर, जब मैं आपके सवाल का एक इनडायरेक्ट जवाब देता हूँ जावेद भाई, कि जब हम ये डिज़ाइन करने लगे यूनिवर्सल या सेहत कार्ड प्रोग्राम, तो हम पे बहुत ज़्यादा प्रेशर था कि जी NHS UK का फैंसी मॉडल देखें, NHS UK को फॉलो करें, दे प्रोवाइड द हेल्थ केयर सर्विसेज। आप में से बहुत से दोस्त जानते होंगे, ओनली थ्रू पब्लिक सेक्टर प्रोवाइडर्स, कि आप सरकार के अस्पतालों के ज़रिए हेल्थ सर्विसेज दें आवाम को। मैंने कहा यार, अगर ये सरकारी अस्पताल मेरा अच्छा काम कर रहे होते तो मुझे यार ये सेहत कार्ड का, मतलब मैं अगर थोड़ा सा क्रूड अंदाज में कराची की ज़ुबान में बात करूं तो पंगा लेने की क्या ज़रूरत है। वाई वी नीड टू गो फॉर ए हेल्थ कार्ड स्कीम if my public sector is delivering effectively healthcare services? I said, no way, based on my 30 years plus experience, 10 years outside Pakistan, कि सर्विस डिलीवरी वाकई सही डोमेन है प्राइवेट सेक्टर का, कोई शक ही नहीं है। क्योंकि सेठ साहब डंडा लेके पीछे लगे होते हैं कि अगर मेरा एक कस्टमर रिटर्न नहीं हुआ तो आपकी खैर नहीं है। हैविंग सेड दैट, जब इस किस्म के मेगा प्रोजेक्ट्स लॉन्च करने होते हैं, मैं इत्तेफाक से, मेरे लिए दूसरा मुल्क है, आई वॉज एडवाइजर फॉर द UAE गवर्नमेंट एंड आई हैव इम्प्लीमेंटेड यूनिवर्सल हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस इन UAE फर्स्ट। नाउ पाकिस्तान इज़ माई सेकंड कंट्री। हमने सऊदीया को भी असिस्ट किया था। तो वहाँ कोई स्टेट लाइफ मौजूद नहीं थी जावेद भाई। UAE के अंदर अराउंड 40 ओड कंपनीज फॉर वर्किंग इन हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस। हमें वहाँ एक स्टेट लाइफ ईजाद करना पड़ी। कैन यू इमेजिन? क्योंकि हम वहाँ सिर्फ 11 मिलियन की सारी आबादी है, 92% एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, 8 लाख इमाराती हैं। वहाँ हमें एक नई स्टेट लाइफ ईजाद करनी पड़ी। 25% म्यूनिख ने स्टेक डाला, बाकी शेख साहब ने पैसे डाले। हमने जो ब्लू कॉलर कम्युनिटी थी हमारी, जो एक्सपर्ट्स वाली, उसको सब्सिडाइज कवर देने के लिए दामान हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस के नाम से एक कंपनी का वजूद पैदा किया वहाँ पे। एंड टुडे दे आर मिडल ईस्ट की सबसे बड़ी हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस कंपनी है। तो वी नीड पब्लिक सेक्टर प्लेयर, वी नीड ए वेरी वाइब्रेंट प्राइवेट सेक्टर। यस, हमने तो, मैं खुद कितना बड़ा चैंपियन हूँ प्राइवेट सेक्टर को हिस्सा देने का, कि हमने पकड़ पकड़ के प्राइवेट सेक्टर की कंपनियों का कंसोर्शियम बनाया कि आओ यार स्टेट लाइफ से मुकाबला तो करो। लेकिन मसला ये है कि स्टेट लाइफ बड़ी समझदार है कि जिस ज़माने में, शोएब साहब तो उस ज़माने में नहीं थे, लेकिन और हमारे कुछ कोलीग्स थे, कि जिस ज़माने में कोई इस प्रोग्राम को हाथ लगाने को तैयार नहीं था। देयर वॉज ए वेरी ब्रेव लेडी लाइक डॉक्टर शमशाद नरगिस घल्लू साहिबा, शी वॉज द चेयरपर्सन, एंड शी सेड ओके, प्राइवेट सेक्टर कोई हाथ लगाने को तैयार नहीं है कि यार ये गरीबों का प्रोग्राम है, सारे गरीब होंगे, सारे बीमार होंगे, बड़े क्लेम आएंगे, कंपनी बैंकरप्ट हो जाएगी। तो उस वक्त नरगिस घल्लू साहिबा केम फॉरवर्ड एंड वी इस्टेब्लिश ए सेपरेट हेल्थ डिवीजन विद इन द स्टेट लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कॉरपोरेशन, जिसने इस प्रोग्राम का बेड़ा उठाया। और उसने जब स्टेट लाइफ की हिम्मत देखी तो बाकी 8-9 कंपनियां भी मैदान में आईं, एंड 3 टाइम्स हमने जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दिया है स्टेट लाइफ को, वो हमने ओपन बिडिंग के ज़रिए पेपरा रूल्स के हिसाब से दिया है। अगरचे कुछ लोग जो है उसमें वो शिकवे शिकायत करते रहते हैं, बट हमने कहा कि यार जब अगर हमने वलीमे की 200 देगे पकवानी है फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल, तो अगर आप देग पकाने पर राज़ी हैं मेरे वलीमे में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान की, तो मेहरबानी करके 20 देग पकाने का तजर्बा तो हो। जहाँ सारी प्राइवेट हेल्थ मार्केट का साइज़ ही 18 से 20 अरब का हो, वहाँ अब मैं 200 अरब का प्रीमियम दे दूँ, डॉक्टर साहिबा आप बताएं मैं कैसे दे दूँ? स्टेट की मनी है, अनलेस I have satisfaction being a health state functionary कि जी स्टेट लाइफ जैसी कॉर्पोरेशन की जो है पीछे कोई बैकबोन तो है कम से कम। तो दैट इज़ द केस। इंशाल्लाह अब हमने चूँकि रोल आउट कर लिया है यूनिवर्सल हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, नाउ विल कम अनदर मॉडल। जावेद साहब, अगले जो नेक्स्ट राउंड जो आ रहा है उसमें नए मॉडल के साथ हम ये कर रहे हैं कि माफ़ कीजिएगा अगर आप, मैं अगर सवाल नहीं सही समझ सका हूँ तो आप दोहरा देंगे शायद, या कुछ मेरे कानों का इशू है या आपके माइक का इशू है।
चाय पे पूछेगा।
कैन यू आस्क अगेन? So if I diverted from the question, I would love to answer you.
No, I'm not questioning why State Life is managing it. Not at all. I think the SSP is a success. From day one, I have been an advocate of this particular scheme.
Sir.
मेरा question जो था वो था कि scheme currently is binary. You either get 1 or you get 0. So if you have a top up, तो scheme की कोई subsidy आपको नहीं मिलती है. So जो बात कर रहे थे, and I principally agree, जो शोएब ने बात की, this is a great opportunity. इस स्कीम का एक सबसे बड़ा एडवांटेज है, it has helped in increasing awareness of insurance in people. Because people who are benefiting from it, they now understand कि ये इंश्योरेंस फायदे की चीज़ है, नुकसान की चीज़ नहीं है, या इसका नुकसान नहीं होता, क्लेम देने की बात आ रही है, everybody gets the claim. बात हो रही थी टॉपअप बेचने की। तो टॉपअप स्कीम पे अभी करंट फॉर्म में ये है कि आप अगर टॉपअप खरीदेंगे तो आपको प्रॉपर पूरी हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस अलग खरीदनी है। इट्स नॉट अ टॉपअप, इट्स लाइक बाइंग अ सेपरेट इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी. Top-up is not allowed in the scheme per se. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it a binary scheme or not? तो
yes.
आपका क्या प्लान है उसको बाइनरी से नॉन बाइनरी कब करेंगे? ये that is my question.
पहले शोएब कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं?
Yeah, so that's so Javed sir, very briefly, you're absolutely right about the need for any program to evolve. I think this program is evolving. If you see the KP model and all, you'll see it as a binary, like you describe it. However, in Punjab, right now, co-payments have been introduced, which means that, for example, cardiovascular surgeries or even maternity, cost for that, a proportion of that cost will come from the individual themselves. So which means that, and that's not directly answering your question, but what it means is it's opening up the space. And for, an insurance company, be it Jubilee, EFU, IGI, State Life, anyone, to come up with those product lines, which then say that, okay, if government is paying 50%, you are covering 50% of your healthcare yourself, here's a product that supplements that. So that is being introduced and that innovation is being pushed through.
ऐड कर दूं खाली what Shoaib has explained कि for sustainability perspective and to get a more fair play ground or bigger ground, क्योंकि स्टेट लाइफ का शेयर साइज इतना बड़ा हो गया है and with the experience कि एक हम कंट्रीब्यूशन लेने लगे हैं अफोर्डेबल सेगमेंट से और दूसरा उनको ऑप्शन देने लगे हैं कि रीजन वाइज चूँकि रोल आउट हो गया है प्रोग्राम सक्सेसफुली यूनिवर्सल का, पैनल हॉस्पिटल भी मौजूद है, बेनिफिट पैकेज भी मौजूद है. सो मोर प्लेयर कैन बी ऑप्टेड फ्रॉम इंस्टेड ऑफ फ्रॉम करंट बाइनरी फॉर्म, it should be more democratization.
All right. Thank you all so much. This topic is very interesting and there's a lot more questions I'm sure that the audience wants to ask, but unfortunately we are short of time, so I would encourage everybody to approach
Aisha,
our-
Jabran Sahab, just one point.
Sure, sure, Dr. Bhatt.
The protection is state duty, but instead of giving incentive, they are putting GST over the insurance premium. I think again सुबह से हम रो रहे हैं कि हमारा इंश्योरेंस पेनिट्रेशन 0.5% भी नहीं है, और उसके बाद गवर्नमेंट बजाय इंसेंटिव देने के GST इम्पोज कर रही है. मेरी गुजारिश होगी ACCP से और दूसरे जो डॉक्टर शमशाद और दूसरे जो लोग बैठे हैं जिनके कॉरिडोर्स में वॉइस सुनी जाती है, वो इस पर रेज करें कि दिस इज गवर्नमेंट ड्यूटी एंड पीपल आर पेइंग फ्रॉम देयर ओन पॉकेट, बट गवर्नमेंट इज पेनलाइजिंग देम एंड मेकिंग इट कॉस्टलियर. So please remove GST on the life insurance.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bhatt. Thank you all.
Hello, Ji. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, panelists. Every one of you, it was great discussion. And very rightly pointed out by Dr. Bhatt, the issue of provincial sales tax is an alarming issue for the industry, and we are advocating for it. I'd like to request Mr. Zishan Rahman Khattak, Commissioner for Insurance Technology, to please come on the stage and distribute the conference mementos. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Zishan Rahman Khattak. And a huge round of applause for all of you who are here. Thank you so much for being with us, and we expect that you'll continue to be with us till 5 p.m., till we close the conference. Thank you. Can you please bring the shield for Miss Aisha Haq, the moderator for the session? Miss Aisha Haq, thank you so much. Mr. Irfan Rafiq. Mr. Irfan Rafiq. Next, I'll request the shield for Mr. Muhammad Ali Ahmed. I guess I can only request you people to applaud these people who have been here, who have taken their time out, who have prepared themselves for discussion. Mr. Shoaib Javed Hussain. Mr. Mohammad Arshad Qaim Khani sir. Dr. Bakht Jamal Sheikh. And along with the esteemed panelists, we also again want to acknowledge our colleagues who have put in a lot of effort. So Miss Sophia Bibi and Miss Sabahatullah were the focal persons coordinating for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, a great round of applause for them. Both of them have been with me on the stage and have been host for you for the day. I guess there was a bit of hiccup. Miss Sophia Bibi. Do I have Muhammad Ahmed from our IT department here? Muhammad Ahmed. May I request Mr. Muhammad Arif Beg Sab? Beg Sab, I saw you. Beg Sab is our admin officer. He has traveled from Islamabad, had been working with us in Islamabad as well. Beg Sab, Mirza Muhammad Arif Beg. Do we have Mohammed Ahmed here? Mohammed Ahmed from our IT department. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you so much, speakers. Thank you, sir. And thank you, everyone. I'll now be breaking for tea. Arif sir, the tea is ready, sir? Zishan sir, may I request you to please remain on the stage? Zishan sir, sir, please. There's a shield. May I request? There's a shield to be presented to Mr. Justice Retired Irfan Qadir, who is Consultant Legal Affairs to the President of Pakistan. I'll request Mr. Ziaur Rashid Abbasi, Mr. Ziaur Rashid Abbasi sir, who is Director General Legal Affairs, President Secretariat, Adwan Sadr. This shield is for Mr. Justice Retired Irfan Qadir Sahab and Mr. Ziaur Rashid Abbasi Sahab, who is DG Legal Affairs, President Secretariat. He is collecting the shield on his behalf. Thank you so much, Zia Sahab. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Zishan sir. Thank you so much, sir. Sir. We'll now be breaking out for tea, and my request would be कि हम अगर इसको एक working tea बना लेते हैं, चाय की प्याली लेके और कुछ snacks लेके हम आ जाएं और आके टेबल पे बैठ के चाय भी पी लें और साथ में अच्छी discussions भी हो जाएं. So we'll be breaking for tea and we'll be convening back, inshallah, in 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Am I audible?
हेलो हेलो सर आवाज़ आ रही है आपको हेलो
शर्जील आवाज आ रही है? ठीक है शर्जील आवाज आ रही है ना? हेलो
हेलो हेलो सर आवाज़ आ रही है आपको हेलो hello 1 2 hello 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 1 2 hello 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 hello, 1, 2, hello,
Hello, check, check. 1, 2. Hello, 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 hello.
hello, 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 1, 2, hello, 1, 2, hello, 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 1, 2, hello, hello, 1, 2, hello, 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 1, 2, hello. एक सेकंड, एक सेकंड, एक सेकंड दानियल, मैं कर रहा हूँ। साथ भाई एक सेकंड। हेलो, 1, 2, हेलो, हेलो, 1, 2, मैं वही तो बोल रहा हूँ। Check, check, check. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Check, hello, hello, hello.
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
Hello, hello.
हेलो।
Hello, it's me testing.
जी आपको आवाज़ आ रही है?
जी जी आ रही है।
चलें, एक्सीलेंट, थैंक यू। आई एम फाइन टू, और कैमरा भी शायद चल रहा है।
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I kindly request all of you to please be seated so that we can resume the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are resuming our session. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, our last session of the day is regarding digitalization of the insurance sector. This session on the Insured Pakistan through digitalization will focus on the gaps, potential and the roadmap for creating an ideal digital infrastructure for the insurance sector by using data analytics and digital platforms. We will explore how the insurance industry and regulator and the fintech players can leverage technology for an improved and enhanced insurance sector.
To begin this session, we have a video from Women's World Banking, which is a global non-profit organization dedicated to empowering low-income women to access financial services, including insurance. Please play the video.
To address this esteemed group of delegates at Insureimpact Pakistan 2025. Thank you to the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan for inviting me to join you. My name is Mary Ellen Iskandarian, and I'm the president and CEO of Women's World Banking, a global organization dedicated to serving the nearly 1 billion women around the world who are excluded from the financial system. We do this by partnering with financial institutions and policymakers to design, develop, and implement products and policies that foster women's economic empowerment. Today, I want to underscore the significance of insurance as a tool for enhancing women's economic well-being. Insurance plays a crucial role in promoting economic stability and building resilience. It helps individuals, families, and businesses manage risks and recover from financial setbacks. For women in particular, insurance is a vital source of resilience, especially for those living in climate-vulnerable regions and countries. Climate change disproportionately impacts low-income women, but globally, there is a 20 percentage point gender gap in climate-related insurance access. This highlights a significant protection gap and the urgent need for increased coverage for economic stability. But it's also an exciting business opportunity, and there are companies, including those in Pakistan, that are recognizing the potential for reaching underserved women as a growing market segment of interest. Kasha Foundation, a leading microfinance institution in Pakistan and one of Women's World Banking's oldest partners, provides health insurance to over 14.5 million people, in addition to life and livestock insurance products. Their work demonstrates that financial tools combined with non-financial interventions like community training and education are key for building awareness and understanding of insurance. And JazzCash, one of the country's largest mobile network providers, has had great success with its collaboration with Bima Pakistan, providing a handful of insurance solutions to more than 2 million subscribers. Likewise, inclusive InsurTech newcomers like InstaFool Solutions, are experimenting with women-focused insurance products and protection services. These products all represent important progress toward your goal of a new and comprehensive digital insurance infrastructure across the entire insurance lifecycle in Pakistan. But as you move toward this goal, I strongly encourage you to consider how digitization can support women customers in particular. When done well, digitization can be a lifeline for women, especially in contexts with limited women's mobility and complex documentation requirements. But at 49%, Pakistan has the largest gender gap in smartphone ownership amongst the countries surveyed by the GSMA. As we digitize, let's do so in a way that is safe, protects customers from fraud, and empowers women, contributing to overall economic development. Thank you all for your work toward fostering economic well-being through insurance. We need a collaborative effort by the public sector, private sector, and civil society organizations to bring insurance into a new era of growth. I commend the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan for their efforts, and I look forward to seeing the positive impact of this meeting. Thank you.
That was wonderful. The SECP has embarked on the journey to digitalization in all the regulated sectors, be it capital markets, insurance, or the corporate sector, or its own internal processes. To highlight the journey of SECP towards digitalization, I would invite the Commissioner SECP, Mr. Zishan Rahman Khattak, to please enlighten the audience on the digitalization efforts of SECP. Sir, please come on the stage.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I see Commissioner in SECP, Mr. Lodi Saab coming in as well, so I really have to commend them and their team on this amazing event. I think they have done an amazing job, and I do believe that these kind of interactions really help the industry, the sector, and general economy of the country as well. As SECP, we are cognizant of what technology and digitization can do for various subsector and subsections of the economy and the insurance sector as well. So we want to actually lead by an example to ensure that we have LEAP program which creates integration with the internal stakeholders as well as the external one. We had to do away with our previous e-services system, and now we have easy files there, which ensures that the companies can register without any glitches, and 99% of the new companies coming in are through that process. So that really shows that we are there and trying to make things happen. We have a regulatory sandbox. What it does is, I'm sure you all are aware of it, what it does is it encourages the new startups, the new products and services to go and exhibit them and run them with the relaxed regulatory environment, get them ready for the general market as well. So things like that, we are constantly in the lookout for new opportunities. A lot of times, being behind the rest of the world brings in an opportunity as well, because it lets you know of the shapes of things to come. We look at international jurisdictions, we look at the products and services being offered there, and we try to implement them and encourage the existing financial sector companies to somehow incorporate that in their own systems as well. As far as the regulatory side of things, the regulation is one side, but I personally believe, and we believe, that facilitation is a lot of times more important than the regulation. So the regulatory side comes in when we think that the interest of end users or general public is being compromised. Otherwise, the general idea is that we facilitate businesses to grow and to have that beneficial relationship with the economy and with the end user. IT creates an amazing opportunity. it really helps pivot economies towards that democratization of economy. What it means is that somebody sitting in GB or Khuzdar having a good internet connection and a laptop can really make a living. And the opportunities that present to the financial sector, being an ex-employee of IT sector, I can tell you that there are freelancers who are making around $20,000 to $24,000 a month in revenues. Imagine that and the kind of opportunity that it presents to the insurance sector. So with less than 1% penetration, obviously it's a challenge, but also imagine if there is that internet availability and if there is that opportunity, imagine the kind of benefits all these insurance companies can gather out of it. Collaboration is the key. We do believe that insurance companies, they have to work together to take advantage of maybe their collective infrastructure and their know-how. And the way things are shaping, it's going to lift the insurance industry up together. Like I said earlier, there's so much room for growth that there is something to gain for everyone. And at the end of the day, our country and our people will benefit out of it. So I thank you all. Really, I know your time is very important. You being here just shows your commitment to the growth of the industry and the sector. And we, again, as SECP, we are here. We are here to facilitate. We are here to learn from you, and we are here to create the conducive business environment which is going to help you grow. So thank you very much, and Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you so much, sir, for your speech. Now we would request Dr. Shamshad Akhtar to please join us on the stage as a keynote speaker for today's event. Dr. Shamshad Akhtar is the current chairperson of Pakistan Stock Exchange and has twice served as the Federal Finance Minister, overseeing multiple economic portfolios. She was also the governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, and we are really honored to have ma'am today with us.
Please give a round of applause.
Say first of all, Assalamu alaikum and Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's been an exhausting, long day, so I don't want to hold you all for much longer. I'm not a keynote speaker. My task, as assigned by SECP, is to actually try to bring out some of the major highlights of the event. I'm sure you all will agree that this has been a very stimulating event, very well thought out, very well conceptualized, leaving nothing behind. We normally say under the Sustainable Development Goals, leaving no one behind. I think this is a conference that has exhausted coverage and conceptually well designed, with so many colleagues of ours from SECP that have done incredibly hard work and reflection. So I think because we are almost at the end, I would like to bring out some of the critical messages that have come out. And I must confess that listening to everybody, condensing this was not an easy task. And I had to, of course, rely on some of the more capable colleagues of SECP to distill out these messages. First of all, I think there's a lot that has been said on regulatory changes. Having been a regulator myself, I must confess, regulations can't do it all unless they are effectively implemented in spirit, in letter and spirit. But I have to say, having been affiliated with the insurance sector for quite some time, and my days of getting involved in insurance sector, in fact, even predate my being the finance minister. It has been often quoted, but I was sitting one day very peacefully at home when somebody approached me. They wanted the most comprehensive study on insurance sector. And they wanted this to be inclusive. By that, I mean they wanted really good involvement of the industry. I have to thank all the leading insurance industry colleagues that were part of my council. And we worked incredibly hard. There were lots of differences, lots of fights, disagreements, but we got the gist of it. And that report has been quoted in this conference. And I must say, you will benefit from reading that report because it's the most comprehensive coverage. After that, fast forward, we have had SECP chairman taking over. I was still in the corridors of IMF. And I used to always feel Akif Saab, the most modest person on earth. He still is today. But, so I used to pull him more towards my chair in the cabinet. And he really ran with the agenda that we had talked about. So what is the distilled summary of it, of today's session, but also include some of the real issues of the industry? One is that there's need for amendment in the Insurance Ordinance 2000. We have to really make sure that we open up market for foreign investor and reinsurance, a very tough task because I was talking about it all along and I know there was huge opposition for opening up the insurance sector. Second point under the regulatory changes which has come out is the promotion of digitization. The more we say, the less it is. Digitization is the name of the game. But in this context, if you want fast speed changes, you really need to be world-class digitizer. And I must say the industry has adequate profitability and a lot of money to be able to invest and train its own people, but also the industry. We have to shift under the regulatory changes. We should be shifting from rule-based requirements to principle-based requirements. Principle-based requirements is really the key to all regulations. Whether I've been regulator of the banking sector, of insurance, or pension, it's always good to stick to principle-based requirements. They don't require changes in the amounts which require a great deal of effort to amend. Another is the opening up of the market and driving competition. Opening public sector risks to private sector insurers and considering competition in the reinsurance sector. Reinsurance sector has for years been literally closed to competition. We tried at different occasions, at least during my career, it was not easy. Regulatory establishment is regulatory enablement for new product development is critical too. I know I've been advised that the proposed amendments are pending with Ministry of Commerce, which till to date is the custodian of insurance sector. Now this is where the dilemma is. There is an overlapping between ministries of the roles and responsibilities. The more we move towards consolidation and collaboration, the better it would be. On regulatory front, again, there's proposed amendments in Motor Vehicles Act 1939 is something which has been talked about. Increasing the compensation limit from 20 to 500,000, shift from court-led processes to no-fault option without involvement of court-simplified claims processes has been talked about, introduction of compensation for bodily injuries, and I'm still talking about the Motor Vehicles Act 1939 amendments. The proposed amendments are pending with Ministry of Commerce, and I can assure you a lot of these are long pending. And I have to say, without opening up the frontier here, we shall always be denying the advantages from these amendments that can accrue. Ministerial, I've talked about regulatory change. Another category to talk about is the ministerial change, which I have hinted to. Currently, the subject of insurance falls under the purview of Ministry of Commerce, while the regulatory SCCP falls under Ministry of Finance. This is a very delicate subject, and it's not a subject matter of today, but for a few decades. In other jurisdictions, insurance falls under the Ministry of Finance. I advocated for an independent insurance regulator when I was involved in preparing a transaction from Asian Development Bank. When I was an economist there, I advocated an independent insurance regulator's creation so that we are able to cut across these nuances which have held back some of the improvements. But I have to say, I don't know why our colleagues are not able to take the right path. So we were negotiating this loan, and we had negotiated the loan, and then I still remember they approached my vice president and said that they would like not to go for an independent insurance regulator. I did not agree at that point, and then the matter could not move forward, unfortunately or fortunately. Now, it has to be acknowledged that financial sector is a subject matter of the Ministry of Finance. Of course, insurance in different jurisdictions is with a separate entity. But those countries that have adopted the best practices are the ones that agreed to do an independent insurance regulator. So following the international jurisdiction, at least as a first step, there is need of ministerial change. To start off, for insurance, we need to strengthen, of course, the Ministry of Commerce, but also to recognize that Ministry of Finance has an edge in the financial and capital market realm. So I've touched upon the regulatory changes, the ministerial changes, which were hardcore of the subject matter of deliberations today. Another very strongly debated but passionately argued was a matter of national level crop insurance scheme. I must say that I had worked on it when I was working on the subject matter, but the last few hours of deliberations have brought me up to speed also of some of the current issues. And I was fortunate sitting next to Moin Fuda Saab, so I was looking at his speaking notes, very comprehensive. And he and I are going to have further discussions on them. So launch of national level crop insurance scheme as per the recommendations of State Bank Task Force on National Crop Insurance has to be immediately implemented. In 2008, a State Bank Task Force was formed and launched the crop loan insurance scheme, and it was advocated to be a subsidized scheme and it covered the 5 major crops for Loni farmers. I must confess that this is very important for Pakistan. It's an agriculture-based economy. It's subject to a lot of disasters. It's an economy where crops get destroyed following a disaster. In 2020, a committee was formed under the National Financial Inclusion Scheme, and it designed the National Crop Insurance Scheme. Again, the scheme was for Loni as well as for non-loaning farmers, with potential to cover 9 million farmers' households. The regarding cost and impact of unforeseen events on crop yields, the task force recommended the inclusion of area yield index insurance at the national level for all major crops across Pakistan by 2023. The proposal was submitted to the Ministry of Finance in May 2021, and subsequently the report was shared with the Ministry of Commerce for necessary steps towards its implementation. And you know the results today. Amendments, another topic which was touched upon pretty exhaustively, are the amendments in the provincial law for group life insurance and group health insurance. And it was rightly said that it is a services sector, and till date, if you pick up my report, it advocated for the elimination of the services tax, because this is a very different business than the other services. So amendments in provincial labor laws for the enhancement of the scope of group life and introduction of mandatory health insurance. Group life insurance is mandated by Industrial and Commercial Ordinance 1969. It has been adopted by provinces after 18th Amendment of the Constitution. Proposed amendments in the above ordinance involved increase in some risk coverage, number of employees for getting the coverage for employees by the employer decreased from 50 to 20, inclusion of contract and temporary employees, and the final point is the group health insurance, a proposal of compulsory health insurance by the employer of the employees to be incorporated in labor laws. I must confess that what I have talked about on this platform is what has been discussed by all of you. My hats off to the SECP, to the Chairman Saab, because I have seen how he took the subject of insurance sector reforms in very strong commitment, and it's expanded his different internal departments and resource them and train them. It matters. If you want to have a long-term agenda, he developed a few years plan, and he's monitoring this plan very closely, has not abandoned it. So my tribute to the Chairman SECP, to all the colleagues of SECP for all their work. They know I'm always with them. Whenever Chairman Saab is here, Shamshad Akhtar is next to him. Thank you so much. Again, it was a summary of all what you said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The plethora of knowledge and experience that you bring with yourself is unmatched. May I please request Chairman SECP, Mr. Akif Said, to present a memento to Dr. Shamshad Akhtar. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir.
Now, as we move forward, we want to talk about the SCCP's effort for the digitalization of the insurance sector. We have taken upon a very extensive activity for the digitalization of the entire insurance infrastructure, and for that we have conducted a in-house study for mapping the existing efforts in terms of what the regulator has done internally for the insurance sector and what the insurance sectors are doing, like in what insurance companies are doing, which technologies that they are employing, and at what level of digitalization are they standing right now. And based on that study, we have collaborated with United Nations Development Program, Pakistan, to take a step forward and develop an ideal blueprint for the digital insurance infrastructure. And based on this study, which is a collective effort of UNDP and SACP, today we have a brief presentation from the National Project Coordinator of UNDP Pakistan, Ms. Sana Ehsan, who would come on the stage and present a brief presentation on what we have realized through our collective efforts on what the ideal digital insurance infrastructure for the insurance sector should be.
Assalamu alaikum ji, good evening. I will not take too long. It's been a very quite long and interesting day. I would like to first thank SCCP for providing this tremendous opportunity and present some of the initiatives which we are working with with SCCP and other government agencies. I would like to start my presentation with giving you a brief overview of where we're coming from, why United Nations Development Program. So since morning, you might have heard a lot of colleagues, dignitaries talking about how insurance is important for development. And this is how where UNDP comes into play, because UNDP is right now working in about more than 39 countries on the insurance and risk finance portfolio through their facility. And this facility is basically present at global level and providing different kind of facilities to the countries and communities, directing with insurance solutions, as well as building long-term enabling environment and to scale up the solutions. I see a hand raised up. All right. So if you see the slide, you can see that there are multiple areas where UNDP is currently working. For example, the reinsurance availability, skills for the insurance markets. The point is that we are working towards creating an enabling environment, both from the demand and the supply side, as well as working with the private sector and the public sector all together. The whole idea is to build the resilient countries and communities, resilient households, resilient businesses, nature, food security, and also work towards enabling stakeholders to work towards a common goal of insurance for development. So when we come to Pakistan, what we have done so far, we have been working in this space for the past 2 years. 2 years, or maybe you can say 1.5 years, and we have been playing the role of a convener for building the long-term financial resilience. We have produced a study on inclusive insurance risk financing with the support of Milliman, and we have also been working with SCCP towards digitalization of insurance sector. We are also working with Milliman to build up the actuarial capacity of the insurance industry, as well as we are working towards promoting inclusive insurance and risk financing in the country through development of small inclusive insurance products. The National Inclusive Insurance Training Program is also one of the initiatives which is next in order. And we are also trying to work with the government towards launching a sovereign risk finance solution. But again, this is going to be for the public sector infrastructure that needs a lot of deliberation and ideation on what kind of public infrastructure where UNDP can work with the Insurance Development Forum, which is a consortium of global insurance companies. And for Pakistan, we have interest from 3 global insurance companies, for example, Blue Marble, Europe Re, and Global Parametrics, to support the government of Pakistan in developing a sovereign risk finance solution. So when I say that we have been working with SECP for creating an enabling environment, I mean the digitalization study. We have conducted 2 consultative processes in Karachi and in Islamabad to talk around different aspects of digitalization and seek guidance from the industry as well as other stakeholders. This is just a quick recap of the study which Sophia just mentioned as a stage 1 SECP has conducted on the gaps and mapping of the digitalization state in Pakistan for the insurance side. And you can see that there are like 17 companies who offer digital products via website. And you can see that the data integration, for instance, 31 companies are having connectivity with Nadra. And similarly, we see that there are 17 companies who have the mobile apps. So this is the data which was provided by the industry to SECP through a survey questionnaire. And this is what I'm presenting here. And the recommendations of the study were around creating a comprehensive digital transformation platform. And for that, I will go into my next slide. So if you see this slide, you're going to see that there are multiple stakeholders who have multiple sets of data. And the data is all fragmented according to what we have studied so far from our desk research and talking to different stakeholders. And we see that there are multiple, for example, motor insurance, agriculture insurance, health, and inclusive insurance. There are multiple data sets, and they are not talking to each other. So if we want everyone to talk to each other, there has to be a common platform or a common space where all the data is integrated and available for policy pricing and any other kind of deliberation which we want to do around insurance products and other market-related activities. So we see that, for instance, like Nadra and aggregators and the payment gateways data like commonly used by all the insurance companies and many other stakeholders, but there are certain data sets which are working in isolation. So what can we do? There is a solution, and we propose that we build an insurance information platform. It could be a solution. We are not talking that this is only something which Pakistan would be doing, but this is based on the experience from India's Insurance Information Bureau, UK's Motor Insurance Bureau, US-based Medical Information Bureau. So this is not something which we are saying that only Pakistan can do, or this is something which we want to do to bring all the data at one platform, but rather we are learning from the experiences from the global side. So this is something which we are proposing, and you can see that, sorry, I'll just go on the previous slide. Okay. So we're talking about a centralized analytical hub, not just data collection, information bureau, or repository. Rather, it will play a very critical role towards, streamlining the data flows, consolidating data collections, analysis, its dissemination, and the whole idea will be derived through the insurance sector, through providing different kind of facilities, for example, database management, regulatory support, data analytics, and also transparency. Digital innovation is very much important, and of course risk assessment, which is central to most of the insurance companies in terms of insurance pricing and many other things. So the benefit of the IIB could be the high data standards. We can see that it will encourage transparency and accountability, and it will also support the insurance sector stability. Just to give you an example, this is the health insurance repository. And you can see that on the top, you will see the insurance companies and also the policy holders. I'm sorry, there is some misprint here, but again, just want to bring it to your notice that these both repositories can be connected through creating two different platforms. One platform coming from the policyholder side where they can use the electronic insurance account to register, and then the whole information will come into policyholders' aggregated platform, and that will be available on the repository, and that repository will be connected to the Insurance Information Bureau. Similarly, the data coming from the health insurance stakeholders, for example, the payment settlements, the hospitals, the different agreements which we have, and also the pharmacies, any other stakeholders who have the fragmented data sets that can be brought into a health insurance platform where insurance industry will also verify and use the data information, and then it will go into health repositories, and both of these repositories coming from the insurance sector and the health sector itself and from the policyholders, they can connect and they will be housed in the Insurance Information Bureau. So this is just one such example, and similar I will show you for the rest of the sectors as well. For example, if you see on this slide, so this is showing the whole ecosystem, not the whole I may say, because this is just reflection of I can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sectors, and you can see that similarly we have identified the stakeholders on the right side of the screen who will be putting in the data, and that data will be going into the platform, and that platform will be composing the repositories, and those repositories will be placed with the Insurance Information Bureau. And this kind of information is very critical because you see from this perspective or this ecosystem, the fragmentation of the data, that issue can be resolved, and it can create a lot of opportunities for the insurance industry and for addressing the development issue as well, increasing the insurance penetration, and also addressing many other issues which could come along with this kind of proposal. Moving forward, what is the roadmap? How we will create this? So the proposed structure is that that we should follow a strategic path in order to achieve or in order to go towards the end goal of IIB. So that could be starting from the legal and governance structure of IIB, which can be discussed at different forums, and we can work through it, having deliberations, talking to stakeholders on the legal aspects and many other aspects of engagement and the structure itself, and also the laws or any other thing which needs updation in terms of digital signatures or any other privacy standards or any other kind of standardization that will be required in order for the IIB to function properly. And then, of course, the digital architecture design will also be part of the strategic pathway, and following by the development and implementation, and of course, training and capacity building, which will be the forefront of the IIB, so that the capacities can be built at the public sector and the private sector all together to make it a success. So here, I will just stop and request the organizers to follow on the next session, and I will be happy to take any questions if you have by the end of the session, because we have a panel discussion right after this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sana, for delivering a very extensive presentation. And now we will move towards our panel discussion.
To begin the session on Insured Pakistan through digitalization, I would like to invite our moderator for this session, Ms. Nilofer Sohail, General Manager, Channel Strategy and Growth Segments, EFSHU Live.
Our first panelist for this session is Mr. Asfan Yarhan, Director General IT from the Ministry of Information Technology and Telecom. Mr. Asfan Yar holds an extensive experience of more than 20 years in different governmental, private, international, national and international development organizations.
Our next panelist is Mr. Javed Ahmed. He is Managing Director and CEO of Jubilee Life Insurance Company, and he has over more than 30 years of experience in the insurance business.
Now I would request Mr. Syed Aftab Haider, to come on the stage. Mr. Aftab Haider is the CEO of Pakistan Single Window Initiative, and he has very extensive experience in the customs modernization in Pakistan and other jurisdictions.
Our next panelist is Mr. Fakhri Alam, who is Head of Insurance at the Wada Digital Private Limited. Mr. Fakhri Alam has more than 30 years of experience in insurance and Islamic finance, and he has held key roles at FWUAG, Malat Cooperative, and Pakadar Family Thaqaful.
Lastly, I would request Mr. Shahmeer Nadeem to please come on the stage. Shahmeer is heading the products at Easy Paisa Digital Bank, and he has an experience of over 1.5 decades, and he has extensive understanding of the managing and expanding customer digital products. Lastly, one of our panelists could not be here due to some unforeseen circumstances, but our panel will continue the discussion. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us.
Ms. Nilofer, over to you.
Thank you, Sabahat and Sophia. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I think a very, very wrong time to be here in the panel and to discuss, and a very difficult one. So the last in the day, I believe, is always a difficult one. And when you stand after all panels, hearing to the experts, to the best kind of inspirational speeches, especially Dr. Shamshad, summarizing the day, and you have a panel, so a lot of responsibility on all of us, I think. But first and foremost, I would like to thank SECP for organizing this conference. I think Insureimpact 2025 has been a great forum for all of us. Since the morning, we have been discussing. So I think it reminds me of something, that the best way to predict the future is to create it. I think this is what I am getting since the morning. We have been discussing a lot of things. This panel is important because this talks about actually Insured Pakistan, the conference theme, and why we are all here today to go with the vision of SECP. So yes, I'll not repeat the obvious things that have been discussed, the 3G, 4G subscriber base, and 60% of the young population, technology as an enabler. Yes, we haven't reached there, but what I would like to take here is a different perspective. I think यहाँ पे मैं discuss करना चाहूँगी, I would like to highlight कि ठीक है, as insurers, शायद हम अभी तक उस जगह नहीं पहुँचे हैं जो ideal state जिसको हम कह सकें, or not even close to it, no doubt in that. But sometimes I think शायद we are not that good marketeers. And really I mean it when I say it. Because जो चीज़ें हमने करी हैं पाकिस्तान में, when we talk about that globally, on global platforms, on global conferences, they really get eyeballs. So I'll give you an example. I was there in a conference happening in Luxembourg late last year, और वहाँ पर जो है वो people were really very happy about launching a cancer product like last year. And we as an industry did it 5 years ago, but maybe we didn't market it. So when we told them that we have products that start from 2 rupees a day, and we use digital, and we use IVR, and we use USSD, and we have all different kinds of digital channels. We have just heard about some very good partnerships and collaborations in the prior panels. Very different kinds of things happening in the industry. And now the wave of wellness has also started. So all insurance companies are entering that arena. Very interesting things happening. So when we talk about it, we get the eyeballs. Oh, really? Is Pakistan doing it? Have we done this? Oh, will you spare some time to talk about it? And it feels really good. So what I feel is, yes, we are not completely there. It's a journey, but we have the right enablers. And then here again, where would you get a regulator like this, who is actually arranging a conference with the vision of getting an Insured Pakistan? So thank you so much, Akif Saab, Mushtaba Saab, Waseem Saab, everyone in the insurance domain. I think great work done. So I know we are short of time. Last panel, I'll not take the highlights from the panel itself. Moving on to the panel, we have a very diverse panel. I think we have from the people in the government to the insurance sector, the insurtechs, the very important distributors and collaborators. We have a very great panel ahead, and we'll try to keep it discussion-based, not go with any flow, but whatever question clicks us, we can start it from there, so that we'll try to keep you guys engaged and motivated. We'll try our best. So the first question to Mr. Asfand. Sir, we all are very interested about Digital Nations Pakistan Act. I think this is something we have been hearing in the news, we have been reading about it, something that the nation is very proud of. So would you like to update us on this bill? And very important, how does insurance fits into the digital strategy of the Digital Nation Pakistan Act? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm really honored to be part of this event today. I think that the context for this question has been set by the presentation that was given just before this panel discussion. I think that the problem currently in Pakistan, we have specifically in the digital domain, that our digital, and specifically the public sector, the digital services are fragmented, broken, and they are not accessible. So, and the key reason behind is the structure of the country in which we live in. So the challenge, in order to solve the challenge, because there are two important pillars when you talk about digitalization of the country. Number one is the regulatory and policy framework, which becomes the key enabler to transform a country digitally. Secondly is the institutional framework that are very important, so that you have digital institutional framework that will implement and spearhead the digital transformation processes, and then is the digital public infrastructure. So Ministry of IT and Telecom, we are currently working on all these three important factors. We are working on developing the key enablers and to develop the whole of the government approach, so that there is a regulatory framework, there is a policy framework which spearheads the digital transformation. So Digital Nation Pakistan is the institutional leg of digital transformation. So in order to develop or to go for digital transformation, this act defines the key institutional framework that will accelerate the digital transformation all across the country. So under this act, three important elements are that there is a National Digital Commission, which is a supra-ministerial body chaired by the Prime Minister of Pakistan, and it has 4 chief ministers of all provinces, and then the chairpersons of the key regulators, to set the agenda of the national digital transformation and to ensure that the digital transformation is implemented all across the country. The second important element is the development and institutionalization of the Pakistan Digital Authority. And the key role of the Pakistan Digital PDA or Pakistan Digital Authority is to implement and ensure that all the regulations to develop the digital public infrastructure, right from the data exchange layer to the digital ID and all the services, it will ensure all the implementation. And then the most important element is that there will be a national digital master plan under which the agenda of the digital transformation will be set, key areas and sectors will be prioritized, and this will also include the sectoral plan, including different sectors like education, health, financial sectors, and under this plan, all the priorities will be aligned, the resources will be developed, and all the institutional framework and regulations and policies will be developed so that the digital transformation agenda is spearheaded. So definitely when you will develop the sectoral plan, the fintech or insurtech industry will also flourish by it. And under digital public infrastructure, what is being done is that every citizen will be given a digital ID so that they are being identified in the digital domain and they have an easy and secure access to digital services which are being offered by the government to businesses or either to citizens. And the most important part of this DPI is the data exchange layer. So a data governance policy is being developed because currently data is fragmented. It's not that organizations, be it at federal level or provincial level, they do not want to share data. Probably there is no mechanism by which enables them to share the data in a platform. So what will be done under the DPI, that a data governance policy at the national level will be developed, which will enable organizations to share their data in a way, because data standardization and interoperable frameworks are also important. And what we are envisioning and what we are planning, that we will develop an open data portal as well, which will have all the public sector data sets available, which will be standardized by that policy. And through data exchange layer, I think that private sector will also be enabled, that if they want to share their data set, that it's accessible to all businesses, governments, for making decisions and developing policies and taking concerted decision making. So I think this is the crux that Digital Nation Pakistan will aim to do. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Aswan Saab. I think music to our ears that insurance is not left behind this agenda and will benefit all of us as an industry. Again, you raised a very important point about data being fragmented and about links being created to build the ecosystem. So my next question would be to Mr. Aftab Haider, and solely because, as I said, we will do what is related. So I think this is very much related. Pakistan's single window operation. I think whatever you have done is quite related to what Aswan Saab just mentioned about bringing entities together on one platform and towards a very difficult domain, trade. So that would not have been easy. I think it will have lessons for every one of us. So can you tell us more about it, and especially the initiative of automation of marine insurance that you have recently taken? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nilüfer. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's such a great pleasure to be here. To be very honest, I've been feeling like fish out of water since morning, because my background is basically in customs and trade, and it's very rarely that I've interacted with the insurance sector, but I must say that I'm very, very impressed with the progress, with the achievements the insurance sector has registered in a country which poses as many difficult challenges as ours. So great job on that, and I would also like to thank SECP for inviting me here to represent Pakistan Single Window, because Pakistan Single Window actually is a great success story, Nilüfer, and I say that not because I'm the CEO of the Single Window, but I say it with good authority. This is something that we have done in Pakistan by our people, from the talent that has been recruited from Pakistan, and we are very proud of what we've been able to achieve. So a lot of people actually don't know us. हम new kids on the block हैं. A lot of people don't know कि single window क्या है, but just as a way of introduction, we are a state-owned entity. हम Section 42 की company हैं. It's very similar to what Sana actually presented in her just in her discussion right now for the Insurance Information Bureau. It's a digital platform जिस पे हम customs और trade के सारे regulators को इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं, which means के तकरीबन 77 के करीब regulators हैं जिनको हमने digitize करना है. Not digitize, in fact, we call them digitalize, because the entire business process is re-engineered, redundant approval levels are eliminated, and the entire process is end-to-end paperless. We don't have a concept of PDF scans. It's 100% structured data. As of now, 87,000 users are subscribed to the single window. If you are an importer and exporter, you have to be part of the single window. The single window is unique in the sense कि इसमें हम सिर्फ business to government processes cover नहीं करें, बल्कि हम business to business भी करें, and that is why I'm here today to talk about the intervention that we are making with the insurance industry in Pakistan. So as part of the single window initiative, other than customs and trade के जो government के इदारे हैं, तकरीबन 15 के करीब इदारे, we have also integrated service providers. Pre-shipment inspection companies are part of it, laboratories are part of it. Fumigation companies जो हमारी agriculture import exports पे treatment देती हैं, they are part of the single window system, and what it gives to the traders is ease of business. इन दफ्तरों में जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती, paper work totally ख़त्म हो गया है, payment is all online. But जो इन private sector providers को मिल रहा है single window की तरफ से, वो data की access मिल रही है. So now a lot of these service providers and even government departments are getting access to data that they have not had for so many decades in the past. One of the contributions that single window is doing is also kind of opening up the trade data. So data available है for research, चाहे वो academic research हो या for marketing purpose हो. For insurance industry, it means that basically the intervention is designed to facilitate the issuance of marine insurance policies, जो कि स्टेट बैंक की regulations के हिसाब से mandatory हैं हर import के ऊपर. ट्रेडर जो है वो अपनी मर्जी की किसी भी कंपनी के साथ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी बाय कर सकता है, पेमेंट कर सकता है, एंटायर प्रोसेस इज ऑल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक. But what it also means for the insurance industry is that now they get access to data for cargo insurance, for trade, insurance and other kind of products that they want to build. Shipment की movement उनको नज़र आएगी, end to end कितना टाइम लग रहा है, क्या रिस्क हुए, कस्टम्स की डिक्लेरेशंस कैसी थी, सारा प्रोसेस क्या था. अब ये बहुत सारी चीज़ें या मैनुअल तरीके से इकट्ठी होती हैं या मार्केट से परचेज़ करनी पड़ती हैं जिसके ऑथेंटिसिटी पे नहीं होता, ट्रस्ट नहीं होता. So that is in brief about what we are doing with the single window and the insurance sector. And I'm not going to take a lot of time because I know this is the most difficult session in the day. After having a good lunch, everyone just wants to go home and maybe just relax. But single window में और बहुत सारे lessons हैं जो digitalization के अलावा हैं. It's a public-private sector partnership. We are basically onboarding a lot of private sector companies to partner with us, offer products through the platform to more than 87,000 users who are actually involved in cross-border trade. इसमें government के लिए बहुत सारे lessons हैं on how to actually develop and steer a public sector project जिसमें इतने ज़्यादा stakeholders हैं, जिसमें इतनी ज़्यादा change management है और जिसमें आप status quo को बार-बार challenge कर रहे हैं. So that's all from my side, Nilufar. Thank you so much.
Great. I think it was a great year for everyone because अगर इतने difficult किस्म के एक sector में ये transition आ सकती है, so I think we all have a lot to learn from this success story, and I think all of us after this session or whenever we have time, we'll do that. So the next important player in bringing digital insured Pakistan, as we have heard since the morning, is the collaboration with the entities that have a huge amount of data with themselves, a customer base already that the industry can tap on. So moving directly to Shamir. Shamir, first of all, congratulations for being the first digital bank of Pakistan. So Shamir, insurance has been there for a long time, but now when we talk about Easy Paisa being a digital bank, do you still consider insurance as a priority for yourselves, and where does it lie in terms of your financial inclusion initiatives or priority list?
Okay. First of all, Nilufar, thank you very much. And thank you to SCCP for inviting us here and representing Easy Paisa Digital Bank. I think अगर मैं distribution की बात करूँ, so I would just like to respond from sharing जो हम लोग ने financial inclusion में in the last 15 years we have been able to do from a digital distribution point of view. So अगर आप so we've been around for around 15 years. Today we have over 50 million subscribers, which means that 1 out of every 4 customer in Pakistan has an Easy Paisa Digital Bank account. अगर हम सिर्फ money transfer की बात कर लें, so last year almost 2.1 billion transactions were done through the Easy Paisa platform of a value of 9.1 trillion. That's 9% of the GDP which was processed through the Easy Paisa Digital Bank. So this shows the the impact one single player, one digital bank, one mobile wallet player can basically create into the market. अगर मैं insurance की बात करूँ, so insurance last year around we processed over 745 million worth of insurance premium from our platform. If I have to look at the distribution and how basically players like us can help, so there are two ways. So first way is कि हमारे पास we have offline distribution. So हमारे agents जो हैं our Karyana stores, they're available all around Pakistan. There are almost 200,000 plus Karyana stores which are actually enabled to provide services like bill payment, like mobile top up, cash in, cash out. And similarly, we will enable them to sell insurance, micro insurance through these offline retailers. RAS is another big ambit. So RAS P2M is another big ambit, and every bank over here in the industry, they're enabling those banks, those Karyana stores with the merchants. So embedding our insurance as part of this transaction, I think that is a key that will happen within this year. If I have to talk about digital, so definitely with having 15 million users transacting on a monthly basis, this is huge information that we hold for our consumers. So with that information, of course, we create very segmented, risk profiled pricing for our users, and basically embedding insurance into our high volume transaction is the key that we foresee going ahead. So if I just have to talk about, अगर मैं bill payment की बात करूँ, so last year 40 million transactions happened, 40 million bills were paid. So these are all those instances through which basically we can embed and provide microinsurance to to our consumers. Lending is another big area. So almost around 50,000 digital lending happens on our platform. So I'm just highlighting that these are some of the areas, these are some of the events जहाँ के हम लोग we can embed our insurance products. We are already doing it with some of our use cases. As we progress, we would start embedding them in other use cases as well. So embedding insurance is the key, and as we progress, we foresee that this is going to take up and improve the penetration, inshallah, for insurance as a whole.
Thank you, Shamir. I think a very important topic that you have touched upon, embedded insurance. Embedded insurance globally does very well. It has a significantly high proportion, and as Shamir mentioned, it's very important for a country like us because जहाँ पर आपको वो as embedded into other services मिलेगा, people will know more about it. We have been talking about awareness of insurance since the start. This is a practical example of actually doing it. So now, to the difficult shoulders, Javed Saab, to the industry leader, of course. Javed Saab, Jubilee Life. Jubilee Life, we all want to know because we hear this frequently that what are you guys doing in terms of digital insurance? So we really want to know what are the business plans of Jubilee, not the internal, like the board level business plans, but that you can discuss in public for Jubilee Life. What has been your success story when it comes to digital insurance, and how do you see it going forward for Jubilee Life?
Yeah, thank you, Nilofer. Internal plan तो बताऊंगा भी नहीं, अली बैठे हुए हैं. Yes, I think not just Jubilee, all the life insurance industries, I can speak on behalf of the industry, have worked a lot on not just creating front-end digital solutions, but also digitizing their back-end systems. Because जब तक आपका back-end system जो है उसके processes आप automate नहीं करेंगे, there is no point in having a front-end system which is used for selling insurance and not servicing it. So on that front, we have been working since long in automation, and I would just like to give you an example that during the last 10 years, our health business has increased tenfold, right? 10 times. And our support staff headcount has increased by just 3 times. So 300% increase in productivity obtained through automation, business process re-engineering, and digitalization. So this is, वो भी Zishan साहब ने शायद कहा कि technology is a very interesting thing. So you can do some wonderful things using technology. Secondly, अभी जो शामिर ने बात की ना embedded insurance, I think the entire industry has been working on it, and yes, there have been so many success stories. इसका स्टार्ट तो डिजिटल से पहले है, बल्कि मैं कहूँगा कि माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस जो हमने शुरू किया इंडस्ट्री ने, माइक्रो क्रेडिट लाइफ तो हम बहुत अरसे से करते आ रहे हैं. इट इज़ प्रैक्टिकली एन एम्बेडेड इंश्योरेंस एंड इट हैज़ बीन अ ग्रेट सक्सेस मॉडल फॉर द एंटायर इंडस्ट्री. So I think for the industry in general, life, health, general insurance industry, there are so many opportunities that being captured through embedded insurance. और अब fortunately there are these platforms which are available. वो चाहे easy पैसा, jazz cash हो या traditional banking के platforms हों जो कि available हैं. The beauty about these platforms is that once you have your front-end solution, API integration करें. If everything is automated, so I can tell you that last year we, our entire retail business, we have about 60 people to enter the data, issue the business, send the policy documents to customers. But for digital insurance processing, we have zero. There is no person, not even a single person in the company who is responsible for issuing the policy or sending the document or anything. End-to-end zero. So that's the benefit or the advantage that the digitalization offers. And that is, I think all the companies have been working in that direction. Yes, kuch humse aage hongi, kuch humse piche hongi, but wonderful journey, and I look forward to seeing what more can be done.
Thank you, Javed Saab. Now coming to the young dashing people of insurance, what we call the InsurTech, the word that has been there in the market and going around every year, we hear a lot about it. So, Mr. Fakar from WADA Insurance, I would like to ask you, I was seeing a number here, individual life covered as 15 million in the SECP digital insurance plan. So I would consider that this is not just the lives that are covered through, for example, saving products or a particular category of products. These are individuals that we reach through alternate distribution channels, and these can be any individual, right? A person who buys a plan from the airtime or from, say, his mobile wallet, or other individuals. So relating this to the journey of WADA, I would like you to help us understand where is WADA right now when we talk about digital insurance? What have been your challenges? Because the responsibility is the same, that we need to increase the insurance penetration. What has been your challenges, and what you will consider as the greatest achievements for WADA?
Instead of asking one question, you asked three questions, I think, 3-4 questions. First and foremost, yes, the individual lives covered 15 million. I think we are already covering around 3.5 million individuals in different categories. It's health, it's personal accident, it's mobile phone cover, and even the small rides and some small marine cover as well. So SECP, we have already done 20% of your work, alhamdulillah, in that direction. And insurance penetration, what WADA is doing towards is that we are in search of collaborations and partners, always coming up with new ideas. And what we can do best is implementation of technology. So this is our, USP, that anyone who partners with us has a seamless digital journey. Actually, this journey is benefiting definitely the collaborators, the partners, but what WADA's vision is that this journey, this digital journey, should benefit the customer as well. So like, for example, in claims, we have implemented the total digital claim journey for customers. So our customer not only can reach out to us through a website or through a partner, but can also intimate a claim through WhatsApp and submit documents through WhatsApp, and we pay them digitally within 72 hours of launching the claim with complete documents. So that is the benefit we are getting out of the digitalization of our journeys. What challenges do we face, and what we expect from the SECP, the government sector, to help us out, is that in digital journey, like Pakistan Single Window is doing, they are aggregating all the stakeholders into one point. CDC is doing the same thing by introducing repositories of different types, since CC and the motor thing. But what I see lacking is that if we are coming up with Insurance Information Bureau, it should have its teeth. It should have its implementation power as well. Like, for example, I think Dr. Shamshad just referred to the digital consent, or I think our Sana from UNDP has referred to that thing, the digital signatures. And we already have the ETO in place in Pakistan, the Electronic Transaction Ordinance. But we don't see many insurers or even banks coming with digital signatures and digital consents, while we want to integrate our digital journey through digital consents, and we don't find NADRA coming up to give us the data. And there's another study, for example, in life insurance, we have this need analysis form and these things for savings especially. And it's a lot of data points you want to collect. Now you want to digitize it. How can a customer, even Asfandhya can second me on that, if I'm wrong, he can just tell me, that a customer will not input more than 7 data points on a page applying for something, unless it's of utmost, unless he's applying for bank financing and he requires the money. So in that case, if that data comes from NADRA and that data comes from Insurance Information Bureau, and the consent is just matched from the data coming from NADRA, for that, not only we need legal protection, for example, for data sharing, we need the information security standards to be implemented on the industry. I may be the culprit, just asking SCCP to implement more stringent information security standards. But with that implemented, we can offer a sense of security to the government data providers that yes, we are reliable. We will use this data responsibly. We will use those consents responsibly. And in these journeys, even the government can create, transactional income from it. Like, I don't want these things coming free to us. We'll pay for those services, but even NADRA is, supporting banks in some digital journey and this thing. Insurance industry is not supported on that. We are less trustworthy than even the banks in Pakistan, while we are, equal citizens of this economy. So WADA has a vision to digitize it. We cannot do it without the support of easing out the customer journey for us. While we are doing it, like simplifying insurance is our mantra, and we not only say it, we believe on it. And if you just go and see our PA application form, it's a single-page form with 4 or 5 data points, like CNIC and this, and just you input the scan of CNIC and you get insured. Similar is for our health insurance things. Similar is our mobile insurance thing. So we can simplify it, yes. We can digitize it, yes. We have the muscle, we have the investment available to us. We just need a little support. First thing first, let us be. And second thing, wherever the government can support with data, we are ready to pay for it, just support us. And third, I will just, second Dr. Baksh Jamal and Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, that please let the insurance penetration reach something about 20–30% and then come up with GST again. If people believe on insurance, then it is a service to them. Now we are just trying to, insure the citizens, and in that effort, the provincial governments are coming and just, disturbing us and raising the price for the customer. Actually, we are not paying the GST. Customer is paying the GST, but it is, a big. Will be a big benefit to the customer, the end customer, and will be a big enabler of increasing penetration. Sorry, I answered 5 of your questions, which 2 you didn't ask.
No problem at all, but you have raised very important points, I think. All of them were much required. GST, I think the entire industry, I can see a smile on many of us, our faces, when we talk about it. So yes, that is an important matter and consideration. And obviously, SCCP has also been supportive and is advocating this. Secondly, the second important point that you raised about data, this is also something very important that we talk about it, but when we actually go to do it, there are certain barriers that come up, and this happens. So when we talk about even open banking and open insurance, data connectivity, sharing of data becomes a problem. Data is very important. There are certain products that the industry has not been able to develop just because we don't have a data point. And I'll just name one, employment insurance. I think that is a need, a very big need. But whenever we try to do something like this, the data is a challenge. So to the data expert directly, we are short of time, so we need to keep it very, very brief. I will just ask question, and I'll request all the panelists to give a brief 1-2 line answer to it. So when we talk about data and transfer of data, so I get from the first answer that data has been an important pillar in the National Pakistan Act. But how do you envision it to provide it to the players like us, the financial sector, who can actually benefit from the data and create products that are actually meant for the customers?
I think there are three important elements for it. One, I already mentioned that there will be a data governance policy. We need to understand, because data custodians will be the relevant entities who store the data of citizens or public. So data can be shared through a mechanism, through a data exchange layer, and the public sector and private sectors can have access to the data. Second important aspect I think that we all have not mentioned and we should mention over here is the data privacy and data security. So it's very important, because once we are using the data of the citizens, so data privacy is very important element. So you must have a process through which a consensus is taken from the citizen. And in this regard, we are working on personal data protection bill as well, which will ensure that citizens have the right to their data, and they know how, and they will have a mechanism that how they will be able to, how the platforms, local digital platforms, international digital platforms, how they will use the data, and which data is very critical, which cannot be shared, and then it has to be stored to certain standards. So in this regard, we are also working on a personal data protection bill, and the legislation probably is going to come soon, because we are having a very extensive consultation session with all the key national and international stakeholders. And the third very important element is the interoperable, because data needs to be standardized before it can be shared within the shared through different platforms and within the different platforms. So we are also working on the interoperable framework, which will standardize the data, which will categorize the data, and it will ensure that how data can be exchanged within the public sector and the private sector, because there are a lot of big use cases if you have a digital ID of the citizens, if you have a access of the data, and if there is a consensual mechanism, you can develop products, do analysis, you can develop new services as well through this mechanism. So I think that these are the three critical elements that we are working on, and probably down the line it will hopefully solve all the problems of the businesses, so that you have a seamless business regime in this new digital economy.
Thank you. Next question to Javed Saab. Javed Saab, if considering the time constraint that we have, if we were to take away the three key things that we as an industry will do to achieve, or to at least come up with the 5-year strategic plan of SECP, what should they be?
Talking about number of lives insured through digital platforms, 15 million, I think that's not an issue. But that will not increase the penetration, because the way we manage our penetration is premium to GDP ratio. So premium won't be generated through these small ticket products. So brick and mortar model is a reality. It is going to stay. All right. Uber आया, टैक्सियाँ बंद नहीं हो गई हैं. Airbnb आया, होटल बंद नहीं हो गए. But you have to learn to adopt. So I think what we need to do is to make sure that हमारा जो brick and mortar model है, उसको कैसे हम efficient बनाएंगे, उसको कैसे automate करेंगे, and that is an area where I think CCP will have to work with the insurance companies to facilitate them in easing up that model. Entire effort is being currently made कि digital channel जो बन रहे हैं, digital product जो बन रहे हैं, उनको बिल्कुल facilitation 100% मौजूद है, लेकिन what about 99% of premium, which is currently being generated, and I can guarantee for the next, at the end of next 5 years, it will probably be down to 90% or 85%. It will still be the chunk of your total business. So we have to improve efficiency there. Last, I think, is the obstacles जो अभी बात हो रही थी. Modern insurance products are time-based products. 2 घंटे की इंश्योरेंस होती है, 5 दिन की इंश्योरेंस होती है, उसके लीगल एस्पेक्ट्स, उसके कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स, 500 रुपये मिनिमम स्टैम्प ड्यूटी है, 2 रुपये का प्रीमियम है. So we need to look at those issues and get those resolved in collaboration with SCCP. So I think stamp duty, sales tax, these are important issues that needs to be addressed if we are able to progress any further.
Great, thank you Javed Saab for the checklist. Aftab Saab, next question to you. You have heard our pain points and you have done it within your ecosystem. So 2 key points that insurance industry can do to at least learn from what you have done and to digitize our ecosystem.
Thank you, Nilüfer. That's a great question. मेरा इसके ऊपर probably 2 points नहीं, but एक ही point होगा, and that would be nothing exists in silos. Isolation में कोई काम नहीं होता. If the insurance industry wants to really work, they have to work together. Especially जो data के ऊपर pain points की बात हो रही है, data is there. Data is out there in the field. Data collect कैसे करना है, उसको use कैसे करना है, code of conduct क्या है data को use करने के लिए, that has to be set up, right? अब हमने single window में ये किया है कि we have taken the powers from the federal government to monetize the data. Single window is now emerging as the single biggest repository of cross-border trade data. हम fintech companies को onboard कर रहे हैं ताकि banks की FATF और anti-money laundering की compliances कर सकें. अगर insurance industry को इसकी ज़रूरत है, हम हाजिर हैं, हम कर सकते हैं. हम law enforcement agencies के साथ integrations कर रहे हैं through APIs. So everything can be done. So the single point I would say is work. Take the हम jargons बहुत सारे फेंकते हैं ना, whole of government approach जिस तरह हम कहते हैं जी no one should be left behind and all that, but we should truly mean it. So collaboration, coordination are 2 extremely essential points, whether public sector or in the private sector.
Thank you so much. Mr. Fakar, since you've already mentioned 5 additional points, I'll just ask 1 point from you, and that's on how do you see InsurTech playing a role in this agenda, and I'm specifically talking about the contribution to the GDP, where insurance penetration has been our key pain point.
Actually, every new innovation has, its life cycle. We are now children, we will become adult and then we'll grow with it. So we are intervening in those areas where insurance industry haven't reached out. Like what insurance company in Pakistan is offering mobile insurance to retail customer? What health insurance company is offering health insurance to individual families and individuals? Very few and very low rate of acquisition on that side. So in the longer run, these InsureTechs aren't going to replace the brick and mortar, which Javed have rightly mentioned. Actually, we are here to augment that agent, that distributor, with support of the new technology, the support of digitization, to increase penetration. So definitely, our roadmap is to go for the bigger tickets as well. We first of all capture this market, and then we go with innovative products in protection and saving. We go for life-term takaful plans and life-term insurance plans, and that's our way to go. Yes, we can enter into crop and livestock as well, because we have a hell of data available to us. And I've seen another company from our InsureTech arena entering into this farmers and veterinary insurance, and through vet consultancy and these things. So we are new here, but definitely we will be entering into insurance company spaces as well, and that's our way forward. And definitely, it means collaboration with insurance companies.
Thank you so much, Fakar Saab. Last question, not a question, just a sentence from Shamir. 1 sentence on industry and specifically on collaboration to make this digital Insured Pakistan agenda possible. 1 sentence, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think in terms of collaboration, definitely I think collaboration is the way to go. For sure, we are open for collaboration from the data side, from the insurance side, from the customer experience side. not just as Javed Saab mentioned, front end but back end as well. So as I see, collaboration is the key to move ahead. And as I hear all of the participants over here, I think that's the key message that I would like to give. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. It was a very enthusiastic panel. I think the last panel, very engaging. I couldn't open the floor for questions because we are running out of time. But thank you, everyone, for your contribution. We are here. After this panel, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach us out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nilofer. You have been wonderful moderator. I thank all the panelists for the wonderful insights that they have given, and we really hope and wish to see some of the initiatives materializing out of the discussion that is held today. Thank you very much.
May we request the panelists to please come down, and we will be closing the conference. Moving towards the closing session for the conference, may I kindly request Mr. Mushtaba Ahmed Lodi, Commissioner Insurance, SCCP, to please come onto the stage. May I also request Mr. Dishan Rahman Khatak, Commissioner for Information Technology, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, to kindly come onto the stage. May I also request Mr. Akif Saeed, Chairman, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, to please come onto the stage, sir. And I'll most respectfully request Mr. Saeed Ghani, Provincial Minister for Planning and Development, Government of Sindh, to also come onto the stage, sir. Thank you for being part of our journey towards an insured Pakistan. So foremostly, taking the opportunity and having Saeed Saab here, I guess Saeed Saab needs no introduction. He has been a very active politician on the government landscape, has represented the general public in the Senate of Pakistan, in the Provincial Assembly, in the National Assembly. So ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request Mr. Saeed Ghani, Provincial Minister for Planning and Development, to please provide the closing remarks for the conference. Sir, please, thank you. The stage is yours.
I am representing here the Chief Minister of Sindh. Due to some engagements, he could not attend this conference. So I have been nominated by the Chief Minister of Sindh to attend this conference on his behalf. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chairman, ACCP, Mr. Akif Saeed, Commissioners of ACCP, distinguished guests and participants, Assalamu alaikum. I warmly congratulate ACCP on hosting another remarkable Insureimpact Conference Pakistan. These conferences have once again proven to be an invaluable platform, bringing together insurance leaders, policymakers, and industry experts to shape the future of the insurance sector in Pakistan. The insightful discussions and collaborative spirit witnessed here reaffirm our shared commitment to strengthening Pakistan's insurance landscape. As we all know, Pakistan is on the front lines of the global climate crisis, experiencing extreme weather events with increasing frequency and severity. From catastrophic floods to prolonged droughts, farmers and vulnerable communities are disproportionately affected, with agriculture contributing nearly 24% to a GDP and employing over 37% of the workforce. These stakes could not be higher. The devastating floods of 2022 and 2020 have underscored the urgent need for robust risk management strategies, including disaster risk insurance, crop and livestock insurance, innovative solutions, and the implementation of mandatory insurance frameworks. However, despite its critical role, insurance penetration remains low due to limited awareness, affordability constraints, and structural barriers. Many individuals and businesses either lack a clear understanding of insurance benefits or perceive it as financially inaccessible. I understand that government-led insurance schemes and risk-sharing mechanisms are essential in making insurance both affordable and accessible to the most vulnerable segments of society. Countries worldwide have successfully implemented public-private partnerships in this space, and Pakistan can learn from these models. By leveraging the strengths of both the public and private sectors, we can develop affordable, innovative, and inclusive insurance products tailored to the needs of at-risk communities. In this context, the Sindh government has also taken the lead in introducing financial protection mechanisms for the provincial asset through the formation of Sindh Insurance Limited. Our vision is to expand its role in social protection and financial resilience, ensuring that vulnerable communities and businesses have access to risk mitigation tools that safeguard their financial well-being. Further, the Sindh government is taking significant steps to support local farmers through the launch of a crop insurance program aimed at strengthening the agriculture sector and ensuring financial stability for farmers facing climate-induced risks. This initiative will provide financial relief to farmers affected by crop losses due to natural disasters, disease outbreaks, or other unforeseen circumstances. We at the Government of Sindh remain committed to expanding insurance outreach in Sindh and welcome partnerships with the private sector, development agencies, and donor organizations to help build climate resilience and a robust disaster risk financing strategy. Through collective action, we can ensure that insurance serves as a catalyst for economic stability and social protection, enabling communities to withstand and recover from crisis effectively. I also extend my congratulations to ACCP, CDC, and the insurance industry on their efforts to establish a motor insurance repository, a centralized system that will provide a database for motor insurance to insurance companies, motor registration authorities, law enforcement agencies for effective implementation of motor third-party insurance. In closing, I extend my deepest gratitude to ACCP, the organizers, speakers, and participants for making this conference a resounding success. Together, we can build a resilient, secure, and insured Pakistan, where no community is left vulnerable, and financial protection becomes a right, not a privilege. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Saeed Ghani Saab. It means a lot to have your support and presence here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are officially coming to the close of today's event. And for closing remarks, I would invite the Chairman SECP, Mr. Akif Saeed, to please share his views with us. Mr. Akif Saeed, please.
I think to conclude today's proceeding, I'll begin with thanking the panelists who came here, shared their views. Particularly the people who came out from Pakistan, from Islamabad, from provincial governments. It was a sheer pleasure to listen to the last session of discussion because that's something which is very close to my heart in terms of digitalization. And of course, I can't help myself that Mr. Saeed Ghani is representing the Chief Minister, and whenever a political personality with power to influence the decision making is here, I can't help myself to put some demands before them. Without going into too much of details, one, of course, is the long-standing insurance industry issue of sales tax on the life insurance premium. And second is which you refer to as the motor vehicle depository, to make it workable and practical. I think we need support from the provincial governments, including Sindh government, whereby no transfer should take place without a valid insurance policy. So we can discuss it offline more details. We will formally approach you as well on behalf of the industry and as a regulator. But coming back to what is the takeaways are, I believe something which, as a strategic plan, the whole idea when we announced in 23 December that we will be having a follow-up conference was one, to develop a plan. Plan is, at best, is the paper it is written on. Key thing is the implementation. So today, after a year or year and a half or so, we are taking a stock, and we will be doing similar exercise in the future as well, till the time we do a 5-year review at the completion of the period. Like I said in the opening, we have a digital life insurance. We have a digital non-life insurance as well. We have a digital blueprint with the help of UNDP, and the legal amendments are with Ministry of Commerce, and the motor vehicle amendments are with Ministry of Finance. I believe in the second quarter this year, these would be with the Parliament, and I hope they pass through the Parliament. For that, like I've been saying it time and time again, we have to stand together, and there could be differences, but we have to live with this and let the law take its shape and move forward on that. A lot of studies have been made public, which points out things needs to be done. Industry is very much on board. We continue with the message of this particular conference, which is engagement, collaboration, and innovation. I think time is ripe. Digital Nation Pakistan Act is in place. Pakistan Digital Authority Act is in place. So we need to be ready to take full benefit once these laws are implemented. And as an industry, as a sector, I think insurance has a lot of potential, because the data sharing and the data, the more we digitalize, the more data is available, more efficient and finer pricing, and tailor-made products can be made available to different segments, or the individual and at a class system also, as a class of individuals also. I think in the end, this conference would not have been a success without the participants. So I think we should celebrate and conclusion of this conference by applauding ourselves as in unison. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, sir, for the closing remarks. The last panel that we had, I'll request Saeed Ghani Saab, and we'll take benefit of his presence here, to please provide the conference shields to the last panelist first. May I request Dishan Rahman Khatak Saab for his shield. Saeed Ghani Saab could maybe please present it. Dishan Rahman Khatak Saab. Saeed Saab, sir, आपको तकलीफ देंगे. Quickly, I'll request all the panelists, Ms. Sana Ehsan from the United Nations Development Program, UNDP Pakistan. Be quick. Mr. Asfandiar Khan. Mr. Asfandiar Khan. Sir, please. After this, Mr. Aftab Haider. Aftab sir, please. Mr. Javed Ahmed Saab after Mr. Aftab. Javed Saab. वो है ना आफ्ताब साहब खड़े हैं ना. I guess I've been running too quickly. In the Shield Aftab, Haider Saab now. Shamir Saab, please sir. Last but not the least, I guess, Fakhri Alam Saab sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the few of us that are left, maybe a huge round of applause for all the panelists. Thank you. May I also request Nilofer Sohail, the moderator for the panel. And also the SECP team which was coordinating for this panel, Mr. Talal Abdurrauf Usmani. Mr. Talal Abdurrauf Usmani sir. Miss Seher Kamal. Sar Kamal. Mr. Jafar Awan. Mr. Muhammad Jafar Awan. Miss Isha Imran. Miss Isha Imran. And lastly, may I request our chairman, Mr. Akif Saeed Saab, to kindly present conference shield to Mr. Saeed Ghani Saab. Sir, Akif Saab, sir, Saeed Ghani Saab के लिए sir हमारे conference shield. Saeed Ghani Saab के लिए shield please. On shield for Sayyid Murad Ali Shah Saab, CM Sindh, presented to Saeed Saab. And thank you everyone for being here. And very last thing that we'll request our worthy commissioners, chairman and Saeed Saab is to present a conference shield for the insurance division who has actually worked day and night for the happening of this conference. Can I have please the conference shield for the insurance division? May I request our officers from the insurance division, Falak Saab, Nimra Mohammad Sultan, Sair Kaval, Sophia, Nimra, Talal Saab, Wazir Zada Yasir, Shazia, sorry. Is there anyone left? I'll only request all from the insurance division to please come onto the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You have been wonderful audience.
We officially close the Insureimpact Conference Pakistan 2025. Thank you for being a part of it. Thank you very much.